Welcome to another soothing episode of Boring History for Sleep. Tonight, we'll explore the monotonous lives of medieval monks and other less-than-thrilling historical topics. As we journey through time, let the dull details and mundane facts lull you into a peaceful slumber. Our first tale delves into the dreary world of monastic life in the Middle Ages. Imagine spending your days in silence, surrounded by stone walls and endless prayer. We'll uncover why being a medieval monk wasn't exactly a walk in the cloister garden. But that's not all, dear listeners. We'll also meander through other yawn-inducing historical tidbits, guaranteed to have you nodding off in no time. From the tedious task of copying manuscripts to the mind-numbing routine of daily prayers, we'll leave no boring stone unturned. So settle in, close your eyes, and prepare to drift off as we embark on this less-than-exciting journey through history. Sweet dreams await. Before we dive deeper into the fascinating yet sleep-inducing world of medieval monks, I'd like to take a moment to engage with you, my dear viewers. If you're finding this content helpful in lulling you to sleep, please consider showing your support by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. It truly means a lot to us and helps more people discover our sleep-inducing content. And for those of you who are still awake, why not leave a comment below sharing your favorite boring historical fact? It could be about medieval monks or any other snooze-worthy tidbit from the past. Who knows, your fact might just inspire our next video. Now, as we continue our journey through the monotonous lives of medieval monks, remember that the goal's so, if you find yourself nodding off, don't fight it. Let the dull details of monastic life guide you into a restful slumber. Sweet dreams, and let's return to our sleepy saga of tonsured tedium. Imagine a life of silence, prayer, and endless work. Welcome to the world of medieval monks. While often romanticized, the reality was far from idyllic. Let's explore why being a monk in the Middle Ages was more challenging than you might think. As we delve deeper into the monotonous world of medieval monks, let's explore their daily schedule. Prepare to be lulled by the repetitive nature of their lives, a perfect recipe for sleep. The day of a medieval monk began well before dawn, usually around 2:00 a.m. This ungodly hour was known as Matins, the first prayer service of the day. Imagine, if you will, the cold, dark stone corridors of a monastery. The only sounds are the soft padding of sandaled feet and the occasional yawn as monks make their way to the chapel. Monk 1 yawning, "Brother, it's time for Matins. We mustn't be late." Monk 2 groggily, yes, I'm coming. Another day in service of the Lord begins. After Matins, which could last up to 2 hours, the monks would return to their beds for a brief rest before the next service, Lauds, at dawn. As the first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, the monks would gather once again in the chapel. Lauds was a service of praise, welcoming the new day. Following Lauds, the monks would begin their daily work. This could involve a variety of tasks, depending on the monastery and the individual monk's role. Some monks worked in the scriptorium, meticulously copying manuscripts. Picture the hunched figures, quills scratching parchment for hours on end, their eyes straining in the dim light. Monk 3 sighing, "Another day, another page. My back aches, but the work must continue." Others tended to the monastery's gardens, growing vegetables and herbs for the kitchen and infirmary. The monotonous work of weeding, watering, and harvesting filled their mornings. At around 9:00 a.m., the monks would pause for the next prayer service, terce. This brief respite from work allowed them to refocus on their spiritual duties. After terce, it was back to work until midday, when the monks would gather for sext, another short prayer service. This was followed by the main meal of the day, eaten in silence as one monk read aloud from religious texts. Monk 4 whispering, "Brother, could you pass the bread?" Monk 5 shushing, "Silence during meals, remember, listen to the reading." The afternoon brought more work, interrupted only by the nun prayer service at about 3:00 p.m. As evening approached, the monks would gather for vespers, a longer service that marked the end of the working day. But the day wasn't over yet. After a light supper, the monks would attend Compline, the final prayer service of the day. Following this, they would retire to their dormitories for the night. Monk 6 tiredly, "Another day comes to an end. May the Lord grant us peaceful rest." This rigid schedule was followed day after day, week after week, with little variation. The monotony was broken only by religious festivals or the occasional visit from an important guest. You might wonder how the monks kept track of time without clocks. They relied on the sun's position and the monastery's bells, which would ring to signal each prayer service and mealtime. Monk 7, calling out the bell for vespers, "Hurry, brothers, lest we be late." The cycle of prayer, known as the divine office or liturgy of the hours, was the backbone of monastic life. It ensured that the monks were constantly engaged in spiritual activities, leaving little time for idle thoughts or temptations. This regimented lifestyle was believed to bring the monks closer to God, but it also served practical purposes. The strict schedule helped maintain order and discipline within the monastery, and the regular prayers marked the passage of time for the entire community. However, this rigid routine came at a cost. The lack of sleep, particularly with the nightly interruption for matins, could lead to chronic fatigue. Many monks struggled with staying awake during services or work. Monk 8, mumbling, "Brother, wake up. You're nodding off during the reading again." The constant cycle of work and prayer left little time for personal pursuits or relaxation. Monks were expected to dedicate every waking moment to their spiritual and communal duties. Even meals were not a time for socializing or enjoyment. Eaten in silence, with portions often meager, they were seen as a necessary sustenance rather than a pleasure. Monk 9, thinking to himself, "Another bowl of bland pottage. How I miss the flavors of my life before the monastery." The monotony of this lifestyle could take a toll on the monk's mental well-being. The same faces, the same tasks, the same prayers, day after day, year after year. It's no wonder that some monks struggled with what we might now recognize as depression or burnout. Yet for many, this predictable routine was a source of comfort and spiritual fulfillment. The regularity of the monastic schedule provided a sense of purpose and belonging. Monk 10, contentedly in this rhythm of prayer and work, I find peace. Each day brings me closer to understanding the divine. It's important to note that not all monasteries followed exactly the same schedule. Some orders, like the Carthusians, were known for even stricter routines, with more emphasis on solitude and contemplation. Others, like the Benedictines, balanced prayer with more varied work, including scholarship, agriculture, and craftsmanship. However, the core structure of regular prayer services interspersed with periods of work remained consistent across most monastic orders. As we reflect on this regimented lifestyle, it's easy to see why becoming a monk was not a decision taken lightly. It required a deep commitment to spiritual life and a willingness to forego many of life's pleasures and comforts. The next time you find yourself complaining about your daily routine, remember the medieval monks. Their lives were a constant cycle of prayer, work, and more prayer, with little room for personal time or individuality. As we move on to our next topic, let the rhythmic routine of monastic life lull you into a peaceful state. Close your eyes and imagine the soft chanting of prayers echoing through stone corridors, the quiet rustle of robes, the gentle toll of the monastery bell. Now let's delve into the world of monastic life, where vows and restrictions shaped every aspect of a medieval monk's existence. Imagine dedicating your entire life to prayer, study, and service within the confines of a monastery. It might sound peaceful, but the reality was far from idyllic. First and foremost, monks took three fundamental vows: poverty, chastity, and obedience. These weren't just empty promises, they were binding commitments that drastically altered their lives. Let's start with the vow of poverty. Monks were expected to renounce all personal possessions and worldly attachments. This meant giving up not just material wealth, but also family ties and individual ambitions. Everything they used, from their simple robes to their eating utensils, belonged to the monastery. Yawning, can you imagine owning nothing, not even the clothes on your back? It's a concept so foreign to our modern sensibilities that it's almost difficult to comprehend. The vow of chastity was equally demanding. Monks were required to abstain from all sexual activity and romantic relationships. This wasn't just about physical abstinence, it extended to thoughts and desires as well. Monks were expected to redirect their passions towards spiritual pursuits and devotion to God. The third vow, obedience, might have been the most challenging of all. Monks had to submit completely to the authority of their abbot and the rules of their order. This meant following a strict daily schedule, performing assigned tasks without question, and accepting punishments for any infractions. Softly think about it, having every minute of your day dictated by someone else. No room for personal preferences or spontaneity. It's enough to make you feel drowsy just considering it. But the restrictions didn't end with these 3 vows. Monastic life was governed by a complex set of rules known as the Rule of Saint Benedict. This document outlined everything from the proper way to sleep to the correct posture for prayer. For instance, monks were required to sleep fully clothed, often on hard surfaces with minimal bedding. They were forbidden from talking after the evening prayer service, maintaining silence until dawn. Even their diet was strictly regulated, with most orders prohibiting the consumption of meat from 4-legged animals. Whispering, imagine trying to get a good night's sleep on a hard wooden bench, wearing scratchy woolen robes, surrounded by silence so thick you could hear a pin drop. The daily routine of a monk was rigorous and repetitive. Their day typically began around 2 a.m. with the night office, a prayer service that lasted about 2 hours. After a brief rest, they would rise again for the morning office at dawn, followed by private prayer, study, and manual labor. Throughout the day, monks would pause their activities for additional prayer services, each lasting about 30 minutes. These services, known as the Divine Office, were held 7 times a day, with the last one occurring just before bed. Yawning just thinking about waking up at 2 a.m. every single day is enough to make one feel exhausted. Between prayer services, monks engaged in various forms of work. This could include copying manuscripts, tending to the monastery's gardens, caring for the sick, or teaching novices. The type of work depended on the individual monk's skills and the needs of the monastery. Education was a significant part of monastic life. Monks were expected to be literate, studying not only religious texts but also classical literature, philosophy, and sometimes even science and mathematics. However, their reading material was carefully controlled to avoid any texts deemed heretical or morally corrupting. Softly imagine spending hours each day hunched over a desk, painstakingly copying ancient texts by candlelight. Your eyes straining, your back aching, your mind drifting. Personal hygiene was another area where monks faced restrictions. While cleanliness was valued, excessive attention to one's appearance was discouraged. Monks typically bathed only a few times a year, and practices like shaving were often seen as a form of penance rather than grooming. The concept of personal space was virtually non-existent in monastic life. Monks slept in dormitories, ate in communal dining halls, and even used shared latrines. Privacy was a luxury rarely afforded to those who had taken monastic vows. Whispering, close your eyes and picture it. Dozens of monks sleeping side by side in a large, drafty hall. The sound of soft breathing and occasional snores filling the air. The scent of unwashed bodies and damp stone walls. Despite these hardships, many monks found fulfillment in their lifestyle. They believed that by denying themselves worldly pleasures, they were drawing closer to God and ensuring their salvation. The monastery provided a sense of community, purpose, and spiritual growth that many found deeply satisfying. However, it's important to note that not all monks entered the monastic life willingly. In medieval times, it was common for noble families to dedicate younger sons to the church to avoid dividing their inheritance. These reluctant monks often struggled with the strict lifestyle and found ways to bend or break the rules. Yawning, the weight of unwanted vows, the struggle against natural desires, the constant battle between flesh and spirit. It's all so heavy, so draining. Punishments for breaking monastic rules could be severe. Minor infractions might result in extra chores or reduced food rations. More serious offenses could lead to physical punishment, isolation, or even expulsion from the monastery. The fear of eternal damnation also served as a powerful deterrent against rule breaking. As we drift towards sleep, let's reflect on the contradictions of monastic life. On one hand, it offered security, education, and spiritual fulfillment in a world often marked by violence and uncertainty. On the other hand, it demanded immense sacrifices and imposed rigid controls on every aspect of a monk's existence. Softly, the monotony of daily prayers, the silence of long nights, the weight of unending obedience. Let these thoughts gently lull you into a peaceful slumber, grateful for the freedoms we often take for granted in our modern lives. As we delve deeper into the monotonous life of medieval monks, let's explore their diet and nutrition. While many of us today worry about balancing our meals or following the latest food trends, monks had a much simpler, albeit less appetizing, approach to eating. The rule of Saint Benedict, which governed most monastic orders, dictated strict guidelines for food consumption. Monks were expected to practice moderation in all things, including their meals. This meant that their diet was often bland, repetitive, and designed more for sustenance than pleasure. A typical day's meals for a monk might look something like this: 2 simple meals, with dinner often being just bread and water. During certain times of the year, such as Lent, the restrictions became even more severe, with only 1 meal allowed per day. Breakfast, as we know it today, was not a concept in medieval monasteries. The first meal of the day, often called dinner in monastic terms, was usually served around midday after several hours of work and prayer. This meal typically consisted of bread, which was a staple in the monastic diet. The bread was usually made from barley or rye, as wheat was more expensive and often reserved for special occasions or for the sick. Of course, dark bread was far from the fluffy, sliced loaves we enjoy today. Instead, it was dense, hard, and often days old. Accompanying the bread might be a thick vegetable soup or pottage. This was essentially a stew made from whatever vegetables were available from the monastery garden. Common ingredients included beans, peas, onions, and root vegetables like turnips or carrots. On most days, the monk's diet was vegetarian. Meat was generally forbidden, except for the sick or elderly. This prohibition was based on the belief that meat was a luxury that could inflame passions and distract from spiritual pursuits. However, there was a loophole that many monasteries exploited. Fish was not considered meat and was therefore allowed. As a result, fish became a common protein source in monastic diets, especially in coastal or riverside monasteries. Some monasteries even went to great lengths to ensure a steady supply of fish. They would create elaborate systems of fish ponds, where they could raise carp, pike, and other freshwater fish. These ponds required significant labor to maintain, but provided a valuable food source for the community. Eggs and cheese were also permitted in moderation, providing some variety and additional protein to the monk's diet. These were often produced within the monastery itself, as many had their own chickens and dairy cows. Fruits and nuts were consumed when available, usually from the monastery's orchards. Apples, pears, and cherries were common, as were walnuts and hazelnuts. These foods were seen as treats and were often reserved for special occasions or feast days. Speaking of feast days, these were the rare occasions when the monastic diet became somewhat more indulgent. On important religious holidays or saints' days, the monks might be allowed small amounts of meat, sweeter foods, or even a bit of wine. Wine, in fact, played an interesting role in monastic life. While excessive drinking was strictly forbidden, moderate consumption of wine was actually encouraged. The rule of Saint Benedict allowed for about a hemina of wine per day, which is roughly equivalent to about 10 ounces or 300 milliliters. This allowance of wine wasn't for enjoyment, but rather for its perceived health benefits. In a time when water quality was often poor, the alcohol in wine helped kill harmful bacteria. Additionally, wine was seen as beneficial for digestion and overall health when consumed in moderation. Many monasteries became renowned for their wine production, developing sophisticated viticulture techniques that are still used today. The monks' dedication to their craft led to the creation of some of the world's most famous wine regions, particularly in France and Germany. However, it's important to note that not all monks had access to wine. In colder climates where grapes couldn't grow, beer or ale was the beverage of choice. These were often brewed within the monastery walls, leading to the long tradition of monastic brewing that continues to this day. The timing and manner of eating were also strictly regulated in monastic life. Meals were eaten in silence, with one monk often reading aloud from religious texts while the others ate. This practice was meant to nourish the soul as well as the body. The amount of food each monk received was carefully controlled. Portions were standardized, usually consisting of a pound of bread and 2 cooked dishes per day. Overeating was considered a sin, as it could lead to sloth and other vices. During meals, monks were expected to use sign language if they needed to communicate. Each monastery developed its own set of hand signals for common requests like "pass the salt" or "I need more water." This system allowed them to maintain silence while still meeting their basic needs. The monotony of the monastic diet was not just a result of limited resources or the desire for simplicity. It was also seen as a form of spiritual discipline. By denying themselves variety and flavor in their food, monks believed they were practicing self-control and focusing their minds on higher, spiritual matters. However, this restrictive diet often led to nutritional deficiencies. The lack of fresh fruits and vegetables, especially during winter months, could result in scurvy and other vitamin deficiencies. The high reliance on bread and beer also meant that many monks suffered from obesity and related health issues. In some cases, the strict dietary rules led to creative interpretations. For instance, some monasteries classified beavers as fish because of their aquatic habits, allowing them to eat beaver meat during fasting periods. Similarly, barnacle geese were sometimes considered fish because of an old belief that they grew from barnacles. Despite these occasional loopholes, the overall monastic diet remained austere and repetitive. The monotony of meals mirrored the repetitive nature of daily prayers and work, creating a holistic lifestyle of simplicity and routine. As we reflect on the dietary habits of medieval monks, it's clear that their approach to food was radically different from our modern perspective. While we often view food as a source of pleasure and social bonding, for these ascetic individuals, it was primarily a means of sustenance and a tool for spiritual growth. Their dedication to simplicity and self-denial in all aspects of life, including their diet, shaped not only their individual experiences, but also had a lasting impact on Western culinary traditions. Many of the brewing and winemaking techniques developed in monasteries continue to influence modern practices. So the next time you sit down to a varied and flavorful meal, spare a thought for the medieval monks contentedly, or perhaps not so contentedly, munching on their daily ration of coarse bread and vegetable pottage, all in the name of spiritual enlightenment. As we continue our journey through the less than glamorous aspects of medieval monastic life, let's turn our attention to the sleeping conditions of these devoted individuals. Prepare to be lulled into a peaceful slumber as we explore the surprisingly uncomfortable world of monastic rest. Imagine, if you will, a cold stone room with high, narrow windows that barely let in any light. This was the typical dormitory for medieval monks. Unlike the cozy, private bedrooms we're accustomed to today, monks slept in large, communal spaces. Privacy was a luxury they simply didn't have. The sleeping arrangements were far from what we'd consider comfortable. Monks typically slept on hard, narrow pallets filled with straw or rushes. These makeshift mattresses were often placed directly on the cold stone floor, with only a thin wool blanket for warmth. The concept of a soft, plush mattress was as foreign to them as smartphones would be. But wait, it gets even more sleep-inducing. Monks didn't even have the luxury of changing into comfortable pajamas before bed. They were expected to sleep in their habits, the same robes they wore during the day. This practice was not only for simplicity, but also to ensure they were always ready for prayer, even in the middle of the night. Speaking of the middle of the night, let's talk about the sleep schedule of these dedicated individuals. Monks followed a strict routine known as the Divine Office, which involved 8 prayer services spread throughout the day and night. The most dreaded of these was the night office, or matins, which typically took place around 2 a.m. Imagine being jolted awake in the dead of night by the sound of a bell, signaling that it's time to stumble out of your uncomfortable bed and make your way to the cold, drafty church for prayers. This interruption of sleep was a daily occurrence, making the concept of a full night's rest a distant dream for these devoted men. To make matters worse, monks were expected to sleep in a very specific position. They were instructed to lie on their backs with their arms crossed over their chests, resembling a corpse. This position was believed to promote piety and remind the monks of their mortality. Tossing and turning was frowned upon, as it was seen as a sign of restlessness and potentially sinful thoughts. Now you might be wondering how they woke up for these nightly prayer sessions without the convenience of alarm clocks. Well, that's where the role of the caller came in. This unfortunate monk had the unenviable task of rousing his brothers from their slumber. Armed with a lantern and a bell, he would make his way through the dormitory, ensuring that everyone was awake and ready for prayers. But the discomfort didn't end there. Monks were also expected to sleep fully clothed, including their shoes. This practice was not only for modesty, but also to ensure they were always prepared for prayer or emergencies. Imagine trying to get a good night's sleep while wearing stiff, uncomfortable shoes. It's enough to make you appreciate your cozy slippers and soft bed even more. The concept of individual blankets was also a luxury not afforded to most monks. Instead, they often shared large, communal blankets that stretched across several pallets. This arrangement not only limited personal space, but also meant that if one monk tossed and turned, it affected everyone else under the shared covering. During the colder months, which were particularly harsh in stone monasteries, monks had to contend with freezing temperatures. Some monasteries allowed the use of warming pans, metal containers filled with hot coals that could be passed under the blankets to provide some warmth. However, this was often seen as an indulgence and was not universally practiced. It's worth noting that not all monks had it equally bad when it came to sleeping arrangements. Higher-ranking monks, such as the abbot or prior, often had private cells or rooms. While these were still far from luxurious by modern standards, they did offer a degree of privacy and comfort not available to the average monk. The lack of comfort in monastic sleeping arrangements was not merely a result of limited resources. It was often an intentional choice, rooted in the belief that physical discomfort could lead to spiritual growth. The idea was that by denying themselves earthly comforts, monks could focus more intently on their spiritual duties and resist temptation. This philosophy extended beyond just sleeping arrangements. Many monastic orders practiced various forms of asceticism, which included fasting, self-flagellation, and other forms of physical deprivation. In this context, an uncomfortable bed was just another way to mortify the flesh and elevate the spirit. Despite the discomfort, or perhaps because of it, many monks reported experiencing vivid dreams and visions during their sleep. These experiences were often interpreted as divine messages or spiritual revelations. The combination of sleep deprivation, physical discomfort, and intense spiritual focus likely contributed to these phenomena. As we drift further into our exploration of monastic sleep, let's consider the impact of these practices on the monk's health. Chronic sleep deprivation and poor sleeping conditions undoubtedly took a toll on their physical and mental well-being. It's not surprising that many monks suffered from various ailments, including back problems, respiratory issues, and fatigue-related disorders. However, it's important to note that not all aspects of monastic sleep were negative. The strict schedule and regular periods of rest, even if interrupted, provided a structure that some found comforting. The quiet and simplicity of monastic life, free from many worldly distractions, could potentially lead to a different quality of sleep, even if the quantity was lacking. As we conclude our drowsy journey through the sleeping conditions of medieval monks, let's take a moment to appreciate our own beds and the luxury of uninterrupted sleep. The next time you find yourself tossing and turning, unable to get comfortable, just remember, at least you're not sleeping on a straw pallet in a freezing stone dormitory, waiting for the 2 a.m. bell to call you to prayer. In our next segment, we'll explore another fascinating aspect of monastic life that's sure to have you nodding off in no time. But for now, let the echoes of monastic snores lull you into a peaceful slumber, free from the hardships of medieval monastic life. As we delve deeper into the less than glamorous aspects of medieval monastic life, let's turn our attention to the often overlooked but crucial topics of hygiene and health. While monks were considered spiritual leaders, their physical well-being was often far from ideal. Let's start with personal hygiene. In many monasteries, bathing was a luxury rather than a necessity. Some religious orders believed that excessive cleanliness could lead to vanity and even sexual temptation. As a result, full-body baths were often limited to just a few times a year, usually before major religious festivals. Instead of regular bathing, monks would typically wash their hands and faces daily, and perhaps their feet once a week. This minimal approach to cleanliness, combined with the wearing of woolen habits that were rarely washed, led to some rather pungent living conditions. The lack of proper hygiene had predictable consequences. Skin diseases were rampant in monasteries. Scabies, a highly contagious skin condition caused by tiny mites, was so common that it was often referred to as the itch of the monks. Lice and fleas were also constant companions, making life itchy and uncomfortable for these devoted men of God. Dental hygiene was another area where medieval monks struggled. The concept of regular tooth-brushing was centuries away, and sugar consumption was on the rise, particularly in wealthier monasteries. As a result, tooth decay and gum disease were widespread. Many monks suffered from chronic toothaches, and tooth loss was a common occurrence. The monastic diet, while generally more varied than that of the average peasant, also contributed to health issues. Many monasteries adhered to strict fasting schedules, sometimes consuming only one meal a day. This practice, while spiritually significant, often led to malnutrition and weakened immune systems. When monks did eat, their diets were heavy in carbohydrates and often lacking in fresh fruits and vegetables, especially during winter months. This imbalanced diet contributed to various health problems, including scurvy, a disease caused by vitamin C deficiency that led to swollen gums, loosened teeth, and joint pain. Another significant health concern in medieval monasteries was the spread of infectious diseases. The close living quarters and communal lifestyle of monks created perfect conditions for the rapid transmission of illnesses. During times of plague or other epidemics, monasteries could be devastated, losing large portions of their population in a matter of weeks. One particularly nasty ailment that plagued medieval monks was ergotism, also known as St. Anthony's fire. This condition was caused by consuming rye bread contaminated with a fungus. Symptoms included burning sensations in the limbs, hallucinations, and even gangrene. In severe cases, it could lead to death. The treatment of illnesses in monasteries was a mix of primitive medical knowledge and spiritual practices. Many monasteries had infirmaries where sick monks were cared for, often by their fellow brothers who had some medical training. However, this training was limited by modern standards and heavily influenced by religious beliefs. Common treatments included bloodletting, a practice based on the belief that illness was caused by an imbalance of bodily humors. Monks would use lancets or even leeches to draw blood from sick patients, often weakening them further. Herbal remedies were also widely used, with varying degrees of effectiveness. Prayer and the use of holy relics were considered essential components of healing. Sick monks would often be brought to the monastery's church to pray before sacred objects or the remains of saints, hoping for divine intervention to cure their ailments. The combination of poor hygiene, inadequate nutrition, and limited medical knowledge meant that life expectancy in medieval monasteries was not particularly high. Many monks succumbed to diseases that would be easily treatable today, such as pneumonia, dysentery, or infected wounds. Despite these challenges, it's important to note that monasteries were often at the forefront of medical care in the medieval period. Many monastic orders dedicated themselves to caring for the sick and poor, establishing hospitals and developing what passed for advanced medical knowledge at the time. Some monasteries became known for their expertise in treating specific ailments. For example, the Abbey of St. Gall in Switzerland was renowned for its eye treatments, while the monastery of Santa Maria Nuova in Florence was an early pioneer in the use of quarantine to prevent the spread of disease. Monastic gardens also played a crucial role in medieval healthcare. Monks cultivated a wide variety of herbs and plants for medicinal purposes. These monastic herb gardens were often the source of the most effective treatments available at the time, with certain plants being used to treat everything from headaches to heart conditions. However, the effectiveness of these herbal remedies was often hit or miss. While some plants, like willow bark, a precursor to aspirin, had genuine medicinal properties, others were used based on superstition or misunderstanding of their effects. The doctrine of signatures, for instance, suggested that plants resembling certain body parts could be used to treat ailments of those parts, leading to some rather questionable treatments. As we approach the end of this segment, it's worth reflecting on the paradox of monastic life when it came to health and hygiene. On one hand, the ascetic lifestyle and limited understanding of sanitation led to numerous health challenges. On the other hand, monasteries were often the most advanced centers of medical knowledge and care in medieval society. This duality highlights the complex role that monasteries played in medieval life. They were simultaneously places of spiritual devotion, centers of learning, and despite their limitations, important institutions for the advancement of medical care. The hardships faced by medieval monks in terms of health and hygiene serve as a stark reminder of how far we've come in our understanding of disease prevention and treatment. As we drift off to sleep, let's be grateful for modern plumbing, regular bathing, and the advances in medical science that have made our lives so much more comfortable than those of our medieval counterparts. Sweet dreams, and may your sleep be free from the itches, aches, and ailments that plagued the devoted monks of centuries past. As we delve deeper into the monotonous world of medieval monastic life, let's explore the tedious and often backbreaking work that filled the days of these devoted monks. Their lives were not just about prayer and contemplation, but also about hard labor and various duties that kept the monastery functioning. One of the primary tasks that occupied much of a monk's time was the copying of manuscripts. In an era before the printing press, this was a crucial yet mind-numbingly repetitive task. Monks would spend hours hunched over desks in the scriptorium, carefully transcribing religious texts, classical works, and historical documents. The process was painstakingly slow and required immense concentration. Imagine sitting in a dimly lit room, your back aching, your eyes straining in the flickering candlelight as you meticulously copied each letter onto parchment. A single page could take an entire day to complete, and a whole book might require months or even years of dedicated work. The tools of their trade were simple yet demanding. Quills needed constant sharpening, ink had to be carefully prepared, and parchment required meticulous preparation. Any mistake could ruin hours of work, forcing the scribe to start over or attempt to salvage the page with crude corrections. But manuscript copying was far from the only labor expected of monks. Many monasteries owned vast tracts of land that required constant attention. Monks would toil in the fields, plowing, planting, and harvesting crops. This agricultural work was not only physically demanding, but also subject to the whims of nature. Droughts, floods, or pest infestations could destroy months of hard work in an instant. In addition to field work, monks were often responsible for tending to livestock. This meant early mornings spent milking cows, shearing sheep, and caring for various animals. The work was dirty, smelly, and relentless, with no days off for rest or personal time. Monasteries also frequently maintained extensive gardens, both for food production and medicinal herbs. Monks would spend countless hours weeding, watering, and tending to these gardens. While this work might seem more pleasant than some other tasks, it still required constant attention and physical labor under the hot sun or in chilly weather. Many monasteries operated as self-sufficient communities, which meant that monks had to take on various craft and trade roles. Some became skilled carpenters, spending their days sawing, planning, and assembling furniture or repairing buildings. Others worked as blacksmiths, sweating over hot forges to create tools and implements necessary for daily life. Leatherworking was another common craft in monasteries. Monks would tan hides and create everything from shoes to book bindings. The process of tanning leather was particularly unpleasant, involving noxious chemicals and long hours of physical labor. In larger monasteries, some monks were assigned to the kitchens and bakeries. While this might sound more appealing than field labor, it was still grueling work. Imagine spending hours each day kneading dough, tending to hot ovens, and preparing meals for dozens or even hundreds of fellow monks. The work was hot, tiring, and seemingly endless. Let's not forget the constant maintenance required to keep the monastery itself in good repair. Monks would find themselves repairing roofs, cleaning gutters, and whitewashing walls. In winter, there was snow to shovel and ice to clear. In summer, there were grounds to maintain and paths to sweep. For those monks with more specialized skills, there might be work in the infirmary, caring for sick or elderly brothers. While this could be seen as a noble calling, it was also physically and emotionally draining. Long nights spent tending to the ill, changing bedding, and preparing medicines were common. Some monasteries also took on the task of educating young oblates or novices. While teaching might seem less physically demanding, it came with its own set of challenges. Imagine trying to maintain discipline and impart knowledge to a group of restless young boys, all while adhering to strict monastic rules of behavior. The daily routine of work was interspersed with periods of prayer and worship, but these offered little respite. Monks were expected to attend multiple services throughout the day and night, often having to rise in the early hours of the morning for matins. This disrupted sleep pattern, combined with the physical demands of their work, left many monks in a constant state of exhaustion. It's important to note that the specific work assignments could vary greatly depending on the size and location of the monastery, as well as the particular order to which the monks belonged. Some orders, like the Cistercians, placed a greater emphasis on manual labor as a form of spiritual discipline. Others, like the Benedictines, might focus more on scholarly pursuits. Regardless of the specific tasks, the overall theme of monastic work was one of constant, repetitive labor. There were no weekends off, no vacations, and very little time for personal pursuits. The concept of leisure time as we understand it today simply did not exist within the monastic world. This relentless cycle of work and prayer was seen as a way to avoid the sin of idleness and to glorify God through labor. However, for many monks, it must have felt like an endless grind, with each day blending into the next in a monotonous blur of tasks and obligations. As we reflect on the laborious lives of medieval monks, we might find ourselves grateful for the modern conveniences and labor laws that shape our own work experiences. The next time you find yourself complaining about a mundane task at work, remember the monk hunched over his desk, squinting in the dim light as he copies the same text for the 100th time, knowing that this will be his life's work until the day he dies. As we conclude our exploration of the challenging life of medieval monks, it's clear that their existence was far from the peaceful, contemplative image we might imagine. The rigorous schedule, strict rules, and harsh living conditions made monastic life a constant test of faith and endurance. Despite these hardships, many individuals chose this path, seeking spiritual fulfillment and a closer connection to God. Their dedication to preserving knowledge through countless hours of manuscript copying has left an indelible mark on history, safeguarding much of the ancient wisdom we still value today. However, it's important to remember that not all monks entered the monastery willingly. Some were placed there by their families as children, a practice known as oblation. These young oblates had little choice in their future, often struggling to adapt to the austere monastic lifestyle. The isolation from the outside world, while intended to foster spiritual growth, could also lead to feelings of loneliness and disconnection. Monks were expected to sever ties with their families and previous lives, focusing solely on their religious duties and communal brothers. Perhaps one of the most challenging aspects of monastic life was the constant battle against what they perceived as sinful thoughts or desires. The emphasis on purity and self-denial could lead to intense guilt and self-flagellation, both metaphorical and literal. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on the complex legacy of medieval monasticism. While it produced great works of art, literature, and preserved knowledge, it also demanded immense sacrifices from those who lived within its walls. The life of a medieval monk serves as a testament to the lengths humans will go in pursuit of their beliefs and the enduring impact such dedication can have on the course of history. As we drift through the annals of history, let's shift our focus to another aspect of medieval life. We've explored the challenges faced by monks, but now, let's turn our attention to a different group that played a crucial role in society. Prepare to delve into the world of medieval merchants, where trade routes and economic struggles awaited those brave enough to venture into commerce. Now let's delve into the dreary life of a medieval peasant. Imagine waking up at dawn on a lumpy straw mattress, your body aching from yesterday's backbreaking labor. The air is thick with the stench of unwashed bodies and animal dung. Your stomach growls, reminding you of the meager meal ahead. Now let's delve into the living conditions of medieval peasants, focusing on their housing. Prepare to be thoroughly underwhelmed by the accommodations that awaited the average person in the Middle Ages. Peasant homes, often called cottages, were far from the cozy, picturesque dwellings we might imagine. These structures were typically one-room affairs, built with whatever materials were readily available in the local area. In many cases, this meant a combination of wattle and daub, a construction method that involved weaving thin branches or twigs, wattle, and covering them with a mixture of mud, clay, and dung daub. The floors of these cottages were usually nothing more than packed earth, which, as you can imagine, became quite muddy and unpleasant during wet weather. Rushes or straw were often scattered on the floor to provide some insulation and absorb moisture, but this bedding was rarely changed, leading to a buildup of dirt, parasites, and odors over time. Windows, if they existed at all, were small openings covered with wooden shutters or, in rare cases, oiled parchment. Glass was far too expensive for peasant dwellings, so these homes were often dark, drafty, and lacking in proper ventilation. The roof was typically thatched with straw, reeds, or heather, depending on what was available locally. While thatch could provide decent insulation when properly maintained, it also posed significant fire hazards and required frequent repairs to prevent leaks. Heating and cooking were centered around a central hearth, an open fire pit in the middle of the single room. Smoke from the fire would theoretically escape through a hole in the roof, but in practice, the interior was often filled with smoke, leading to respiratory issues for the inhabitants. Furniture was sparse and rudimentary. Most peasants slept on straw-filled mattresses placed directly on the floor or on simple wooden platforms. A table, a few stools, and perhaps a chest for storing valuables were the extent of most peasants' furnishings. Privacy was virtually non-existent in these one-room dwellings. Entire families, sometimes including multiple generations, lived, ate, and slept in the same space. This lack of personal space and privacy would be unimaginable by today's standards. Sanitation was another major issue. Most peasant cottages lacked any form of indoor plumbing or dedicated toilet facilities. Chamber pots were used indoors, while outdoor privies or simply the nearest bush served for other needs. The disposal of human waste was often haphazard, contributing to the spread of disease and unpleasant odors around peasant dwellings. Water had to be fetched from nearby wells, streams, or rivers, as there was no running water in peasant homes. This task, usually performed by women and children, was time-consuming and labor-intensive. The water quality was often poor, contributing to various waterborne illnesses. Peasant cottages were also home to a variety of unwelcome guests. Rats, mice, and insects were common inhabitants, attracted by the warmth, food scraps, and general lack of hygiene. These pests not only made living conditions unpleasant, but also contributed to the spread of diseases. During harsh winters, it wasn't uncommon for peasants to share their living space with their livestock. While this provided some additional warmth, it also meant sharing quarters with animals and their waste, further degrading the already poor hygiene conditions. The size of peasant dwellings was remarkably small by modern standards. A typical cottage might measure only 20 feet by 15 feet, providing barely 300 square feet of living space for an entire family. This cramped environment made daily life a constant struggle for personal space and comfort. Maintenance of these humble abodes was an ongoing challenge. The organic materials used in construction were prone to decay, requiring frequent repairs. Thatched roofs needed to be replaced every few years, while the wattle and daub walls required regular patching to keep out drafts and moisture. Despite these harsh conditions, peasant homes did serve some positive functions. They provided basic shelter from the elements and a central gathering place for families. The hearth, while smoky and potentially dangerous, was a source of warmth and a means for cooking food. These cottages, humble as they were, represented the center of peasant family life. It's worth noting that not all peasants lived in identical conditions. Those who were slightly better off might have had slightly larger homes or minor improvements like a separate area for animals. However, the vast majority lived in conditions that we would consider extremely primitive and uncomfortable by today's standards. The stark contrast between peasant housing and the dwellings of the nobility was a clear reflection of the rigid social hierarchy of medieval society. While lords and ladies enjoyed the relative comforts of stone castles with multiple rooms, fireplaces, and even basic plumbing, the peasants who worked their lands lived in conditions that were barely a step above those of their animals. This disparity in living conditions reinforced the social divisions of the time and contributed to the overall poor health and short life expectancy of the peasant class. The cramped, unsanitary conditions of peasant housing facilitated the rapid spread of diseases, while the lack of proper nutrition and health care exacerbated these health issues. As we drift off to sleep, imagine for a moment the daily reality of life in a medieval peasant cottage. The smoky air, the constant presence of family members and animals, the hard earth floor beneath your straw mattress, and the ever-present worry about leaks, pests, and the next meal. It's a far cry from the comforts we enjoy today, and a stark reminder of how much living conditions have improved over the centuries. As we delve deeper into the monotonous world of medieval peasants, let's explore the bland and repetitive nature of their daily sustenance. The medieval peasant's diet was far from the varied and flavorful meals we enjoy today. Instead, it was a testament to survival on the barest of essentials. The staple of the peasant diet was bread, but not the soft, fluffy loaves we're accustomed to. Their bread was often made from cheaper grains like rye or barley, resulting in dense, coarse loaves that were difficult to chew and even harder to digest. Wheat bread was a luxury reserved for the wealthy, while peasants had to make do with what they could afford. Pottage, a thick soup or stew, was another mainstay of the peasant diet. This concoction was typically made by boiling whatever vegetables were available, usually root vegetables like turnips, carrots, and onions, in a large pot. Herbs were added for flavor, and occasionally small amounts of meat or fish were included if the family was fortunate enough to obtain them. Speaking of meat, it was a rare treat for most peasants. The majority of their protein came from eggs, cheese, and occasionally fish caught from local streams or ponds. Meat was typically reserved for special occasions or feast days, and even then it was often of poor quality, tough, stringy, and sometimes on the verge of spoiling. Fruits were seasonal and limited. Apples, pears, and berries might be available during certain times of the year, but they were often quickly consumed or preserved for the winter months. Vegetables were more common, with cabbage, leeks, and beans being particularly important in the peasant diet. The monotony of this diet was further compounded by the lack of spices and seasonings. Salt was the primary flavoring agent, but it was expensive and used sparingly. Herbs grown in small garden plots provided some variety, but the concept of complex flavors or exotic spices was completely foreign to the average peasant. Drink options were equally limited and often unsafe. Water from wells or streams was frequently contaminated, making it a risky choice. As a result, many peasants drank weak ale or beer, which was safer due to the brewing process. This small beer had a low alcohol content and was consumed by adults and children alike as a daily beverage. The medieval calendar was punctuated by numerous fast days imposed by the church, during which meat and dairy products were forbidden. For peasants who already had limited access to these foods, fast days meant an even more restricted diet, often consisting of just bread and vegetables. Meal preparation was a time-consuming and laborious process. Women were typically responsible for this task, spending hours each day grinding grain, baking bread, and tending to the cooking fire. The majority of cooking was done in a single pot over an open hearth, limiting the types of dishes that could be prepared. Food storage was a constant challenge. Without modern refrigeration, peasants had to rely on techniques like salting, smoking, and pickling to preserve food for the lean winter months. Root cellars were used to store vegetables, but even these methods were often insufficient to prevent spoilage and hunger during the harshest times of the year. The concept of balanced nutrition was unknown in medieval times, and the peasant diet was often deficient in essential vitamins and minerals. This led to widespread malnutrition and associated health problems. Scurvy, caused by vitamin C deficiency, was common, as was anemia due to lack of iron in the diet. During times of poor harvest or famine, the situation became even more dire. Peasants might resort to eating bark, grass, or even clay to stave off hunger. In extreme cases, there were reports of cannibalism during the most severe famines, though these accounts are rare and disputed by some historians. The monotony of the peasant diet extended to the way food was consumed. Meals were typically eaten from wooden bowls or trenchers, pieces of stale bread used as plates. Spoons were the primary utensil, with knives used for cutting. Forks were not yet in common use, and most food was eaten with the hands. Mealtimes were not the social affairs we often think of today. Peasant families would gather around the hearth, eating quickly and with little conversation. The focus was on sustenance rather than enjoyment or social interaction. Meals were seen as a necessary part of survival rather than a pleasurable experience. Despite the challenges and limitations of their diet, medieval peasants did develop some culinary innovations out of necessity. They became adept at using every part of an animal, from nose to tail, wasting nothing. Offal or organ meats, which are often discarded today, were considered valuable sources of nutrition. The peasant diet also varied somewhat by region and season. Coastal areas had more access to fish, while inland regions relied more heavily on terrestrial animals. Spring and summer offered more variety with fresh vegetables and fruits, while winter diets were more restricted and relied heavily on preserved foods. It's worth noting that while the peasant diet was monotonous and often nutritionally inadequate, it was in some ways healthier than the diet of the nobility. The wealthy consumed large quantities of meat and rich foods, leading to problems like gout and obesity. Peasants, by contrast, ate a diet that was inadvertently high in fiber and low in fat. As we reflect on the bland and repetitive nature of the medieval peasant's diet, we can appreciate the vast improvements in food availability and variety that we enjoy today. The struggle for daily sustenance that dominated peasant life is a far cry from our modern concerns about which restaurant to choose or which new recipe to try. In our next segment, we'll explore another equally dreary aspect of peasant life, their living conditions and housing. But for now, let the monotony of medieval meals lull you into a peaceful slumber, free from the worries of where your next meal will come from or whether you'll have enough to last through winter. As we delve deeper into the monotonous world of medieval life, let's turn our attention to the backbreaking existence of the peasantry. Their daily grind was a relentless cycle of work and labor, with little respite or reward. The life of a medieval peasant revolved around the agricultural calendar. From dawn to dusk, they toiled in the fields, tending to crops and livestock. The concept of weekends or holidays was virtually non-existent, save for religious observances that offered brief moments of rest. Spring was a time of intense activity. Peasants would begin by preparing the soil for planting. This involved the backbreaking task of plowing fields using rudimentary tools. Imagine dragging a heavy wooden plow behind a stubborn ox, hour after hour, day after day. The monotony was only broken by the occasional need to remove stones or clear debris from the furrows. Once the fields were prepared, the sowing of crops began. Seeds were precious commodities, and peasants had to ensure they were planted with care and precision. This meant long days of bending over, carefully placing seeds in the freshly tilled earth, often while battling unpredictable weather conditions. As spring turned to summer, the focus shifted to maintaining the growing crops. Weeding was a constant chore, requiring peasants to spend countless hours hunched over in the fields, meticulously removing unwanted plants that threatened to choke out their precious harvest. The repetitive nature of this task, combined with the relentless summer heat, made for an exhausting and mind-numbing experience. Irrigation was another crucial aspect of crop maintenance. In regions where rainfall was scarce, peasants had to devise ways to bring water to their fields. This often involved digging and maintaining complex systems of ditches and canals, a task that required constant attention and physical labor. As autumn approached, the peasants' workload intensified even further. The harvest season was a race against time, with crops needing to be gathered before they spoiled or fell victim to adverse weather. From dawn to dusk, and sometimes even by moonlight, peasants would work tirelessly to bring in the harvest. Grain crops like wheat and barley were harvested using sickles, requiring peasants to bend over repeatedly as they cut the stalks close to the ground. The monotonous swinging motion of the sickle, hour after hour, day after day, was enough to lull even the most restless mind into a state of drowsy boredom. Once cut, the grain had to be gathered into sheaves and transported to the thrashing area. This involved hours of repetitive lifting and carrying, with peasants trudging back and forth across the fields under the weight of their burdens. The thrashing process itself was another monotonous task. Peasants would spend days beating the harvested grain with flails to separate the edible kernels from the inedible chaff. The rhythmic thud of flails striking the ground created a hypnotic backdrop to this tedious work. After thrashing came winnowing, where peasants would toss the grain into the air, allowing the wind to blow away the lighter chaff while the heavier kernels fell back to the ground. This process required patience and precision, with peasants repeating the same motions countless times to ensure a clean harvest. But the work didn't end with the harvest. Throughout the year, peasants were responsible for maintaining the lord's estate and their own modest dwellings. This included repairing fences, thatching roofs, and clearing drainage ditches. These tasks, while varied, were no less monotonous in their repetition. Animal husbandry was another constant source of labor for medieval peasants. Livestock needed daily care, including feeding, watering, and cleaning of pens and stables. The monotony of these tasks was punctuated only by the occasional drama of birthing seasons or dealing with sick animals. Milking cows was a twice-daily chore that couldn't be neglected, regardless of other work demands or personal fatigue. The repetitive motion of squeezing and pulling, accompanied by the steady stream of milk hitting the pail, created a soporific rhythm that could easily lull one into a drowsy state. Sheep required regular shearing, a task that combined physical exertion with mind-numbing repetition. Hour after hour, peasants would carefully remove the wool from each animal, their hands moving in the same patterns over and over again. Even in winter, when the fields lay dormant, peasants found little rest. This was the time for repairing tools, spinning wool, and other indoor tasks. The short days and long nights were filled with the monotonous click of spinning wheels or the repetitive scraping of tools being sharpened. Food preservation was another crucial winter activity. Peasants would spend days salting meat, pickling vegetables, and storing grains to ensure they had enough food to last until the next harvest. The repetitive nature of these tasks, combined with the cold and darkness of winter, made for long, dreary days. Throughout the year, peasants were also required to perform labor services for their lord. This could involve anything from repairing roads and bridges to working in the lord's fields or maintaining the castle grounds. These tasks, while different from their usual routines, were no less monotonous or physically demanding. The relentless nature of peasant labor meant that there was little time for leisure or personal pursuits. Even activities that might seem enjoyable to us, such as crafting or storytelling, were often done in the context of work, squeezed into the few moments between other tasks. As we reflect on the daily grind of medieval peasant life, it's easy to see how the endless cycle of repetitive tasks and physical labor could induce a state of mental fatigue. The monotony of their existence, coupled with the lack of variety or opportunity for advancement, created a world where each day blended seamlessly into the next, in an endless stream of toil and tedium. As we continue our journey through the less than glamorous aspects of medieval life, let's turn our attention to the health and medical practices that peasants had to endure. Brace yourself for a trip through a world where modern medicine was but a distant dream, and superstition often trumped science. In the medieval period, the average life expectancy was shockingly low by today's standards. Most peasants were lucky to reach their 30s, with many succumbing to diseases, malnutrition, or accidents long before that. The concept of germs was unknown, and personal hygiene was, well, let's just say it left much to be desired. One of the most common health issues for peasants was malnutrition. Their diet consisted mainly of bread, porridge, and vegetables, with meat being a rare luxury. This lack of proper nutrition made them more susceptible to various illnesses and weakened their immune systems. Speaking of illnesses, the medieval period was rife with them. The Black Death, or bubonic plague, was perhaps the most infamous. This devastating pandemic swept through Europe in the 14th century, wiping out an estimated 30–60% of the population. Imagine living in constant fear that you or your loved ones could be next. But it wasn't just the plague that peasants had to worry about. Smallpox, tuberculosis, leprosy, and various fevers were all common afflictions. And let's not forget about parasites. Intestinal worms were so prevalent that they were considered a normal part of life. Peasants often suffered from tapeworms, roundworms, and other delightful creatures living in their digestive tracts. When it came to medical treatment, peasants had limited options. The local wise woman or herb witch was often their first port of call. These practitioners used a combination of herbal remedies, folk wisdom, and sometimes a dash of magic to treat ailments. While some of their herbal concoctions did have medicinal properties, many treatments were based on superstition rather than science. For instance, it was believed that illness could be caused by an imbalance of the four humors in the body: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. To restore balance, doctors would often resort to bloodletting, using leeches or making incisions to drain excess blood from the patient. Needless to say, this practice often did more harm than good. Another popular treatment was trepanning, which involved drilling a hole in the skull to relieve pressure or release evil spirits. Yes, you heard that right. They would literally bore a hole in your head to cure headaches, epilepsy, or mental disorders. Surprisingly, some people actually survived this procedure, though I doubt they'd recommend it. Childbirth was particularly dangerous for peasant women. Midwives were the primary caregivers during labor, but their knowledge was limited. Complications during childbirth often led to the death of the mother, the child, or both. It's estimated that up to 20% of women died during childbirth or shortly after due to infections. Dental hygiene was another area where medieval peasants suffered greatly. Toothbrushes as we know them didn't exist, and the concept of regular dental care was foreign. People would use twigs or rough cloths to clean their teeth if they bothered at all. Sugar wasn't common in peasant diets, which was a small blessing, but the lack of proper nutrition and dental care still led to painful tooth decay and loss. When toothaches became unbearable, peasants might visit the local blacksmith or barber for an extraction. These procedures were done without anesthesia and often resulted in broken jaws or dangerous infections. It's no wonder that many people in the medieval period were missing several teeth by their 20s. Injuries were another constant threat to peasant health. Agricultural work was dangerous, and accidents involving farm tools or animals were common. A simple cut could lead to a life-threatening infection in an era without antibiotics. Broken bones, if not set properly, could lead to permanent disability or death. In times of war or unrest, peasants were also at risk of violent injuries. While they weren't typically on the front lines of battles, their villages were often caught in the crossfire. Raids by enemy forces or even their own lords could result in severe injuries, with little hope for proper medical care. Mental health was another area where medieval understanding fell woefully short. Conditions like depression, anxiety, or schizophrenia were often attributed to demonic possession or witchcraft. Treatment for these spiritual afflictions could range from prayers and exorcisms to cruel and inhumane practices like chaining the afflicted person in a dark room or subjecting them to various tortures to drive out the supposed demons. Public health measures were virtually non-existent in medieval villages. Waste disposal was primitive at best, with human and animal waste often accumulating in the streets or contaminating water sources. This led to the spread of various waterborne diseases like dysentery and cholera. Speaking of water, it's worth noting that many peasants rarely drank plain water. Instead, they consumed weak ale or wine, which was often safer due to the fermentation process killing some harmful bacteria. While this might sound like a constant party, the reality was far less exciting and more focused on basic survival. As we draw this segment to a close, it's clear that being a medieval peasant was no walk in the park, especially when it came to health and medicine. The constant threat of disease, the lack of effective treatments, and the prevalence of superstition over science made every day a potential health hazard. The next time you visit a doctor or take an aspirin for a headache, spare a thought for your medieval ancestors who had to endure far worse with far less. In medieval times, the family unit was the cornerstone of peasant life, providing both emotional support and a crucial workforce for survival. Let's delve into the intricacies of family dynamics and community life for the average peasant. Peasant families were typically large, with multiple children being the norm. This wasn't just a matter of personal preference, it was a necessity. High infant mortality rates meant that having many children increased the chances of some surviving to adulthood. Moreover, children were seen as additional hands to help with labor, contributing to the family's survival from a young age. The structure of peasant families was patriarchal, with the father being the head of the household. He made most of the important decisions and represented the family in community matters. The mother, while subordinate in many ways, played a crucial role in managing the household and often contributed significantly to the family's income through activities like spinning, weaving, or selling excess produce. Children in peasant families didn't experience childhood as we know it today. By the age of 7, most were already considered small adults and were expected to contribute to the family's work. Boys would typically assist their fathers in the fields, learning agricultural skills, while girls would help their mothers with household chores and crafts. Marriage was an important aspect of peasant life, often arranged by families with practical considerations in mind rather than romantic love. Unions were seen as economic partnerships, joining two families and their resources. The average age for marriage was in the early to mid-20s for both men and women, as couples needed to be financially stable enough to start their own household. Living arrangements for peasant families were far from luxurious. Most lived in small, one-room houses made of wattle and daub, a mixture of mud, straw, and manure plastered over a wooden frame. These homes often had dirt floors and thatched roofs. Furniture was minimal, usually consisting of a table, benches, and perhaps a chest for storing belongings. Beds were typically straw mattresses on the floor, with the whole family sleeping in the same room. Privacy, as we understand it today, was virtually non-existent in peasant homes. The single room served as a living area, kitchen, and bedroom for the entire family. This close quarters living fostered a sense of intimacy and shared experience among family members, but it also meant that conflicts and tensions could easily arise. Beyond the immediate family, the wider community played a vital role in peasant life. Villages were tight-knit communities where everyone knew each other and depended on one another for survival. Cooperation was essential, particularly during labor-intensive periods like planting and harvesting. The village church was often the center of community life. It wasn't just a place of worship, it served as a meeting place, a source of news and information, and sometimes even as a shelter during times of danger. The parish priest was a key figure in the community, providing spiritual guidance, mediating disputes, and often acting as a link between the villagers and the wider world. Communal activities and celebrations were an important part of peasant life, providing relief from the hardships of daily existence. Festivals tied to the agricultural calendar, such as harvest festivals, were times of great joy and celebration. These events often involved feasting, drinking, dancing, and games, allowing peasants to momentarily forget their troubles and strengthen community bonds. The concept of the common was crucial in medieval village life. This was shared land where villagers could graze their animals or gather resources like firewood. The use and maintenance of the commons required cooperation and adherence to communal rules, further reinforcing the interdependence of village life. Despite the challenges of their daily lives, peasants found ways to entertain themselves. Storytelling was a popular pastime, with tales passed down through generations. Simple games using readily available materials like stones or sticks were common, as were activities like wrestling or informal ball games. Education in the formal sense was rare among peasants. Most children learned through apprenticeship, either to their parents or to other skilled individuals in the village. Reading and writing were skills typically reserved for the clergy and nobility, although some peasants might learn basic numeracy for trading purposes. The rhythm of peasant life was closely tied to the seasons and the agricultural calendar. Spring meant planting, summer was for tending crops and haymaking, autumn brought the crucial harvest, and winter was a time for indoor activities like repairing tools and spinning wool. This cycle created a predictable pattern to life, punctuated by religious observances and community events. While life was undoubtedly hard for medieval peasants, it's important to note that they weren't without agency or moments of joy. They developed complex social networks, traditions, and coping mechanisms to deal with the challenges they faced. The strong sense of community and family bonds provided emotional support and practical assistance that was crucial for survival. In many ways, the lives of medieval peasants were defined by their relationships to their families, their communities, and to the land they worked. These connections provided both the framework for their daily existence and the strength to endure the hardships they faced. As we reflect on their lives, we can appreciate the resilience and adaptability of these often overlooked historical figures. As we conclude our exploration of the medieval peasant's life, it's clear that their existence was far from the romanticized notions often portrayed in modern media. The harsh realities of their daily struggles paint a picture of resilience in the face of overwhelming adversity. From dawn to dusk, these individuals toiled tirelessly, their lives dictated by the changing seasons and the demands of their feudal lords. The back-breaking labor in the fields, the constant threat of famine, and the looming specter of disease were ever-present companions in their lives. Yet amidst these hardships, medieval peasants found ways to persevere. They created tight-knit communities, sharing what little they had and supporting one another through the darkest of times. Their ingenuity in developing agricultural techniques and crafts allowed them to eke out a living from the unforgiving land. It's important to remember that the medieval period spanned centuries, and the experiences of peasants varied greatly depending on time and location. Some regions experienced periods of relative prosperity, while others faced constant turmoil and deprivation. The legacy of the medieval peasant lives on in the foundations of our modern society. Their struggles and innovations in agriculture laid the groundwork for future advancements. The social structures they lived under, though oppressive, eventually gave way to more equitable systems through gradual change and, at times, revolution. As we drift off to sleep, let's take a moment to appreciate the strength and endurance of these often overlooked individuals. Their lives, though difficult beyond our modern comprehension, were filled with moments of joy, community, and human connection, a testament to the indomitable spirit of our ancestors. In our next segment, we'll shift our focus to another aspect of medieval life, exploring the world of those who dedicated their lives to spiritual pursuits. But for now, let the gentle whisper of history lull you closer to slumber. As we conclude our exploration of medieval monks, let's shift our focus to another aspect of life in the Middle Ages. The next topic we'll delve into is equally as mundane and sleep-inducing. We'll examine the thrilling world of medieval farming techniques, where back-breaking labor and unpredictable harvests were the order of the day. Picture this: you're an ancient Roman soldier standing guard at the edge of the empire. Sounds exciting, right? Well, prepare to be disappointed. Your daily life was far from the glorious battles depicted in movies. Let's explore why being a Roman soldier was actually quite mundane. Let's march back in time to ancient Rome, where the life of a soldier was anything but a leisurely stroll through the Forum. Roman military discipline was legendary, and for good reason. The training regimen of a Roman soldier was grueling, demanding, and designed to create the most formidable fighting force the ancient world had ever seen. Picture this: you're a young Roman recruit, barely out of your teens. Your day begins before dawn, as the first rays of sunlight barely touch the eastern horizon. The centurion's bark jolts you from your sleep, and you have mere moments to don your armor and fall into formation. The first order of the day, a brisk march, but this isn't just a casual stroll. You're expected to cover 20 Roman miles, that's about 18 modern miles, in full armor, carrying your weapons in a pack weighing around 45 pounds. Oh, and you need to do this in just 5 hours. Feel tired yet? Well, your day has only just begun. After the march, it's time for weapons training. Hours upon hours of practicing with the gladius, the short sword that was the backbone of Roman infantry tactics. You swing, thrust, and parry until your arms feel like lead weights, but there's no rest for the weary. Next comes shield drill, where you learn to form the famous Roman testudo, or tortoise formation, with your fellow soldiers. The afternoon brings no respite. Now it's time for mock battles, where you put all your morning training into practice. The centurions watch with eagle eyes, ready to punish any lapse in form or discipline. And when I say punish, I don't mean a stern talking to. Physical discipline was a cornerstone of Roman military life. One particularly brutal form of punishment was known as fustuarium. This involved being beaten to death by your fellow soldiers with their wooden staffs. This extreme measure was reserved for serious offenses like desertion or falling asleep on sentry duty. It served as a stark reminder of the consequences of failing in your duty. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. You're still in training after all. As the sun begins to set, you might think your day is coming to an end, but you'd be wrong. Now comes the construction work. Roman armies were expected to build their own fortified camps every night when on campaign. So you spend the last hours of daylight digging trenches, erecting palisades, and setting up tents. Finally, as night falls, you're allowed to rest, but don't get too comfortable. Sentry duty rotates among the soldiers, so you might find yourself standing guard in the dead of night, straining your eyes and ears for any sign of danger. And remember, falling asleep on watch could result in that fustuarium we mentioned earlier. This rigorous routine wasn't just about physical fitness. It was designed to instill an unshakable discipline and unit cohesion. Roman soldiers were trained to think and act as part of a larger whole, to trust in their training and their comrades implicitly. This discipline is what allowed them to stand firm in the face of charging elephants, to march for days through hostile territory, and to conquer much of the known world. But the training didn't stop once you became a full-fledged soldier. Oh no, this was a lifelong commitment. Even veteran legionaries were expected to maintain their skills and fitness. Regular drills and exercises were a part of daily life in a Roman military camp, even during peacetime. One particularly interesting aspect of Roman military training was the emphasis on swimming. Yes, you heard that right. Swimming was considered an essential skill for a Roman soldier. This wasn't just about crossing rivers during campaigns. The ability to swim could save your life in naval battles or when crossing treacherous waters. It was also seen as excellent exercise for building overall fitness and stamina. The Romans also placed great importance on what we might call cross-training today. Soldiers were expected to be proficient in multiple weapons and tactics. A legionary might primarily use a sword and shield, but he was also trained in spear fighting, archery, and even siege warfare. This versatility made Roman armies adaptable to a wide range of combat situations. Now you might be wondering about food. Surely, with all this intense physical activity, Roman soldiers must have been well fed, right? Well, the diet of a Roman soldier was, let's say, basic. The staple was a kind of porridge made from wheat or barley called pools. This was often supplemented with vegetables, cheese, and occasionally meat. Wine was also a common part of the diet, though it was usually watered down. But here's an interesting tidbit. Roman soldiers were sometimes paid part of their wages in salt. This is where we get the word salary from. It comes from the Latin word for salt, sal. Salt was incredibly valuable, not just for flavoring food, but for preserving it as well. As grueling as this life sounds, many Romans saw military service as a path to social advancement. A successful military career could lead to citizenship for non-Romans, land grants for veterans, and even political power for the most successful commanders. The famous general Gaius Marius, for instance, rose from a humble background to become one of the most powerful men in Rome, largely on the strength of his military achievements. But let's not romanticize this too much. The life of a Roman soldier was hard, dangerous, and often short. Battles were just one of the many risks they faced. Disease, accidents, and the harsh conditions of campaign life claimed many lives. The average life expectancy of a Roman soldier who survived to retirement age was only about 50 years. And yet, despite all these hardships, the Roman military machine was incredibly effective. For centuries, Rome's legions were the most feared fighting force in the Mediterranean world. Their discipline, training, and tactics allowed them to defeat enemies who often outnumbered them, from the Carthaginians to the Gauls to the Greeks. So the next time you're having a tough day at work or struggling through a difficult workout, just remember, at least you're not a Roman soldier on a 20-mile march, followed by hours of weapons training, construction work, and the constant threat of fustuarium if you slip up. Sometimes, a little historical perspective can make our modern challenges seem a bit more manageable. As we continue our journey through the monotonous annals of history, let's turn our attention to the daily life of a Roman soldier in camp. While Hollywood might have you believe it was all about epic battles and dramatic speeches, the reality was far more mundane. So settle in as we explore the tedious routine that made up most of a Roman soldier's existence. First, let's talk about the living conditions. Roman soldiers didn't exactly enjoy five-star accommodations. Their home away from home was a leather tent shared with 7 other men. Imagine the smell after a long day's march, personal space, a luxury they could only dream of. The day would begin early, usually before dawn. A trumpet call, known as the Busina, would rudely awaken our soldier from his less than comfortable slumber on a thin bedroll spread over the hard ground. No hitting the snooze button here. Once up, our soldier would join his fellow legionaries for a morning ritual of calisthenics and weapons training. This wasn't your modern gym workout. Instead, picture repetitive drills with heavy wooden swords and shields designed to build strength and reinforce muscle memory. Hour after hour of the same movements, day after day. Exciting, right? After working up a sweat, it was time for the first meal of the day, but don't expect anything fancy. The standard fare was a porridge called pools, made from wheat or barley. Occasionally, they might have some salted pork or cheese to go with it. Bland but filling, the perfect fuel for a day of monotonous tasks. Speaking of tasks, a large part of a Roman soldier's day was devoted to manual labor. When not actively campaigning, soldiers were expected to maintain and improve their camp. This meant digging ditches, erecting wooden palisades, and building roads. Hour after hour of backbreaking work under the hot sun, all while wearing heavy armor. The Romans believed idle hands led to trouble, so they made sure their soldiers were always busy. Let's not forget about equipment maintenance. A Roman soldier's life depended on his gear, so keeping it in good condition was crucial. This meant hours of monotonous polishing, sharpening, and repairing. Imagine the mind-numbing tedium of scrubbing rust off your sword or mending holes in your sandals day after day. Hygiene was another daily concern. Roman military camps included communal latrines and bathhouses. While this might sound luxurious, remember that privacy was non-existent. Everything from bathing to relieving oneself was a public affair. And who do you think was responsible for keeping these facilities clean? That's right, the soldiers themselves. As the day wore on, our soldier might find himself assigned to guard duty. This involved standing at attention for hours, watching for threats that rarely materialized. The monotony was broken only by the changing of the guard every few hours. Riveting stuff indeed. In the evening, there would be another round of weapons training, followed by the main meal of the day. This was usually a stew made from whatever vegetables and meat were available, accompanied by more bread. Occasionally, there might be some watered-down wine to wash it down. A feast fit for a common soldier. After dinner, soldiers had some free time, but don't imagine wild parties or exciting entertainment. Most would spend this time mending clothes, writing letters home, or playing simple board games like La Trunculi, a strategy game similar to chess. Some might gather around a campfire to exchange stories or sing songs, but remember, early lights out was the norm. One aspect of camp life that was particularly tedious was the constant drilling. Even when not in active combat, Roman soldiers spent hours each day practicing formations and maneuvers. They would march in tight formations, wheeling and turning at the sound of trumpet calls. This repetitive training ensured that each soldier could respond instantly to commands in the heat of battle. But day after day of the same drills, mind-numbingly boring. Let's not forget about the paperwork. Yes, even in ancient Rome, bureaucracy was alive and well. Soldiers were expected to keep records of their equipment, rations, and pay. Regular inspections ensured everything was in order. Imagine the joy of inventory checks in a world without computers or spreadsheets. Another thrilling aspect of camp life was the constant threat of disease. Close quarters, limited sanitation, and a diet lacking in fresh fruits and vegetables meant that illness could spread quickly. Soldiers spent a good deal of time and effort trying to stay healthy, which included such exciting activities as boiling drinking water and disposing of waste properly. For those unlucky enough to fall ill, the camp hospital or valetudinarium awaited. While it was advanced for its time, Roman medical practices were still primitive by modern standards. Treatments often involved bloodletting, herbal remedies of questionable efficacy, and plenty of rest. Recovery was slow and tedious. As we near the end of our segment on Roman soldier camp life, let's reflect on the sheer repetitiveness of it all. Day after day, week after week, month after month, the routine remained largely the same. The monotony was broken only by the occasional battle or the rare visit from a high-ranking official. In conclusion, while the life of a Roman soldier might seem exciting from a distance, the reality was far more mundane. The daily grind of training, labor, and routine maintenance filled most of their days. It was a life of discipline, duty, and above all, repetition. As you drift off to sleep, imagine yourself in their sandals, facing another day of the same old routine in a Roman military camp. Good night and sweet dreams of ancient monotony. As we continue our journey through history's most mundane details, let's take a moment to explore the riveting world of Roman soldier diets and rations. Prepare to be underwhelmed by the culinary delights that fueled the mighty Roman legions. In the vast expanse of the Roman Empire, soldiers marched on their stomachs, quite literally. The Roman military machine understood the importance of keeping their troops well fed, if not exactly well dined. Let's delve into the exciting world of Roman military cuisine, where the term gourmet was as foreign as the lands they conquered. At the heart of the Roman soldier's diet was a staple so exciting, it might just lull you into a peaceful slumber: wheat. Yes, you heard that correctly. The primary component of a legionnaire's rations was grain, typically wheat, which was used to make bread and a porridge called poules. This thrilling concoction was essentially a thick, wheat-based gruel that was as appetizing as it sounds. Imagine, if you will, the joy on a soldier's face as he received his daily ration of wheat, approximately 850 grams or about 3 pounds. This would be ground into flour and baked into bread or cooked into poules. The preparation of this culinary masterpiece was a highlight of the day, rivaling the excitement of guard duty or digging latrines. But wait, there's more. To complement this wheat-based extravaganza, Roman soldiers were also treated to the occasional luxury of vegetables. Legumes such as beans and lentils were common, providing a much-needed break from the monotony of wheat. One can only imagine the thrill of finding a lentil in your poules, like discovering a pearl in an oyster, if the oyster were made of bland, mushy wheat. For those with a more adventurous palate, there was the addition of sour wine, known as pasca. This delightful beverage was essentially vinegar mixed with water and herbs. It was believed to have medicinal properties, which was fortunate, as drinking it probably made the soldiers wish they were sick instead. Now you might be wondering about meat in the Roman soldier's diet. Well, prepare to be amazed by its scarcity. Meat was a rare treat, usually reserved for special occasions or when the army was on the move and could hunt or requisition livestock from local populations. The most common meat was pork, salted for preservation. Nothing says gourmet military cuisine quite like a piece of salted pork that's been marching with you for weeks. On campaign, soldiers were expected to carry their own rations, typically enough for about 3 days. This included their wheat, some salt, and perhaps a few other preserved foods. The sight of a Roman legion on the march, each soldier laden with sacks of wheat and salt, must have been a spectacle of culinary anticipation. To add some excitement to this gastronomic adventure, soldiers were sometimes given a vegetable paste called mortem. This paste was made from herbs, cheese, and olive oil, all mashed together into a consistency that could generously be described as interesting. Spreading this on a piece of hard bread was considered a delicacy, in much the same way that watching paint dry is considered entertainment. The Roman military did make some attempts at dietary variety. Olive oil was provided when available, offering a drizzle of Mediterranean flair to the otherwise bland fare. Cheese, when it could be obtained, was another highlight. One can only imagine the thrill of biting into a piece of hard cheese after weeks of poules and pasca. In their infinite wisdom, the Roman military leaders also understood the importance of seasoning. Salt was a crucial part of the rations, not just for flavor, but also for preservation. Soldiers were even sometimes paid in salt, giving rise to the term salary. Yes, the excitement of being paid in a common mineral must have been overwhelming. For those soldiers stationed in more permanent camps or forts, the diet could be slightly more varied. Archaeological evidence has shown that some forts had large ovens for baking bread and granaries for storing wheat and other grains. The thrill of walking into a granary full of wheat must have been comparable to a modern child entering a candy store, if the child had very low expectations and a strange affinity for cereal grains. In some regions, the local cuisine influenced the soldiers' diets. For instance, those stationed in Britain might have had access to more beef, while those in Egypt might have enjoyed more fish from the Nile. This regional variation added a touch of exotic blandness to the otherwise monotonous menu. It's worth noting that officers and centurions often enjoyed a more varied and higher quality diet than the common soldiers. They had access to better wines, fresher meats, and a wider variety of fruits and vegetables. This disparity in diet quality was just another exciting aspect of the rigid Roman military hierarchy. Despite the less than thrilling nature of their diet, Roman soldiers were generally well nourished compared to civilian populations at the time. The consistent supply of calories, albeit from limited sources, kept them in fighting shape. It's a testament to the efficiency of the Roman military machine that they could conquer much of the known world on a diet that was about as exciting as watching grass grow. In conclusion, the diet of a Roman soldier was a testament to the saying, "An army marches on its stomach," even if that stomach was filled with wheat, more wheat, and the occasional lentil. The monotony of their daily meals was punctuated only by the thrill of battle and the excitement of long marches through hostile territory. So the next time you sit down to a varied and flavorful meal, spare a thought for the Roman legionnaire, contentedly munching on his wheat porridge, dreaming of the day he might taste a vegetable again. As we delve deeper into the annals of history, let's turn our attention to the life of a Roman soldier. While often glorified in movies and literature, the reality of being a Roman legionary was far from glamorous. Let's explore the equipment they carried and the burdens they faced. A Roman soldier's equipment was both his lifeline and his burden. The standard kit, known as the sarsana, weighed approximately 90 pounds, 40 kilograms. This included their armor, weapons, tools, and personal belongings. Imagine carrying that weight for miles upon miles, day after day. Let's start with the armor. The Larica segmentata, a segmented plate armor, offered excellent protection but was heavy and restrictive. It consisted of metal strips fastened to internal leather straps covering the torso and shoulders. While effective against slashing attacks, it limited mobility and was prone to rust in damp conditions. On their heads, soldiers wore the galea, a helmet typically made of iron or bronze. These helmets provided crucial protection but were hot and uncomfortable, especially during long marches or in warm climates. Some designs included cheek guards and a neck guard, further adding to the weight but offering additional protection. For leg protection, Roman soldiers wore greaves. These metal shin guards protected the lower legs from sword cuts and other low attacks. While useful in combat, they could chafe and cause discomfort during long marches. The scutum, a large rectangular shield, was perhaps the most iconic piece of Roman military equipment. Made of wood and covered with leather, it measured about 3.3 feet 1 meter high and 2 feet 0.6 meters wide. The scutum was effective for both individual and formation combat, but added significant weight to the soldier's load. Now let's consider the weapons. The primary weapon of a Roman legionary was the gladius, a short sword designed for stabbing in close combat. While effective, it required soldiers to engage enemies at close range, increasing the risk of injury or death. Complementing the gladius were two pila, heavy javelins used for throwing before closing in for melee combat. These were designed to bend upon impact, preventing enemies from throwing them back. However, carrying these added to the overall weight of a soldier's equipment. Beyond weapons and armor, Roman soldiers carried various tools and personal items. These included a dalebra, a kind of pickaxe, a wicker basket for moving earth, a water skin, a mess kit, and rations for several days. Some soldiers even carried small millstones to grind grain, highlighting the self-sufficiency expected of Roman legions. The burden of carrying all this equipment was immense. Roman soldiers were expected to march up to 20 miles, 32 kilometers, a day while carrying their full kit. This physical strain led to numerous health issues, including chronic back pain, joint problems, and foot injuries. Moreover, the psychological burden of being a Roman soldier was equally challenging. They faced long periods away from home, often in hostile territories. The constant threat of battle, disease, and death weighed heavily on their minds. Many soldiers served for 25 years before being granted retirement, assuming they survived that long. The Roman military system was designed to create a highly disciplined and effective fighting force. However, this came at a great personal cost to individual soldiers. They were subject to strict discipline and harsh punishments for infractions. Decimation, a practice where 1 in every 10 soldiers in a disgraced unit was executed by their comrades, was an extreme but not unheard of punishment. Life in a Roman military camp was far from comfortable. Soldiers slept in leather tents, often sharing with 7 other men. Privacy was non-existent and conditions were often unsanitary, leading to the spread of diseases. The diet, while calorically sufficient, was monotonous, consisting mainly of wheat, vegetables, and occasional meat. Training was rigorous and constant. Even when not engaged in actual combat, soldiers were expected to participate in drills, maintain their equipment, and contribute to the construction and maintenance of camps and fortifications. This constant activity, combined with the weight of their equipment, led to significant wear and tear on their bodies. The financial compensation for this difficult life was modest. While soldiers received regular pay, much of it was deducted for food, equipment, and other necessities. Many hoped to supplement their income through loot from conquered territories, but this was not always guaranteed and could lead to conflicts with local populations. Despite these hardships, becoming a Roman soldier was seen as a path to citizenship and social mobility, particularly for those from the provinces. However, the reality often fell short of the promise, with many soldiers struggling to reintegrate into civilian life after their service. As we reflect on the life of a Roman soldier, it's clear that the glory of Rome's military conquests came at a great personal cost to those who served in its legions. The weight of their equipment was matched only by the weight of their responsibilities and the harshness of their daily lives. In our modern world, with its advanced military technologies and improved living conditions for soldiers, it's easy to forget the physical and mental toll experienced by those who fought in ancient times. The Roman soldier's experience serves as a reminder of the human cost of empire building and the often unglamorous reality behind historical achievements. As we close this segment on Roman soldiers and their burdens, let us appreciate the comforts of our modern lives and the progress we've made in terms of working conditions and human rights. The next time you see a romanticized depiction of Roman warfare, remember the real men who carried the weight of Rome's ambitions on their shoulders, quite literally. Roman soldiers faced numerous health challenges and injuries during their service, making their lives far from glamorous. Let's delve into the less than exciting details of a Roman soldier's medical experiences. First, let's consider the daily wear and tear on a soldier's body. Marching for miles in heavy armor and carrying equipment weighing up to 90 pounds took its toll. Blisters, calluses, and chronic joint pain were common ailments that plagued these men. The Roman army did have a rudimentary medical system in place. Each legion had a medical officer called a medicus, but their treatments were often as unpleasant as the injuries themselves. For instance, dislocated shoulders were reset by hanging the soldier from a ladder and using their body weight to pop the joint back into place. Not exactly a relaxing spa day. Injuries sustained in battle were, unsurprisingly, a significant concern. Sword wounds, spear punctures, and arrow injuries were commonplace. The Roman medical corps had a rather gruesome method for treating deep wounds. They would pour boiling oil or vinegar into the injury to cauterize it and prevent infection. While somewhat effective, it was excruciatingly painful and often left soldiers with permanent scarring. Fractures were another frequent injury. Roman doctors had a basic understanding of how to set bones, but their methods were far from perfect. They would use wooden splints and bandages to immobilize the limb, but improper healing often led to deformities and chronic pain. Infections were a constant threat in the unsanitary conditions of military camps. Simple cuts could become life-threatening if they became infected. The Romans used various herbal remedies to combat infections, such as garlic and honey poultices. While these had some antibacterial properties, they were far from foolproof. One particularly unpleasant aspect of a Roman soldier's health was the prevalence of intestinal parasites. Poor sanitation and contaminated water sources meant that many soldiers suffered from tapeworms, roundworms, and other gut-dwelling creatures. These parasites could cause malnutrition, weakness, and chronic digestive issues. Speaking of digestive issues, let's not forget about the Roman soldier's diet. While it was designed to be nutritious and sustaining, it wasn't exactly varied or appetizing. The staple food was a porridge called poules, made from wheat or barley. This was often supplemented with bread, cheese, and occasional meat. However, the lack of fresh fruits and vegetables often led to vitamin deficiencies and dental problems. Dental health was a significant concern for Roman soldiers. Without modern oral hygiene practices, tooth decay and gum disease were rampant. Soldiers often suffered from painful abscesses and lost teeth at a young age. The Roman solution: pull the offending tooth without anesthesia. Just imagine the discomfort of marching into battle with a throbbing toothache. Eye problems were another common ailment among Roman soldiers. The combination of dust, smoke from campfires, and the glare of the sun off metal armor and weapons led to various eye infections and injuries. Conjunctivitis, or pink eye, was particularly prevalent and could spread quickly through the ranks. The Roman helmet, while providing crucial protection in battle, came with its own set of health issues. The weight of the helmet could cause chronic neck pain and headaches. Additionally, the constant pressure on the scalp sometimes led to hair loss, not exactly the heroic image most soldiers were hoping for. Let's not forget about the psychological toll of warfare. While the Romans didn't have a concept of post-traumatic stress disorder, soldiers undoubtedly suffered from the mental effects of prolonged combat. Nightmares, anxiety, and what we might now recognize as depression were likely common, though largely misunderstood and untreated at the time. The Roman military did make some attempts to maintain the health of its soldiers. They built bath houses in their forts and encouraged regular bathing. However, these communal baths also became breeding grounds for fungal infections like athlete's foot. It seems that even their hygiene practices came with drawbacks. Exposure to the elements was another health concern for Roman soldiers. Those stationed in northern territories faced the risk of frostbite and hypothermia during harsh winters. On the other hand, soldiers in desert regions had to contend with heat exhaustion and severe sunburn. The Roman armor, while protective, was not exactly designed for comfort in extreme weather conditions. As if all these health issues weren't enough, Roman soldiers also had to worry about poisoning. Enemy forces sometimes used poison-tipped weapons or contaminated water sources. The Romans had limited understanding of toxicology, and treatments for poisoning were often as dangerous as the poison itself. In an attempt to combat some of these health issues, the Roman army did implement some preventative measures. For example, they tried to locate their camps near fresh water sources and on high ground to avoid marshy areas that could breed disease-carrying mosquitoes. However, these efforts were often undermined by the realities of military campaigns and the limits of ancient knowledge. So the next time you imagine the glory of being a Roman soldier, remember the less glamorous reality. A life of chronic pain, inadequate medical care, parasites, and the constant threat of injury or death. It's enough to make you appreciate modern medicine and the relative comfort of civilian life. As we conclude our exploration of the life of an ancient Roman soldier, it's clear that their existence was far from the glamorous depictions we often see in movies. The harsh realities of their daily lives, from grueling training to the constant threat of death in battle, paint a picture of hardship and sacrifice. These soldiers faced numerous challenges, including long marches carrying heavy equipment, exposure to harsh weather conditions, and the ever-present risk of disease in military camps. Their diet was often monotonous and lacking in nutrition, consisting mainly of grains and occasional meat when available. The psychological toll of warfare was immense, with many soldiers experiencing what we now recognize as post-traumatic stress disorder. They witnessed the horrors of battle firsthand, losing comrades and facing the constant fear of their own mortality. Despite these hardships, Roman soldiers were bound by a strong sense of duty and loyalty to the empire. Their service often lasted for decades, with many never returning to their homes or families. The promise of land and citizenship upon retirement was a powerful motivator, but for many, it remained an unfulfilled dream. It's important to remember that while Roman military might was impressive, it came at a great cost to the individual soldiers who bore the brunt of the empire's expansionist ambitions. Their lives were marked by discipline, sacrifice, and often tragedy. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on the stark contrast between our modern comforts and the challenging existence of these ancient warriors. Their stories serve as a reminder of the human cost of empire building and the enduring nature of military service throughout history. In our next segment, we'll transition to another fascinating, yet equally challenging historical role. But for now, let the steady march of Roman legions fade into the background of your mind, allowing you to sink deeper into relaxation. Now that we've explored the tedious life of medieval monks, let's shift our focus to another equally monotonous aspect of medieval history. As we continue our journey through the dullest corners of the past, prepare yourself for an even more sleep-inducing topic. Our next subject promises to be so mind-numbingly boring that you might find yourself drifting off before we even begin. Welcome to another dreary chapter of history. Tonight, we'll explore the miserable life of Victorian factory workers. Prepare to be lulled to sleep by tales of long hours, dangerous conditions, and meager wages in the industrial hellscape of 19th century Britain. As we continue our journey through the less glamorous aspects of history, let's turn our attention to the grim reality of factory life during the Industrial Revolution. The advent of mechanized production promised progress, but for the workers, it often meant misery. Imagine, if you will, stepping into a dimly lit, overcrowded factory floor. The air is thick with cotton fibers, coal dust, and the acrid smell of chemicals. The deafening roar of machinery never ceases, making communication nearly impossible. This was the daily reality for millions of workers in the 19th century. Factory owners, driven by profit and unchecked by regulations, created working environments that were nothing short of hellish. Let's explore some of the most appalling aspects of factory life that would make you grateful for modern labor laws. First, let's talk about the grueling work hours. It wasn't uncommon for factory workers to toil for 14 to 16 hours a day, 6 days a week. Sunday was often the only day of rest, though some factories operated 7 days a week. The concept of weekends or paid time off was non-existent. Workers would arrive before dawn and leave well after sunset, spending most of their waking hours in these oppressive conditions. The monotony of repetitive tasks, combined with exhaustion, led to frequent accidents. Imagine trying to maintain focus on a dangerous piece of machinery when you've been working for 14 hours straight. Speaking of dangerous machinery, safety measures were virtually non-existent. Factory owners prioritized efficiency over worker well-being, and the results were often catastrophic. Unguarded gears, belts, and pulleys were constant threats. Workers could easily lose fingers, limbs, or even their lives if they made the slightest mistake or simply had a moment of fatigue-induced inattention. Children as young as 5 or 6 were not spared from these dangers. They were often employed to perform tasks that required small hands, such as cleaning under moving machinery. Their tiny bodies could slip into spaces adults couldn't reach, but this put them at grave risk of being caught in the mechanisms. The air quality in these factories was abysmal. In textile mills, the air was filled with cotton fibers that workers inhaled constantly, leading to a condition known as bisonosis or brown lung. In metal works and coal-powered factories, workers breathed in toxic fumes and particulates that caused a host of respiratory issues. Ventilation was poor if it existed at all. Factory owners saw open windows as an invitation for workers to be distracted or, worse, for valuable materials to be stolen. As a result, factories were often sweltering in summer and freezing in winter, with no reprieve from the extreme temperatures. Sanitation was another major issue. Toilet facilities, if provided, were often insufficient and unsanitary. Workers had to relieve themselves quickly to avoid losing pay or facing punishment. In some factories, workers were even fined for using the bathroom outside of designated break times. Speaking of breaks, they were few and far between. A typical workday might include 1 or 2 short breaks for meals, often lasting no more than 15 to 30 minutes. These breaks were usually unpaid, and workers had to eat quickly, often at their workstations, surrounded by the grime and dangers of the factory floor. The noise levels in factories were incredibly harmful. The constant clanging, whirring, and pounding of machinery could reach deafening levels. Workers often suffered permanent hearing loss, and the inability to communicate effectively only added to the dangers of the workplace. Wages were pitifully low, barely enough for subsistence living. Factory owners employed various tactics to keep wages down, such as the truck system, where workers were paid in tokens only redeemable at company-owned stores with inflated prices. This system kept workers perpetually in debt to their employers. Women and children were particularly exploited, often paid even less than their male counterparts for the same work. The justification was that they were supposed to be supplementing a male breadwinner's income, ignoring the reality that many women were sole providers for their families. The living conditions for factory workers were equally dire. Unable to afford decent housing, many lived in overcrowded, unsanitary tenements near the factories. These slums were breeding grounds for disease, and the close quarters meant that illnesses spread rapidly through the worker population. Factory owners often provided housing for their workers, but this was far from a benevolent act. These company towns gave owners even more control over their workers' lives, dictating where they could live, shop, and even how they should behave outside of work hours. The toll on workers' mental health was immense. The combination of long hours, dangerous conditions, and the relentless pace of work led to high rates of depression and anxiety. The concept of mental health was poorly understood at the time, and workers had little recourse for dealing with the psychological impacts of their working conditions. It's worth noting that these conditions weren't universal. Some factory owners, influenced by religious or humanitarian beliefs, did attempt to create better working environments. However, these were the exception rather than the rule, and the vast majority of factory workers endured these harsh conditions for decades before significant reforms were enacted. As we drift off to sleep tonight, let's take a moment to appreciate the struggles and sacrifices of those who came before us. The appalling conditions of early factory life eventually led to the labor movements that fought for the rights and protections we often take for granted today. Our 40-hour work weeks, safety regulations, and minimum wage laws are the result of hard-won battles fought by those who endured the worst of industrial working conditions. As we delve deeper into the annals of history, we encounter a particularly dark chapter that unfolded during the Industrial Revolution, the widespread use of child labor in factories. This practice, while abhorrent by modern standards, was distressingly common in the 19th century, especially in rapidly industrializing nations like Britain and the United States. Picture, if you will, the cramped, dimly lit confines of a textile mill in Manchester, England, circa 1830. The air is thick with cotton fibers, making every breath a struggle. The deafening roar of machinery drowns out all other sounds, including the muffled coughs of young workers trying to clear their lungs. In this oppressive environment, children as young as 5 or 6 years old toiled for up to 16 hours a day, 6 days a week. Their small size was seen as an advantage, allowing them to crawl under machinery to clean or repair it, often while it was still running. The constant danger of injury or death loomed over these young workers every moment of their grueling shifts. One of the most hazardous jobs for children was that of a piecer in the spinning mills. These young workers, typically between the ages of 8 and 12, were responsible for repairing broken threads on the spinning machines. To do this, they had to lean over the machinery while it was in motion, their small fingers darting between the moving parts. The consequences of a moment's inattention or fatigue could be devastating. Many children lost fingers, hands, or even entire limbs to the unforgiving machinery. Others suffered horrific injuries when their hair or clothing became entangled in the moving parts. Yet despite these risks, factory owners continued to employ children, viewing them as cheap, disposable labor. In coal mines, the situation was equally grim. Children as young as 4 or 5 were employed as trappers, tasked with opening and closing underground doors to allow coal carts to pass through. These children would sit in total darkness for up to 12 hours at a time, their only company the scurrying of rats and the distant echoes of pickaxes. Older children, usually boys between 10 and 14, worked as hurriers. Their job was to pull heavy carts of coal through narrow tunnels, often crawling on hands and knees due to the low ceilings. The physical toll on these young bodies was immense, leading to stunted growth, deformities, and chronic health issues that would plague them for life. The living conditions of these child laborers were equally appalling. Many lived in overcrowded, unsanitary tenements near the factories, sharing beds with multiple family members or other workers. Nutrition was poor, consisting mainly of bread and weak tea. The constant exhaustion and malnutrition left these children vulnerable to a host of diseases, from tuberculosis to typhoid fever. Education for most of these young workers was a luxury they could ill afford. The long hours and physical demands of their jobs left little time or energy for learning. Even when factory schools were established, the quality of education was often subpar, with lessons squeezed into short breaks or conducted by unqualified teachers. The psychological impact of this exploitative system was profound. Children were robbed of their childhood, forced to confront the harsh realities of adult life before they were emotionally or mentally prepared. Many developed a sense of hopelessness, seeing no way out of their circumstances. The cycle of poverty and exploitation seemed unbreakable. It wasn't until the mid-19th century that significant reforms began to take shape. In Britain, a series of factory acts were passed, gradually limiting the hours children could work and setting minimum age requirements for certain jobs. Reformers like Lord Shaftesbury campaigned tirelessly to improve conditions for child workers, though progress was slow and met with resistance from factory owners and some politicians. In the United States, similar reforms were slower to take hold. It wasn't until the early 20th century that child labor laws began to be enacted on a national level. The National Child Labor Committee, founded in 1904, played a crucial role in documenting the plight of child workers and advocating for change. One of the most powerful voices in this fight was Lewis Hine, a photographer who captured haunting images of child laborers across America. His photographs, showing the gaunt faces and worn bodies of young workers, helped to galvanize public opinion against the practice of child labor. Despite these efforts, it took decades for child labor to be fully eradicated in industrialized nations. In many developing countries, it remains a pressing issue to this day, with millions of children still engaged in hazardous work. As we reflect on this dark chapter of history, it's important to remember the countless young lives that were sacrificed on the altar of industrial progress. Their stories serve as a stark reminder of the importance of labor rights, education, and the protection of society's most vulnerable members. The legacy of these young workers lives on in the labor laws and child protection measures we have today. Yet, as we drift off to sleep in our comfortable beds, let us not forget that the fight against child exploitation is far from over. In many parts of the world, children still face conditions not dissimilar to those of the 19th century factories and mines. Perhaps in our dreams we can imagine a world where every child is free to learn, play, and grow, unburdened by the weight of adult responsibilities. A world where the darkest chapters of history serve not as a reflection of our present, but as a cautionary tale of a past we've long since left behind. As we delve deeper into the annals of history, we find ourselves in the midst of the Industrial Revolution, a time of great change and, unfortunately, great hardship for many. Let's explore the grim reality of factory life, focusing on the housing conditions and the rise of urban slums. The rapid growth of factories in cities during the 19th century led to a massive influx of workers from rural areas. These people, hopping for better opportunities, soon found themselves facing a new set of challenges. Chief among these was the issue of housing. Factory owners eager to maximize profits often built cheap, cramped housing for their workers. These dwellings, known as back-to-backs, were hastily constructed and designed to house as many people as possible in the smallest space. Imagine, if you will, rows upon rows of identical brick houses, each sharing walls with its neighbors on three sides, leaving only one wall with windows and a door. The typical back-to-back house was no more than 400 square feet, often smaller. This tiny space was expected to accommodate entire families, sometimes up to 10 people. The ground floor usually consisted of a single room that served as both kitchen and living area. A steep, narrow staircase led to one or two small bedrooms upstairs. Sanitation in these houses was primitive at best. Most lacked indoor plumbing, with residents relying on communal outhouses shared by multiple families. Water had to be fetched from public pumps or wells, often located far from the houses. The lack of proper sewage systems meant that waste often accumulated in the streets, creating a breeding ground for disease. As cities grew more crowded, the housing situation worsened. Landlords, seeing an opportunity for profit, began subdividing existing houses into even smaller units. Basements and attics, never intended for habitation, were rented out as living spaces. These were damp, dark, and poorly ventilated, leading to a host of health problems for their unfortunate inhabitants. The overcrowding and poor living conditions gave rise to what we now call slums. These were areas of cities characterized by extreme poverty, overcrowding, and unsanitary conditions. In London, for example, the East End became notorious for its slums, with areas like Whitechapel and Spitalfields housing some of the city's poorest residents. Life in the slums was a daily struggle for survival. Families often lived in single rooms, with parents and children sharing the same bed. Privacy was non-existent, and the close quarters facilitated the spread of diseases like tuberculosis, cholera, and typhoid fever. The streets of these slums were narrow, dark, and often unpaved. They were littered with garbage and human waste, creating an overwhelming stench that permeated the air. Rats and other vermin thrived in these conditions, further contributing to the spread of disease. Children growing up in these environments faced particularly bleak prospects. Many were sent to work in factories from a young age to help support their families. Those who remained at home often fell prey to crime or were forced into begging or prostitution to survive. The living conditions in these slums were so appalling that they caught the attention of social reformers and writers of the time. Charles Dickens, for instance, vividly described the squalor of London's slums in novels like Oliver Twist and Bleak House, bringing these issues to the attention of the middle and upper classes. In Manchester, Friedrich Engels, co-author of the Communist Manifesto, was so shocked by the living conditions of factory workers that he wrote The Condition of the Working Class in England. His detailed descriptions of the slums and the lives of their inhabitants became a powerful indictment of industrial capitalism. As awareness of these conditions grew, so did calls for reform. In the latter half of the 19th century, various laws were passed to improve housing conditions. The Artisans and Laborers' Dwellings Improvement Act of 1875 in the UK, for example, gave local authorities the power to clear slum areas and build new housing. However, progress was slow, and many workers continued to live in substandard conditions well into the 20th century. The legacy of these slums can still be seen in many industrial cities today, where areas of poverty and poor housing persist. It's worth noting that while conditions in factories and urban areas were often dire, they still represented an improvement for many workers who had fled even worse poverty in rural areas. This fact, however, speaks more to the desperate conditions of rural poverty than to any real benefits of slum life. As we reflect on this period of history, it's important to remember that the comfortable lives many of us lead today are built on the struggles and sacrifices of these workers. Their experiences led to significant social and political changes, including the rise of labor unions, social welfare programs, and improved housing standards. The story of factory life and urban slums during the Industrial Revolution is a stark reminder of the human cost of rapid industrialization and unchecked capitalism. It serves as a cautionary tale, urging us to consider the social implications of economic progress and the importance of ensuring decent living conditions for all members of society. As we delve deeper into the annals of history, we find ourselves in the midst of the Industrial Revolution, a time of great progress but also significant peril for the average worker. The factory floors of the 19th century were far from the safety-conscious environments we know today. Instead, they were veritable minefields of health hazards that could maim, sicken, or even kill the unfortunate souls who toiled within their walls. Let's begin with the air quality, or rather the lack thereof. Imagine, if you will, stepping into a dimly lit factory, the air thick with a noxious cocktail of chemicals, dust, and particulates. The very act of breathing became a hazardous endeavor. Workers inhaled cotton fibers in textile mills, leading to a condition known as bisonosis, or brown lung disease. In metal works and foundries, the air was heavy with metal dust, causing respiratory issues and, in severe cases, silicosis. The cacophony of machinery was not just an assault on the ears, but a genuine threat to one's hearing. The constant drone of steam engines, the clatter of looms, and the pounding of hammers created a deafening symphony that could lead to permanent hearing loss. Workers often found themselves shouting to be heard over the din, further straining their vocal cords. Lighting, or the lack thereof, presented another set of challenges. Many factories relied on natural light filtering through small, grimy windows. As the day wore on and darkness fell, workers strained their eyes to see their tasks, leading to severe eye strain and potential accidents. The introduction of gas lighting improved visibility, but brought with it the risk of explosions and fires. Speaking of fires, they were a constant threat in these tinderbox environments. Flammable materials, open flames, and a lack of proper safety measures meant that a small spark could quickly escalate into a raging inferno. The Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire of 1911 in New York City serves as a grim reminder of the devastating consequences of inadequate fire safety measures. The machinery itself was a source of constant danger. Unguarded gears, belts, and pulleys were eager to snag loose clothing or limbs. Workers faced the very real risk of losing fingers, hands, or even entire arms to these mechanical monstrosities. The loss of a limb often meant the loss of livelihood, with no workers' compensation or disability benefits to fall back on. Chemical exposure was another silent killer lurking in the shadows of industrial progress. Workers in tanneries faced the corrosive effects of chromium and other chemicals used to treat leather. In match factories, workers were exposed to white phosphorus, leading to a horrific condition known as phossy jaw, where the jawbone would literally rot away. The list of toxic substances workers encountered on a daily basis reads like a chemist's nightmare: lead, mercury, arsenic, and countless others. The physical toll of factory work extended beyond the immediate dangers. Long hours spent standing or performing repetitive motions led to chronic pain, skeletal deformities, and muscular issues. The human body was not designed for the relentless pace and uniformity of industrial labor. Workers often found themselves physically broken long before reaching old age. Sanitation, or the lack thereof, compounded these health risks. Factories were often cramped, poorly ventilated spaces where hundreds of workers toiled in close proximity. The spread of infectious diseases was rampant, with tuberculosis, typhoid, and cholera finding fertile ground in these conditions. The absence of proper toilet facilities and clean water sources further exacerbated the problem. Child labor, a particularly dark chapter in industrial history, exposed the most vulnerable members of society to these hazards. Children as young as 5 or 6 were put to work in factories, their small size often seen as an advantage for tasks like cleaning under machinery. The physical and psychological toll on these young workers was immense, stunting their growth and robbing them of their childhood. The mental health of workers was another casualty of the industrial age. The monotony of repetitive tasks, coupled with the constant stress of dangerous working conditions, led to widespread depression and anxiety. The concept of job satisfaction was virtually non-existent, with workers viewing their daily toil as a necessary evil for survival. It's worth noting that these conditions were not uniform across all factories or industries. Some employers did attempt to improve working conditions, recognizing that healthier workers were more productive. However, these efforts were often the exception rather than the rule, and it would take decades of labor activism and government regulation to bring about significant changes. As we reflect on this era, it's important to recognize the immense sacrifices made by countless workers who fueled the engines of industrial progress. Their struggles and suffering paved the way for the labor protections we often take for granted today. The next time you step into a modern workplace with its safety protocols, ergonomic designs, and air filtration systems, spare a thought for those who toiled in far less forgiving environments. The story of factory health hazards is a sobering reminder of the human cost of unchecked industrial growth. It serves as a cautionary tale, urging us to remain vigilant in protecting worker health and safety, even as we continue to push the boundaries of technological progress. For in the end, the true measure of a society's advancement lies not just in its industrial output, but in how it values and protects the well-being of its workers. As we delve deeper into the grim realities of factory life during the Industrial Revolution, let's turn our attention to the diet and nutrition of factory workers. The food they consumed, or rather, the lack thereof, played a significant role in their overall health and well-being. Factory workers often found themselves trapped in a cycle of poverty, with meager wages that barely covered the cost of basic necessities. This financial strain directly impacted their ability to afford nutritious food, leading to widespread malnutrition and its accompanying health issues. The typical diet of a factory worker was far from balanced or varied. Bread was the staple food, often consumed in large quantities as it was relatively cheap and filling. However, this reliance on bread came at a cost to their health. The bread of the time was often adulterated with various substances to make it cheaper to produce and appear whiter. These adulterants included alum, chalk, and even sawdust. While these additions made the bread more affordable, they also reduced its nutritional value and in some cases posed health risks. The consumption of such low-quality bread contributed to digestive issues and malnutrition among factory workers. Potatoes were another common food item in the workers' diet. They were relatively cheap and could be easily prepared. However, relying heavily on potatoes led to a lack of diversity in their nutrient intake. While potatoes do provide some essential vitamins and minerals, they alone cannot sustain a healthy diet. Meat was a luxury that most factory workers could rarely afford. When they did manage to purchase meat, it was often of poor quality, tough, stringy, and sometimes even spoiled. The lack of proper refrigeration and food safety standards meant that consuming meat could be a risky endeavor, potentially leading to foodborne illnesses. Vegetables were not a significant part of the workers' diet either. Fresh produce was expensive and often out of reach for those living on factory wages. When vegetables were consumed, they were typically overcooked, further reducing their nutritional value. The scarcity of fruits in their diet led to widespread vitamin deficiencies. Scurvy, a disease caused by lack of vitamin C, was not uncommon among factory workers, despite it being more associated with sailors on long sea voyages. Tea became an important part of the workers' diet, not for its nutritional value, but as a source of caffeine to help them stay alert during long, grueling shifts. However, the tea they consumed was often of poor quality and heavily diluted to make it last longer. For many workers, alcohol became a coping mechanism to deal with the harsh realities of factory life. Gin, in particular, was cheap and widely available. While it provided temporary relief from their troubles, excessive alcohol consumption further contributed to their poor health and malnutrition. The lack of proper nutrition had severe consequences on the workers' health and productivity. Malnutrition led to weakened immune systems, making them more susceptible to the numerous diseases that spread rapidly in the cramped and unsanitary conditions of factories and worker housing. Children working in factories were particularly vulnerable to the effects of poor nutrition. Their growing bodies required more nutrients, which their diet simply couldn't provide. This led to stunted growth, weakened bones, and developmental issues that would affect them for the rest of their lives. The demanding nature of factory work, combined with inadequate nutrition, created a vicious cycle. Workers needed more energy to perform their tasks, but their diets couldn't provide the necessary calories or nutrients. This led to fatigue, decreased productivity, and increased risk of workplace accidents. Some factory owners recognized the link between worker nutrition and productivity. A few progressive factory owners established canteens or soup kitchens to provide their workers with at least one nutritious meal a day. However, these were the exception rather than the rule. The poor diet of factory workers also had long-term effects on public health. Generations grew up malnourished, leading to a population with increased susceptibility to various health issues. This created a burden on the nascent healthcare systems of the time. It wasn't until later in the 19th century that the importance of nutrition began to be more widely recognized. Gradually, reforms were introduced to improve food safety and workers' access to better quality food. However, these changes came too late for many who had already suffered the consequences of years of malnutrition. The diet of factory workers during the Industrial Revolution serves as a stark reminder of how economic conditions and labor practices can directly impact human health and well-being. It highlights the importance of ensuring access to nutritious food for all members of society, a challenge that continues to this day in various parts of the world. As we reflect on this aspect of factory life, we can appreciate the progress made in nutrition science and workers' rights. However, it also prompts us to consider the ongoing struggles for fair wages and access to healthy food that still exist in many industries and countries around the globe. As we conclude our exploration of the Victorian factory workers' life, it's clear that their existence was far from enviable. The Industrial Revolution may have brought technological advancements, but it came at a steep human cost. These workers endured long hours, dangerous conditions, and meager wages, all while living in crowded, unsanitary urban slums. Their plight wasn't just about physical hardship. The monotony of repetitive tasks and the constant noise of machinery took a toll on their mental well-being. Children as young as 5 were robbed of their childhood, forced to work alongside adults in these harsh environments. The lack of safety regulations meant that injuries and deaths were commonplace, with little recourse for the affected families. Yet it's important to note that the struggles of these workers weren't in vain. Their experiences eventually led to significant labor reforms. The formation of trade unions, the passing of factory acts, and the gradual improvement of working conditions all stemmed from the hardships endured by these early industrial workers. As you drift off to sleep, consider how different your life is from that of a Victorian factory worker. You have rights and protections they could only dream of. The weekend, paid vacation, sick leave, and workplace safety standards, all these were foreign concepts to them. Their sacrifices and struggles paved the way for the modern work environment we often take for granted. So, while their lives were undoubtedly difficult, perhaps there's a small comfort in knowing that their hardships weren't entirely in vain. They were unwitting pioneers in the long march towards better working conditions and labor rights. As we move on to our next topic, let the rhythmic sounds of Victorian machinery fade away, replaced by the gentle quiet of your bedroom. Allow yourself to feel grateful for the comforts of your modern life as you slowly sink deeper into relaxation. As we drift through the pages of history, let's turn our attention to another group of individuals who lived lives of quiet contemplation and strict routine. From the solitary cells of medieval monks, we now shift our gaze to the bustling streets of ancient Rome, where a different kind of dedication shaped the lives of its citizens. Prepare to explore the mundane yet fascinating world of Roman daily life. Picture this: you're an ancient Egyptian farmer toiling under the scorching sun along the Nile River. Your days are filled with back-breaking labor, planting and harvesting crops to feed not just your family, but the entire kingdom. The pharaoh's tax collectors are always watching, ready to claim their share. As we drift further into the realm of historical tedium, let's turn our attention to the life of an ancient Egyptian farmer, particularly their relationship with the Nile's flooding cycle. This predictable yet crucial natural phenomenon shaped the very essence of Egyptian agriculture and society. The ancient Egyptian calendar was divided into 3 seasons, each lasting 4 months. These seasons were directly tied to the Nile's annual flood cycle. The first season, called Akhit, began in mid-July and marked the arrival of the floods. During this time, the Nile would overflow its banks, submerging the surrounding fields. For the Egyptian farmer, the flood season was a period of both anticipation and anxiety. While the floods brought essential nutrients and moisture to the soil, they also posed significant challenges. Farmers had to protect their homes and possessions from the rising waters, often relocating to higher ground temporarily. As the floodwaters receded, the second season, known as Parit, would begin. This was the time for planting, typically starting in November. The fertile silt left behind by the floods provided an ideal environment for crops to grow. Farmers would work tirelessly during this season, plowing the fields and sowing seeds for various crops such as wheat, barley, and flax. The life of an Egyptian farmer during the planting season was one of constant labor. They used simple tools like wooden plows pulled by oxen to prepare the soil. The work was backbreaking and time-consuming, with farmers often toiling from dawn to dusk to ensure their fields were properly cultivated. Following the planting season came Shemu, the time of harvest. This season typically lasted from March to July and was crucial for the farmer's livelihood. The success of the harvest directly impacted not only the farmer's ability to feed their family, but also their capacity to pay taxes to the pharaoh and local officials. Harvesting was a communal effort, with entire families and sometimes entire villages working together to bring in the crops. The primary tool used was a sickle, and farmers would spend long hours bent over in the fields, cutting the ripened grain. The harvested crops would then be threshed to separate the grain from the chaff, a process that involved driving cattle over the harvested stalks to tread out the grain. The cycle of Egyptian agriculture was intimately tied to religious beliefs and practices. Farmers would make offerings to various deities associated with agriculture in the Nile, such as Osiris, the god of vegetation and rebirth, and Hapi, the god of the Nile floods. These rituals were believed to ensure good harvests and protect against potential disasters. One of the most challenging aspects of life for an Egyptian farmer was the uncertainty of the Nile's flooding. While generally predictable, there were years when the floods were either too high or too low. Excessive flooding could destroy crops and homes, while insufficient flooding meant drought and potential famine. This unpredictability added a constant layer of stress to the farmer's life. To mitigate some of this uncertainty, ancient Egyptians developed sophisticated irrigation systems. These included a network of canals and basins that helped distribute floodwater more evenly across the fields. Farmers were responsible for maintaining these irrigation systems in their local areas, adding another layer of labor to their already demanding lives. The Egyptian farmer's life was also heavily regulated by the state. A significant portion of their harvest was collected as taxes, often in the form of grain. These taxes were used to support the pharaoh's court, the priesthood, and various building projects. Farmers who failed to meet their tax obligations could face severe consequences, including forced labor or the loss of their land. Despite the challenges, the life of an Egyptian farmer was not without its moments of respite. During the flood season, when agricultural work was largely impossible, farmers might engage in other activities such as fishing or crafting. This period also coincided with many religious festivals, providing opportunities for celebration and community gatherings. The farmers' diet primarily consisted of the crops they grew, supplemented by fish from the Nile and occasionally meat from domesticated animals. Bread and beer, both made from barley, were staples of the Egyptian diet across all social classes. The farmer's family would be involved in food preparation, with women typically responsible for baking bread and brewing beer. Housing for Egyptian farmers was simple but functional. Most lived in mud brick houses that were cool in the hot Egyptian climate. These homes typically had few rooms and minimal furnishings. The roof was often used as an additional living space, particularly during the hot summer months. Education was limited for most farmers' children. While the sons of farmers might learn basic agricultural techniques from their fathers, formal education was generally reserved for the elite classes. Most farmers' children would grow up to follow in their parents' footsteps, continuing the cycle of agricultural life along the Nile. As we conclude our exploration of the Egyptian farmer's life, we can see how deeply intertwined it was with the natural rhythms of the Nile. The predictable yet sometimes capricious nature of the river's flooding cycle shaped not only the agricultural practices, but also the social, religious, and economic structures of ancient Egyptian society. The farmer's life, while often challenging and laborious, was fundamental to the survival and prosperity of one of the world's greatest ancient civilizations. As we delve deeper into the mundane lives of ancient civilizations, let's turn our attention to the Egyptian farmer and their agricultural techniques. The Nile River Valley, often called the cradle of civilization, was home to some of the most innovative farming practices of the ancient world. But don't let that excite you. We're about to explore the monotonous daily routines that made Egyptian agriculture possible. The Egyptian agricultural year was divided into 3 seasons, each lasting 4 months. The first season, Akhit, was the inundation period when the Nile flooded. During this time, farmers had little to do except wait and perhaps engage in other activities like repairing tools or maintaining irrigation channels. As the floodwaters receded, the second season, Parrot, began. This was the growing season, and it was perhaps the busiest time for Egyptian farmers. They would begin by clearing the land of any debris left by the flood and then plow the enriched soil. The act of plowing was a tedious and backbreaking task, often done with simple wooden plows pulled by oxen. Once the land was prepared, the farmers would sow their crops. The main staples were wheat and barley, but they also grew flax for linen, and various vegetables like onions, leeks, and garlic. The process of sowing was done by hand, with farmers walking up and down the fields, scattering seeds from bags they carried. After sowing, the farmers had to ensure their crops received enough water. While the annual flood provided much of the necessary moisture, additional irrigation was often required. This was achieved through a system of canals and basins that distributed water from the Nile to the fields. Maintaining these irrigation systems was a constant, laborious task. One particularly monotonous tool used for irrigation was the shada. This simple machine consisted of a long pole with a bucket on one end and a counterweight on the other. Farmers would spend hours each day lifting water from the canals to their fields using this device, repeating the same motion countless times. As the crops grew, farmers had to protect them from various pests. Birds were a particular nuisance, and farmers would often station their children in the fields to scare them away. Imagine spending your days as a child, standing in a hot field, waving your arms and shouting at birds. Not exactly the stuff of exciting childhood memories. The third season, Shemu, was the harvesting season. While this might sound like the most rewarding time for farmers, it was also incredibly labor-intensive. Wheat and barley were harvested using bronze sickles, with farmers bending over for hours on end to cut the stalks close to the ground. After cutting, the grain had to be gathered and tied into sheaves. These sheaves were then transported to thrashing floors, where they were spread out and trampled by donkeys or oxen to separate the grain from the chaff. This process was not only time-consuming, but also incredibly dusty and uncomfortable for both humans and animals involved. Once the grain was separated, it had to be winnowed. This involved tossing the grain into the air, allowing the wind to blow away the lighter chaff while the heavier grain fell back to the ground. As you can imagine, this was a repetitive and tedious task that could take days to complete for a large harvest. After winnowing, the grain had to be measured and stored. Much of it would be collected as taxes by the pharaoh's officials, while the rest would be kept for the farmer's use or traded. The storage of grain was a critical task, as it had to be protected from moisture, pests, and thieves. It's worth noting that most Egyptian farmers were not landowners, but essentially tenants working on land owned by the pharaoh, temples, or wealthy nobles. This meant that after all their hard work, they often kept only a small portion of what they produced, barely enough to sustain their families. The life of an Egyptian farmer was governed by the endless cycle of seasons and the rise and fall of the Nile. Year after year, generation after generation, they performed the same tasks, using the same tools, following the same routines. While their agricultural techniques were innovative for their time, the daily life of a farmer was far from exciting. Even technological advancements, like the introduction of the ox-drawn plow or the shaduf, only served to make the work slightly less backbreaking, not more interesting. The farmer's life remained one of constant, repetitive labor, always at the mercy of the Nile's floods and the whims of nature. In the grand scheme of things, the monotonous work of these farmers was crucial to the development of Egyptian civilization. Their surplus production allowed for the rise of cities, specialized crafts, and monumental architecture. But for the farmers themselves, life was a never-ending cycle of planting, tending, and harvesting, a perfect recipe for inducing sleep in our modern listeners. As we drift off to sleep, imagine the rhythmic sound of a shaduf lifting water, the repetitive motion of a farmer scattering seeds, or the monotonous thud of oxen treading grain. Let the tedium of ancient Egyptian agriculture lull you into a peaceful slumber, grateful that your daily routine doesn't involve hours of winnowing or shooing birds from crops under the hot Egyptian sun. As we continue our journey through the mundane aspects of history, let's turn our attention to the housing and home life of Egyptian farmers. These individuals, who formed the backbone of ancient Egyptian society, lived in conditions that were far from glamorous. Their dwellings and daily routines were simple, repetitive, and quite frankly, rather dull by modern standards. Egyptian farmers typically resided in small, mud brick houses that were clustered together in villages near the Nile River. These homes were not the grand pyramids or elaborate temples we often associate with ancient Egypt. Instead, they were modest structures designed for practicality rather than comfort or aesthetics. The construction of these houses was a tedious and time-consuming process. Farmers would gather mud from the banks of the Nile, mix it with straw, and form it into bricks. These bricks were then left to dry in the hot Egyptian sun. Once dried, they were stacked and mortared together with more mud to create walls. The monotonous nature of this building process was matched only by its inefficiency, as these homes required constant maintenance and rebuilding. The layout of a typical farmer's house was simple and unexciting. Most homes consisted of just 2 or 3 small rooms. The main living area served multiple purposes. It was a space for cooking, eating, and sleeping. Imagine the tedium of spending most of your day in a single room, with little variation in your surroundings or activities. Windows were a rarity in these dwellings. Instead, small openings near the roof allowed for minimal ventilation and light. This meant that the interiors were often dark and stuffy, especially during the sweltering Egyptian summers. The lack of proper ventilation also meant that smoke from cooking fires would linger, creating an unpleasant and potentially unhealthy living environment. Furniture in these homes was sparse and basic. Most farmers slept on simple reed mats laid directly on the floor. Some might have had low wooden beds, but these were far from comfortable by today's standards. Stools or low chairs were common, but the concept of lounging in a plush armchair was completely foreign to these ancient farmers. Storage was a constant challenge in these small homes. Large ceramic jars were used to store grain and other foodstuffs, while smaller containers held everyday items. The lack of proper storage meant that homes were often cluttered and disorganized, adding to the general sense of confinement and disorder. The roof of the house served as an additional living space, particularly during the cooler evenings. Farmers would often sleep on the roof during hot nights, seeking relief from the stifling heat trapped within their mud brick walls. However, this exposed them to insects and the occasional sandstorm, making for a less than restful night's sleep. Sanitation in these homes was rudimentary at best. Most houses did not have indoor plumbing or dedicated bathing areas. Instead, residents relied on the Nile for their water needs, which meant frequent trips to and from the river. Waste disposal was equally primitive, with refuse often thrown into the streets or onto designated garbage heaps near the village. The daily routine of an Egyptian farmer revolved around their home and was marked by its repetitive nature. They would rise at dawn, eat a simple breakfast of bread and perhaps some vegetables, and then head out to the fields. Upon returning in the evening, they would gather in the main room for a modest dinner, usually consisting of more bread, vegetables, and occasionally some fish from the Nile. Cooking was a time-consuming and uninspiring task. Most meals were prepared over a small fire pit within the house. The lack of variety in ingredients and cooking methods meant that meals were often bland and monotonous. The staple food was bread made from grain grown in the fields. This bread was often tough and gritty, a far cry from the soft, fluffy loaves we enjoy today. Evenings in an Egyptian farmer's home were hardly exciting affairs. With no television, internet, or even books, as most farmers were illiterate, entertainment options were limited. Families might gather to tell stories or play simple games, but these activities would have become repetitive over time. The flickering light from oil lamps or the glow of the cooking fire would have cast long shadows on the walls, serving as a constant reminder of the confines of their humble abode. Personal hygiene was a challenge in these homes. Without running water or dedicated bathing facilities, farmers had to make do with simple washing using water carried from the Nile. The concept of privacy was also largely absent, with family members sharing the limited space for all their daily activities. The farmer's home was not just a dwelling for humans. It often shared space with various animals, including chickens, goats, and sometimes even larger livestock like cows. These animals would be kept in a small courtyard or even within the house itself, adding to the cramped and unsanitary conditions. Pest control was an ongoing battle in these mud brick homes. Insects, rodents, and other small creatures found the warm, dark interiors ideal for nesting. Farmers would have spent considerable time and effort trying to keep these unwanted guests at bay, using various herbs and primitive traps with limited success. The changing seasons brought their own set of challenges to the Egyptian farmer's home life. During the annual flooding of the Nile, many of these mud brick houses would be damaged or destroyed. This meant that farmers often had to rebuild or extensively repair their homes, adding to the already long list of daily chores and responsibilities. As we conclude our look at the housing and home life of Egyptian farmers, it's clear that their existence was far from glamorous or exciting. The monotony of their daily routines, the limitations of their living spaces, and the constant struggle against the elements paint a picture of a life that was, in many ways, defined by its mundane nature. It's a reminder that while ancient Egypt may be famous for its pharaohs and monuments, the reality for most of its inhabitants was one of simplicity, repetition, and often tedium. As we drift further into the annals of history, let's turn our attention to the life of an Egyptian farmer during the time of the pharaohs. Picture yourself toiling under the scorching sun along the banks of the Nile, your existence defined by the ebb and flow of the great river and the whims of those in power. In ancient Egypt, farmers formed the backbone of society, making up the largest social class. Their lives were far from easy, marked by backbreaking labor and a complex system of taxation that left little room for personal prosperity. Let's delve into the monotonous details of their daily struggles, particularly focusing on the burden of taxation and corvée labor. First, let's understand the concept of taxation in ancient Egypt. The pharaoh and his government imposed a variety of taxes on farmers, which were collected in the form of crops. This system was known as Baku, and it was relentlessly efficient in extracting wealth from the agricultural class. Each year, immediately after the harvest, tax assessors would visit farms to evaluate the yield. These officials used nilometers, devices that measured the height of the Nile's annual flood, to predict crop yields and set tax rates accordingly. The logic was simple. A higher flood meant more fertile land and consequently higher taxes. Excuse me, now where were we? Ah yes, taxes. The primary tax was a portion of the harvest itself. Farmers were required to surrender a significant percentage of their crops to the state. This could range from 10% to 50% of their yield, depending on the pharaoh's needs and the overall economic situation of the kingdom. But crop taxes were just the beginning. Farmers also had to pay taxes on their livestock, including cattle, sheep, and goats. Even the meager possessions in their homes were not exempt from taxation. Cooking oil, for instance, was a commonly taxed household item. To make matters worse, tax collection was often a brutal affair. Tax collectors, accompanied by armed guards, would visit villages and demand immediate payment. Failure to pay could result in severe punishment, including beatings, imprisonment, or even forced labor in the quarries or mines. Speaking of forced labor, let's move on to the concept of corvée labor, another burdensome aspect of the Egyptian farmer's life. Corvée was a form of unpaid labor that the state could demand from its citizens, particularly during the agricultural off-season when the Nile was in flood. During these periods, farmers were conscripted to work on massive state projects. The most famous of these, of course, were the pyramids and other monumental structures. But corvée labor was also used for more mundane tasks such as digging and maintaining irrigation canals, building and repairing dikes, and constructing roads. Pardon me, the monotony of their lives is clearly affecting me. Now, where were we? Ah yes, corvée labor. The pharaoh's officials would send out decrees demanding a certain number of workers from each village or district. Local leaders then had the unenviable task of selecting who would go. These labor drafts could last for weeks or even months. During this time, farmers were separated from their families and faced grueling conditions. They worked long hours under the hot sun, often with minimal food and water. The work was dangerous and injuries were common. Many didn't survive these labor projects, succumbing to exhaustion, accidents, or disease. The corvée system was so integral to Egyptian society that it even had its own hieroglyphic symbol, a man carrying a sack over his shoulder, representing the burden of forced labor. This symbol appeared frequently in ancient Egyptian texts, a testament to how commonplace and important this practice was. It's worth noting that while all social classes were theoretically subject to corvée labor, in practice, the wealthy could often buy their way out of it by sending a substitute or paying a fee. This meant that the burden fell disproportionately on the poorest members of society, the farmers and laborers. The combination of heavy taxation and corvée labor left Egyptian farmers with little time or resources for their own pursuits. Their lives were largely dedicated to serving the state and the elite class. Any surplus they managed to produce was quickly claimed by tax collectors or local officials. Oh my, the tedium is truly setting in now. Let's continue our dreary journey through the life of an Egyptian farmer. During the rare times when they weren't working for the state or paying taxes, farmers had to tend to their own fields. This involved a monotonous cycle of plowing, sowing, irrigating, and harvesting. The agricultural calendar was dictated by the Nile's annual flood cycle. The year was divided into 3 seasons: Akhit inundation, Perit growing, and Shemu harvesting. During Accusations, when the fields were flooded, farmers would often be called away for Corvée labor. As the floods receded, the race to plant and tend crops began. Farmers used simple tools like wooden plows pulled by oxen, hoes, and sickles. They grew a variety of crops including wheat, barley, flax, and vegetables like onions and lettuce. However, the majority of their yield went to the state, leaving them with just enough to subsist on. To add insult to injury, farmers also had to contend with pests and wild animals. Hippos could destroy entire fields in a single night, while birds and rodents were a constant threat to stored grain. Farmers had to spend long, dull nights guarding their fields and granaries, often to little avail. Excuse me once again, the monotony of their existence is truly sleep-inducing. Now, where were we? Ah yes, the challenges faced by Egyptian farmers. Despite their crucial role in society, farmers occupied the lowest rungs of the social ladder. They had little opportunity for advancement and were often treated as little more than property by the ruling classes. The life of an Egyptian farmer was one of endless toil, punctuated by the constant fear of not meeting tax obligations or being called away for Corvée labor. Their days began before dawn and ended long after sunset, a ceaseless cycle of planting, tending, harvesting, and paying taxes. In the grand scheme of things, the Egyptian farmer's life serves as a stark reminder of the inequalities that have persisted throughout human history. While their labor built one of the most impressive civilizations of the ancient world, they themselves lived lives of grinding poverty and relentless hardship. And so, as we drift off to sleep, let us reflect on the monotonous existence of these ancient tillers of the soil. Their story, while far removed from our own time, echoes with familiar themes of struggle, resilience, and the often unfair distribution of society's burdens. May their tedious tale lull you into a peaceful slumber, free from the worries of taxes and forced labor that plagued our ancient Egyptian friends. As we delve deeper into the mundane lives of ancient Egyptian farmers, let's explore their diet and sustenance. The monotony of their daily meals might just lull you into a peaceful slumber. Ancient Egyptian farmers primarily subsisted on a diet that was as repetitive as it was simple. Their main staple was bread, made from emmer wheat, which they grew along the fertile banks of the Nile River. The process of making this bread was a tedious affair. First, the wheat had to be harvested by hand using sickles made of flint or bronze. Then it was threshed to separate the grains from the chaff. This was often done by having oxen or donkeys walk over the harvested wheat, a process that could take hours under the scorching Egyptian sun. Once the grains were separated, they had to be ground into flour. This was typically done using a saddle quern, a large, slightly concave stone upon which the grains were placed. The farmer or his wife would then use a smaller stone to grind the grains back and forth. This laborious process could take several hours to produce enough flour for a single day's bread. The flour was then mixed with water and sometimes yeast to form a dough. This dough was kneaded by hand, shaped into round loaves, and then baked in mud ovens. The resulting bread was often coarse and gritty, as it was nearly impossible to remove all the stone particles from the flour during the grinding process. Imagine eating this same bread day in and day out for your entire life. The texture rough against your tongue, the taste unchanging, the monotony of it all seeping into every meal. To complement their bread, Egyptian farmers also consumed a variety of vegetables. Onions and garlic were particularly common, not just for their flavor, but also for their supposed medicinal properties. These pungent vegetables were believed to ward off illnesses and provide strength, though the constant consumption likely led to perpetual bad breath among the farming population. Lentils and beans were also staples in the Egyptian farmer's diet. These legumes provided much-needed protein and were often cooked into thick, hearty stews. The process of preparing these stews was time-consuming, involving hours of soaking the dried legumes before slow cooking them over a fire. Fruits such as dates and figs were consumed when available, but these were often considered luxury items and might have been reserved for special occasions or traded for other goods. The average farmer's fruit intake was likely limited and sporadic. Fish from the Nile was another important source of protein for Egyptian farmers. However, the methods of catching and preserving fish were far from sophisticated. Fish were often caught using simple nets or spears, a process that could take hours of patient waiting in the hot sun. Once caught, the fish had to be cleaned and prepared quickly to prevent spoilage in the intense heat. Many fish were dried in the sun or salted to preserve them for future consumption. The smell of drying fish would have permeated the air around farming villages, a constant olfactory reminder of their dietary staple. Meat was a rare treat for most Egyptian farmers. While they might have raised animals such as goats or cattle, these were often too valuable to be slaughtered for regular consumption. Instead, they were kept for milk, used as beasts of burden in the fields, or sold in markets. On the rare occasions when meat was consumed, it was often in the form of small birds or rodents caught in the fields. These would be roasted over an open fire, providing a brief respite from the usual vegetarian fare. The Egyptian farmer's main beverage was water, drawn directly from the Nile or from wells. This water was often muddy and filled with particles, requiring it to be strained through cloth or left to settle in large clay pots before consumption. During times of celebration or religious festivals, farmers might have indulged in beer. This ancient Egyptian beer was far different from what we know today. It was thick, cloudy, and often had to be strained through reeds or cloth before drinking. The alcohol content was low, and it was considered a nutritious food as much as an intoxicating beverage. The process of brewing this beer was time-consuming and required careful attention. Loaves of bread were partially baked, crumbled into large vats, and mixed with water. This mixture was then left to ferment, a process that could take several days. The resulting brew was often flavored with dates or honey to mask its sour taste. Meals for the Egyptian farmer were simple affairs, typically eaten twice a day. The first meal would be consumed in the early morning before heading out to the fields. This might consist of leftover bread from the previous day, perhaps softened with some water or beer and a few onions or garlic cloves. The main meal of the day would be in the late afternoon or early evening, after the day's work was done. This would include fresh bread, a bowl of vegetable stew or legumes, and perhaps some dried fish. On rare occasions, there might be a piece of roasted bird or rodent to supplement the meal. The monotony of this diet was broken only by the changing seasons, which brought different vegetables and fruits. However, the core staples of bread and beer remained constant throughout the year. It's worth noting that the nutritional value of this diet, while monotonous, was relatively balanced. The combination of grains, legumes, and occasional fish or meat provided a mix of carbohydrates, proteins, and essential nutrients. However, the lack of variety and the coarseness of the food often led to dental problems among the farming population. The preparation and consumption of food was not just a matter of sustenance for Egyptian farmers, but also tied deeply to their religious beliefs. Many foods were associated with specific deities, and offerings of food and drink were an important part of religious rituals. For example, onions were sacred to the god Min, while lettuce was associated with the fertility god Min. Bread and beer were often left as offerings to the dead, believed to sustain them in the afterlife. This connection between food and religion added an extra layer of meaning to the farmer's daily meals, turning the act of eating into a form of worship and connection with the divine. As we conclude this segment on the diet and sustenance of Egyptian farmers, imagine the repetitive nature of their meals. Day after day, year after year, the same foods prepared in the same ways. The grinding of grain, the baking of bread, the brewing of beer, a never-ending cycle of culinary monotony that defined their lives. In our next segment, we'll explore the equally mundane aspects of an Egyptian farmer's clothing and personal hygiene. But for now, let the tedium of their dietary routine lull you into a peaceful slumber. As we conclude our exploration of the ancient Egyptian farmer's life, it's clear that their existence was far from the glamorous depictions we often see in movies or read about in adventure novels. These hardworking individuals formed the backbone of one of history's most fascinating civilizations, yet their daily lives were filled with endless toil and challenges. From the scorching heat of the Nile Valley to the constant threat of crop failure, ancient Egyptian farmers faced a myriad of obstacles. They worked tirelessly under the watchful eyes of scribes and overseers, always aware that a portion of their harvest would be claimed as taxes by the pharaoh and the temples. The cycle of planting, tending, and harvesting was relentless, leaving little time for rest or leisure. Despite the hardships, these farmers played a crucial role in sustaining the complex social and economic structure of ancient Egypt. Their labor not only fed the population, but also supported the grand building projects and religious ceremonies that have captivated our imaginations for millennia. It's a testament to their resilience and ingenuity that they managed to thrive in such demanding conditions. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine the rhythmic sound of water being lifted from the Nile using a shaduf, the gentle rustling of papyrus reeds in the breeze, and the distant calls of ibises and herons. These sounds would have been the constant companions of the ancient Egyptian farmer, a soothing backdrop to their daily routines. In the end, while we may romanticize the grandeur of ancient Egypt, it's important to remember the countless unnamed individuals who toiled day after day to make that civilization possible. Their story is one of perseverance, adaptation, and the timeless human struggle to carve out a living from the land. As you close your eyes, let the weight of history and the quiet determination of these ancient farmers guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we drift through the annals of history, our journey takes an unexpected turn. We've explored the austere lives of medieval monks, but now let's shift our focus to another fascinating, yet often overlooked aspect of the past. Prepare to delve into the peculiar world of. In the shadowy corridors of medieval history, we find an often overlooked figure, the midwife. These women, crucial yet controversial, walked a tightrope between life and death, superstition and early medical knowledge. Let's explore their perilous world. Now let's delve into the fascinating world of medieval midwives. These unsung heroes of the Middle Ages played a crucial role in bringing new life into the world, often under challenging circumstances. Midwifery in medieval times was a profession steeped in tradition, practical knowledge, and a fair share of superstition. Unlike the formal medical education available to physicians, midwives typically learned their craft through apprenticeship and hands-on experience. The training of a midwife often began at a young age. Young women, usually in their teens, would start assisting experienced midwives during births. This apprenticeship could last for several years, during which they would observe, assist, and gradually take on more responsibilities. One of the primary challenges faced by aspiring midwives was the lack of formal educational institutions. There were no midwifery schools or standardized curricula. Instead, knowledge was passed down orally from one generation to the next, creating a rich tapestry of wisdom and folklore. The aspiring midwife would learn about various herbs and their medicinal properties. Chamomile for calming, raspberry leaf for easing labor pains, and ergot for stopping postpartum bleeding were just a few examples of the herbal remedies in a midwife's arsenal. They also had to become proficient in recognizing the signs of pregnancy, estimating due dates, and identifying potential complications during pregnancy and childbirth. This knowledge was crucial, as they often had to make life or death decisions without the benefit of modern medical technology. Midwives learned to perform external examinations to determine the position of the baby and estimate its size. They became skilled in various techniques to turn breech bobbies and manage difficult deliveries. These skills were honed through practice and observation, often under the watchful eye of a more experienced midwife. In addition to medical knowledge, midwives had to learn the social and cultural aspects of their role. They were expected to provide emotional support to the mother and her family, offer advice on childcare, and sometimes even act as a mediator in family disputes. Interestingly, midwives also had to navigate the complex religious landscape of medieval Europe. The church had significant influence over medical practices, and midwives had to be careful not to run afoul of religious doctrine. They learned to perform emergency baptisms for infants who might not survive long after birth, ensuring the child's soul would be saved according to Christian beliefs. The knowledge base of medieval midwives was a curious mix of practical experience, folklore, and rudimentary medical understanding. They learned about the humors, the belief that the body was governed by four fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Balancing these humors was thought to be crucial for a healthy pregnancy and delivery. Midwives also became adept at using various tools of their trade. They learned to use birthing stools, which were believed to make labor easier by using gravity to assist the birth process. They became skilled in the use of forceps, though these were often reserved for dire emergencies due to the risk of injury to both mother and child. One particularly interesting aspect of midwife training was the emphasis on discretion and confidentiality. Midwives were privy to some of the most intimate moments in a family's life, and they were expected to keep secrets. This included protecting the privacy of unwed mothers, concealing infidelities, and sometimes even assisting in the discreet disposal of stillborn infants. The training of midwives also included learning about postpartum care. They would advise new mothers on breastfeeding, infant care, and recovery from childbirth. This often involved recommending specific diets, rest periods, and herbal remedies to help the mother regain her strength. It's worth noting that the knowledge and practices of midwives varied greatly depending on the region and culture. In some areas, midwives incorporated local folk remedies and superstitions into their practice. For example, in some parts of Europe, it was believed that placing a key in a laboring woman's hand would unlock her womb and ease the birth process. Despite their crucial role in medieval society, midwives often faced suspicion and even persecution. Their intimate knowledge of the female body and reproductive processes sometimes led to accusations of witchcraft, especially if a birth went wrong or if they were known to provide contraceptive advice. As we near the end of this segment, it's important to reflect on the resilience and adaptability of these medieval healthcare providers. Working with limited resources and knowledge by today's standards, they managed to guide countless women through the perils of childbirth in an era when maternal and infant mortality rates were staggeringly high. The legacy of these medieval midwives lives on in the modern profession of midwifery. While today's midwives benefit from advanced medical knowledge and technology, they still embody many of the same qualities as their medieval counterparts: compassion, practical skills, and a deep understanding of the birthing process. As we drift off to sleep, let's appreciate the dedication and bravery of these women who played such a vital role in medieval society, bringing new life into the world under often challenging circumstances. Welcome back to our journey through the less than glamorous aspects of medieval life. In this segment, we'll explore the challenging and often dangerous world of medieval midwifery. Prepare to be both fascinated and slightly horrified as we delve into the childbirth practices of the Middle Ages. Let's begin with the role of the midwife. In medieval times, midwives were essential members of the community, responsible for guiding women through pregnancy, childbirth, and the postpartum period. However, their job was far from easy, and the methods they employed were often based on a mixture of folk wisdom, superstition, and limited medical knowledge. Midwives typically learned their craft through apprenticeship, passing down knowledge from one generation to the next. While some were highly skilled and respected, others were less experienced, leading to varying levels of care across different communities. The lack of formal medical training meant that many midwives relied on herbal remedies and traditional practices that had been used for centuries. One of the most significant challenges faced by medieval midwives was the high mortality rate associated with childbirth. Both mothers and infants were at considerable risk due to poor hygiene, limited medical knowledge, and the absence of modern medical interventions. It's estimated that up to 20% of women died during childbirth or shortly after, while infant mortality rates were even higher. The birthing process itself was a far cry from the sterile hospital environments we're accustomed to today. Most women gave birth at home, often in a specially prepared room known as a lying-in chamber. This room would be kept warm and dark, with windows and doors sealed to prevent drafts, which were believed to be harmful to the mother and newborn. The birthing chair was a common feature in medieval deliveries. This chair, with its U-shaped seat, allowed the mother to remain in an upright position during labor, which was thought to aid the birthing process. Midwives would encourage women to walk around during early labor to help progress the delivery. Pain management during childbirth was limited and often ineffective by modern standards. Midwives might offer herbal remedies such as chamomile or vervain to ease discomfort, but these provided little real relief. Some women were given wine or ale to dull the pain, while others relied on prayer and religious relics for comfort. Speaking of religion, it played a significant role in medieval childbirth practices. Many midwives incorporated prayers and religious rituals into their work, invoking the protection of saints associated with childbirth, such as Saint Margaret of Antioch. In some cases, holy relics or blessed objects were placed near the mother to ensure a safe delivery. The actual delivery process was fraught with danger. Midwives had limited tools at their disposal, often relying on their hands and simple instruments like hooks or forceps in cases of difficult births. These interventions, while sometimes necessary, could lead to severe injuries or infections for both mother and child. In cases of prolonged or complicated labor, medieval midwives had few options. They might attempt to manually reposition the baby or, in extreme cases, perform crude cesarean sections. However, these procedures were rarely successful and often resulted in the death of the mother, the child, or both. After a successful delivery, the midwife's work was far from over. She would clean and swaddle the newborn, often using tight bandages believed to help the baby's limbs grow straight. The mother would then undergo a period of confinement, typically lasting about a month, during which she was cared for by female relatives and the midwife. Postpartum care in medieval times was based on the belief that women were in a fragile state after giving birth. They were often kept in warm, dark rooms and given special foods thought to promote healing and milk production. However, this period of confinement also increased the risk of postpartum infections, which were a common cause of maternal death. Breastfeeding was the norm in medieval society, with most mothers nursing their own children. However, wealthy families sometimes employed wet nurses to feed their infants. This practice was not without controversy, as some believed that a child might inherit the characteristics of its wet nurse through her milk. The high infant mortality rate in medieval times led to some practices that might seem strange to us today. For example, parents often delayed nomming their children or having them baptized until they were sure the infant would survive. This was partly due to the emotional toll of losing a child and partly because of religious beliefs about unbaptized infants. Midwives also played a crucial role in the community beyond childbirth. They were often called upon to provide general health care for women, offer advice on fertility and contraception, and even assist with legal matters related to childbirth and paternity. This made them both respected and sometimes feared figures in medieval society. Despite the challenges and dangers associated with medieval midwifery, these women played a vital role in ensuring the continuation of their communities. Their knowledge and skills, passed down through generations, formed the foundation for modern obstetrics and gynecology. As we conclude this segment on medieval midwifery, it's clear that giving birth in the Middle Ages was a harrowing experience fraught with danger and uncertainty. The bravery of both mothers and midwives in facing these challenges is truly remarkable. The next time you find yourself in a modern hospital's maternity ward, take a moment to appreciate how far we've come in making childbirth safer for both mothers and infants. As we continue our journey through the less than glamorous aspects of medieval life, let's turn our attention to the world of midwifery and herbal remedies. In an era before modern medicine, these women played a crucial role in healthcare, particularly for expectant mothers and newborns. Midwives in medieval times were more than just birth attendants. They were the keepers of ancient wisdom, passed down through generations, blending practical experience with herbal lore. Their knowledge was a curious mix of superstition, folklore, and surprisingly effective natural remedies. One of the most common herbs used by midwives was chamomile. This gentle flower was brewed into a tea to calm anxious mothers-to-be and ease the pains of labor. However, the life of a medieval midwife wasn't all soothing teas and gentle encouragement. These women often found themselves in precarious situations, balancing between accepted medical practices and accusations of witchcraft. The use of certain herbs, while effective, could sometimes raise suspicions among the more superstitious members of society. Take, for example, the use of ergot, a fungus that grows on rye. Midwives knew that in small doses it could help induce labor and stop postpartum bleeding. However, in larger amounts, ergot could cause hallucinations and even death. This double-edged sword of herbal knowledge made midwives both respected and feared in their communities. Another staple in the midwife's herbal arsenal was yarrow. This unassuming plant with its delicate white flowers was used to staunch wounds and reduce fevers. Midwives would apply poultices of yarrow to help heal tears and cuts that occurred during childbirth, providing much-needed relief to new mothers. But it wasn't all about childbirth. Medieval midwives were often the primary health care providers for women and children in their communities. They treated a wide range of ailments using their herbal knowledge. For instance, they might prescribe a tincture of valerian root for insomnia or anxiety, much like we might reach for a cup of chamomile tea today. One particularly interesting remedy was the use of sage for menopausal symptoms. Midwives would advise women experiencing hot flashes to drink sage tea or use sage-infused vinegar as a cooling spray. It's fascinating to note that modern research has actually confirmed sage's effectiveness in reducing menopausal symptoms. However, not all herbal remedies were as benign or effective. Some practices were downright dangerous by today's standards. For example, some midwives used pennyroyal to induce menstruation or abortion. While effective, pennyroyal is highly toxic and can cause liver and kidney damage, even in small doses. The life of a medieval midwife was fraught with challenges beyond just the medical. They often had to navigate complex social and religious expectations. The church, which held significant power over medical practices, viewed female healers with suspicion. midwives had to tread carefully, balancing their traditional knowledge with church-approved methods. Despite these challenges, midwives were often the only hope for many women during childbirth. They developed techniques to ease difficult labors, such as using butter or oil to lubricate the birth canal. They also employed herbs like raspberry leaf to strengthen the uterus and prepare it for labor. One particularly intriguing aspect of medieval midwifery was the use of birthing chairs. These specially designed seats allowed women to labor in an upright position, which we now know can help facilitate easier births. It's a practice that's seeing a resurgence in modern birthing centers. Midwives also played a crucial role in postpartum care. They would prepare special broths and teas to help new mothers recover their strength. One common concoction was a mixture of wine, herbs, and spices believed to cleanse the body and stimulate milk production. But it wasn't just physical care that midwives provided. They also offered emotional support during what could be a terrifying time for many women. In an era with high maternal and infant mortality rates, the reassuring presence of an experienced midwife was invaluable. Some midwives even acted as early lactation consultants, helping new mothers with breastfeeding issues. They might recommend fennel tea to increase milk supply or apply cabbage leaves to soothe engorged breasts, remedies that are still used by some today. The knowledge of these medieval healers wasn't limited to childbirth and women's health. Many midwives were skilled in treating a variety of ailments. They might prescribe St. John's wort for depression, echinacea for colds, or garlic for infections. It's remarkable how many of these remedies have stood the test of time and are still used in modern herbal medicine. However, it's important to note that not all midwives were equally skilled or ethical. Some took advantage of desperate women, selling ineffective or dangerous remedies. Others dabbled in love potions and fertility charms, blurring the line between medicine and magic in the eyes of their contemporaries. The tools of a medieval midwife were simple by today's standards. They might carry a birthing stool, scissors for cutting the umbilical cord, and a variety of herbs and tinctures. Some midwives also used talismans or charms, believing they could ward off evil spirits that might harm the mother or child. As we drift off to sleep, imagine the life of these remarkable women. They carried the weight of their community's health on their shoulders, armed with little more than herbal knowledge and practical experience. Their legacy lives on in the modern midwifery practices that still incorporate elements of their ancient wisdom. In our next segment, we'll explore another often overlooked aspect of medieval life. But for now, let the gentle whisper of history lull you into a peaceful slumber, where the echoes of ancient herbal lore mingle with the soft rustling of leaves in an imaginary medieval garden. Moving on from the life of medieval monks, let's delve into another fascinating, yet often overlooked profession of the Middle Ages, the midwife. These women played a crucial role in society, yet their lives were fraught with challenges and dangers. Midwives in medieval times held a unique position in society. They were simultaneously respected for their knowledge and skills, yet often viewed with suspicion due to the mysterious nature of their work. Unlike many other professions of the time, midwifery was almost exclusively a female occupation, providing a rare opportunity for women to gain some degree of independence and authority. The social status of midwives was complex and often contradictory. On one hand, they were highly valued members of their communities. Their expertise in childbirth was essential, especially in a time when infant and maternal mortality rates were alarmingly high. Midwives were often the only hope for safe deliveries in rural areas where physicians were scarce or non-existent. However, this respect came with a heavy burden of responsibility. Midwives were expected to be available at all hours, often traveling long distances in harsh conditions to attend to women in labor. They had to be prepared to handle a wide range of complications, from breech births to postpartum hemorrhage, often with limited tools and resources at their disposal. The medieval midwife's toolkit was a far cry from modern medical equipment. They relied on a combination of herbal remedies, practical experience, and what we might now consider superstitious practices. Common tools included sharp knives for cutting the umbilical cord, various herbs for pain relief and to encourage contractions, and even amulets or charms believed to protect the mother and child from evil spirits. One of the most significant challenges faced by midwives was the lack of formal medical education. Most midwives learned their craft through apprenticeship, passing down knowledge from one generation to the next. This oral tradition of learning meant that midwives often had a wealth of practical experience, but lacked the theoretical understanding that was beginning to develop in male-dominated medical schools. This disparity in education sometimes led to conflicts between midwives and male physicians. As universities began to produce more educated doctors, there was a growing tension between the traditional practices of midwives and the newer, more scientific approaches advocated by male practitioners. This conflict would continue for centuries, ultimately contributing to the marginalization of midwives in many parts of Europe. The dangers faced by midwives were not limited to the physical risks of childbirth. In an era rife with superstition and fear of the unknown, midwives often found themselves walking a precarious line between respected healer and suspected witch. Their knowledge of herbs and natural remedies, combined with their intimate involvement in the mysterious process of birth, made them vulnerable to accusations of witchcraft. These accusations could have dire consequences. During the height of the witch hunts in Europe, many midwives found themselves targeted. Some historians argue that the persecution of midwives was partly driven by the desire of male medical practitioners to eliminate competition and establish their dominance in the field of childbirth. However, it's important to note that the extent of midwife persecution during witch trials has been debated by historians. While some midwives were certainly accused and executed as witches, recent scholarship suggests that they were not disproportionately targeted compared to other groups of women. Despite these dangers, midwives continued to play a vital role in medieval society. In many cases, they were the primary source of medical care not just for pregnant women, but for their entire communities. Midwives often acted as general healers, treating a variety of ailments and providing advice on health and hygiene. The responsibilities of a midwife extended beyond the act of delivering babies. They were often involved in prenatal care, advising pregnant women on diet and behavior to ensure a healthy pregnancy. After the birth, midwives would typically stay with the new mother for several days, monitoring her recovery and helping to establish breastfeeding. Midwives also played important roles in social and religious rituals surrounding birth. In Christian communities, they were often responsible for performing emergency baptisms if it seemed a newborn might not survive. They were also frequently called upon to testify in legal matters related to inheritance, as they could confirm the legitimacy of births. The life of a medieval midwife was undoubtedly challenging. Long hours, difficult travel, and the constant stress of dealing with life-and-death situations took their toll. Many midwives lived in poverty, as their fees were often low and sometimes paid in goods rather than money. Despite this, many women were drawn to the profession out of a sense of calling or a desire to help their communities. As we move towards the end of the medieval period, we see gradual changes in the practice of midwifery. The invention of the printing press allowed for wider dissemination of medical knowledge, including texts specifically for midwives. This helped to standardize practices and improve outcomes, though it also began to erode the oral tradition that had been so central to midwifery for centuries. In conclusion, the life of a medieval midwife was a complex blend of respect and suspicion, knowledge and superstition, service and danger. These women played a crucial role in their communities, bridging the gap between folk medicine and emerging medical science. Their stories remind us of the long and often overlooked history of women's contributions to healthcare and community well-being. As we drift off to sleep, let's take a moment to appreciate these unsung heroines of medieval society. Their dedication, skill, and courage in the face of numerous challenges helped countless mothers and bobbies survive the perils of childbirth in an era when such survival was far from guaranteed. As we delve deeper into the less than glamorous lives of medieval professionals, let's turn our attention to a role that was both essential and fraught with danger: the midwife. These women, often the unsung heroes of their communities, faced challenges that went far beyond the already daunting task of delivering babies. In medieval Europe, midwives were respected for their knowledge and skills in childbirth. However, their position was precarious, as they often walked a fine line between being viewed as indispensable healers and potential practitioners of witchcraft. The primary duty of a midwife was, of course, to assist in childbirth. This was no small feat in an era without modern medical knowledge or sanitation. Midwives relied on a combination of herbal remedies, practical experience, and what we might call intuition to guide mothers through the perilous process of labor and delivery. But their responsibilities extended far beyond the birthing chamber. Midwives were often called upon to provide general health care for women and children, offer advice on fertility and contraception, and even perform rudimentary surgeries. In many ways, they were the primary healthcare providers for women in their communities. However, this intimate knowledge of women's bodies and reproductive processes, combined with their use of herbs and folk remedies, made midwives targets for suspicion. In a world where the line between medicine and magic was blurry at best, their practices could easily be misconstrued as witchcraft. The witch hunts that swept through Europe in the late medieval and early modern periods posed a significant threat to midwives. The infamous Malleus Maleficarum, a witch-hunting manual published in 1486, specifically singled out midwives as potential witches. It accused them of sacrificing unbaptized infants to Satan and using body parts from deceased bobbies for magical purposes. These accusations were not just idle gossip, they could have deadly consequences. Many midwives found themselves facing trials for witchcraft, often based on nothing more than superstition and misunderstanding of their work. For instance, if a child was stillborn or died shortly after birth, a tragically common occurrence in those times, the midwife could be blamed. Her use of herbal remedies to ease pain or induce labor might be seen as evidence of dark magic. Even her ability to successfully deliver a healthy child in difficult circumstances could arouse suspicion of supernatural assistance. The irony was that midwives were often the first line of defense against actual infanticide. They were required to report any suspicious deaths or attempts to harm newborns. Yet this very duty could put them in danger if they reported something that implicated a powerful member of the community. To protect themselves, many midwives sought the approval and protection of the church. Some areas required midwives to be licensed by ecclesiastical authorities. This involved swearing oaths not to use magic or superstition in their work and to ensure that all newborns were promptly baptized. However, even church approval wasn't always enough to shield a midwife from accusations. The climate of fear and suspicion during witch hunts could override any official sanction. A midwife's reputation could be destroyed by a single accusation, whether it came from a grieving parent, a jealous competitor, or someone with a personal grudge. The threat of being accused of witchcraft had a chilling effect on the practice of midwifery. Many women became hesitant to enter the profession or to use their full range of knowledge and skills. This reluctance to practice or share information likely led to a loss of valuable medical knowledge and experience. It's worth noting that not all regions were equally dangerous for midwives. In some areas, particularly in rural communities, midwives continued to be respected and valued members of society throughout the medieval period and beyond. However, the specter of witch accusations always loomed, creating an atmosphere of constant tension and caution. The plight of medieval midwives serves as a stark reminder of how quickly expertise can be recast as malevolence when fear and superstition take hold. These women, who dedicated their lives to bringing new life into the world and caring for their communities, found themselves vulnerable to some of the darkest impulses of human nature. As we reflect on the challenges faced by medieval midwives, it's important to recognize the resilience and courage of these women. Despite the risks, many continue to practice their craft, passing down their knowledge through generations. Their dedication to their calling, even in the face of potential persecution, is a testament to the human spirit. In many ways, the story of medieval midwives is a microcosm of the larger struggles faced by women throughout history. It highlights the complex interplay between knowledge, power, and gender in societies grappling with rapid changes and uncertain times. As we drift off to sleep, let's take a moment to appreciate the quiet heroism of these women who, despite the dangers, continued to serve their communities. Their story reminds us of the importance of valuing knowledge and expertise, and the dangers of allowing fear and superstition to guide our judgments. In our next segment, we'll explore another fascinating aspect of medieval life that might just make you grateful for modern conveniences. But for now, let the gentle waves of history lull you into a peaceful slumber. As we conclude our exploration of medieval midwifery, it's clear that these women played a crucial role in society, despite the many challenges they faced. Their knowledge of herbal remedies and practical experience often made them the most qualified individuals to assist with childbirth in their communities. However, the life of a medieval midwife was far from easy. They worked long hours, often being called upon at any time of day or night to assist with deliveries. The physical demands of their job were immense, requiring strength and stamina to support laboring mothers through what could be hours or even days of childbirth. Moreover, midwives faced significant risks in their profession. In an era without modern medical knowledge or sanitation practices, complications during childbirth were common and often deadly. Midwives could be held responsible for unsuccessful births or infant deaths, even when these outcomes were beyond their control. The social status of midwives was also complex. While they were respected for their skills and knowledge, they could also be viewed with suspicion. Some were accused of witchcraft, especially if they used herbal remedies that the church or local authorities didn't understand or approve of. Despite these challenges, medieval midwives continued to serve their communities, passing down their knowledge from generation to generation. Their work laid the foundation for modern obstetrics and gynecology, even if it would take centuries for their contributions to be fully recognized. As we drift off to sleep, let's appreciate these unsung heroines of medieval society. Their dedication to helping bring new life into the world, often at great personal risk, is a testament to the resilience and compassion of women throughout history. In our next segment, we'll explore another fascinating aspect of medieval life that might just lull you into a peaceful slumber. As we leave behind the world of medieval monks, let's transition to another fascinating aspect of history that's equally sleep-inducing. Our next topic explores the monotonous daily routines of ancient Egyptian scribes. Prepare to be lulled by the repetitive tasks and rigid hierarchies that define their lives, as we delve into why being a scribe wasn't as glamorous as it might seem. Picture this: a longship emerges from the mist, its dragon-headed prow cutting through the waves. Bearded warriors grip their axes, their eyes fixed on the monastery ahead. The peaceful life of medieval monks is about to be shattered by the arrival of Viking raiders. Viking sea voyages were not the glamorous adventures often portrayed in modern media. In reality, these journeys were fraught with danger, discomfort, and monotony. Let's delve into the less than exciting aspects of Viking maritime life. Viking ships, while revolutionary for their time, were far from comfortable. The average longship was about 30 meters long and 5 meters wide, with an open deck exposed to the elements. There were no cabins, no private quarters, and certainly no luxurious amenities. Imagine spending weeks, sometimes months, crammed onto this open deck with 60 to 80 other men. Personal space was non-existent, and hygiene was, well, let's just say it wasn't a priority. The smell alone would have been enough to keep you awake, if not for sheer exhaustion. Speaking of sleep, Vikings didn't have the luxury of comfortable beds. When they needed rest, they would simply lie down on the deck or on their sea chests, using their cloaks as blankets. The constant rocking of the ship, the noise of the waves, and the snoring of your fellow crew members made getting a good night's sleep nearly impossible. Food on these voyages was equally uninspiring. The staple diet consisted of dried or salted meat, fish, and hardtack, a type of biscuit so hard it often had to be soaked in liquid before it could be eaten. Fresh food was a rarity, and meals quickly became repetitive and unappetizing. Water was another major concern. Fresh water would often become stagnant and undrinkable after a few days at sea. To combat this, Vikings would sometimes bring barrels of ale or beer, which stayed drinkable for longer. However, this meant that many crew members were in a constant state of mild intoxication, not ideal when navigating treacherous waters. Navigation itself was a challenge. Vikings didn't have compasses or accurate maps. Instead, they relied on the sun, stars, and their knowledge of wind and ocean currents to guide them. On cloudy days or in unfamiliar waters, it was easy to become hopelessly lost. The weather was another constant threat. The North Atlantic is notorious for its sudden storms and rough seas. Vikings had no way to predict these weather changes accurately. A calm day could quickly turn into a life-threatening situation, with massive waves threatening to capsize their ships. Even in good weather, the work never stopped. Crew members had to constantly bail water out of the ship, adjust the sails, and row when the wind was not in their favor. This back-breaking labor continued day and night with little rest. Diseases were rampant in these close quarters. With no understanding of germ theory and limited medical knowledge, a simple infection could quickly spread through the entire crew. Scurvy, caused by a lack of vitamin C, was a common affliction on longer voyages. Despite their fearsome reputation, Vikings were not immune to seasickness. Many would have suffered from nausea and vomiting, especially during rough seas. Imagine trying to row or fight while battling constant queasiness. The cold was another ever-present enemy. The North Atlantic is frigid, and Viking ships offered little protection from the elements. Wet clothes, icy winds, and the constant spray of seawater made hypothermia a real danger. Boredom was perhaps one of the most overlooked challenges of these voyages. Days could pass with nothing but the endless horizon in sight. To pass the time, Vikings might carve wood, play simple board games, or tell stories, the same stories, over and over again. When land was finally sighted, it didn't always mean relief. If it was unfamiliar territory, there was the constant threat of hostile locals. Many Viking expeditions ended in violent confrontations before they even had a chance to establish trade or settlements. Even successful voyages could end in disappointment. After weeks or months of hardship, the riches gained from raiding or trading might be meager, barely covering the costs of the expedition. Many Vikings returned home poorer than when they left. The return journey was often just as challenging. Ships might be damaged, crews depleted, and supplies running low. The excitement of heading home was tempered by the knowledge that they still faced weeks of hardship before reaching familiar shores. Upon returning home, Vikings didn't have much time to rest. The short Nordic summer meant that they had to quickly turn their attention to farming and preparing for the long winter ahead. The cycle of hardship continued, with little respite. So the next time you imagine Viking sea voyages as grand adventures, remember the reality: cramped conditions, poor food, constant danger, mind-numbing boredom, and the ever-present smell of unwashed bodies. It's enough to make you appreciate your comfortable bed and the ease of modern travel. As we drift off to sleep, let's be thankful that we don't have to endure the hardships of Viking sea voyages. Our dreams of adventure can remain just that, dreams, unsullied by the harsh realities of medieval maritime life. While Viking raids are often romanticized in modern media, the reality of life as a Viking raider was far from glamorous. Let's delve into the hardships and challenges these Norse warriors faced during their expeditions. First and foremost, the journey itself was treacherous. Vikings primarily traveled by longship, which, despite being technologically advanced for its time, was still an open vessel exposed to the harsh elements of the North Atlantic. Imagine being crammed onto a wooden ship with dozens of other men, sailing through frigid waters for weeks on end. The constant rocking of the waves, the spray of icy seawater, and the relentless wind would have made for an uncomfortable journey at best. Food and water were constant concerns. While Vikings were skilled at preserving meat and fish, supplies could quickly run low on longer voyages. Fresh water was particularly precious, and rationing was often necessary. Imagine the discomfort of being perpetually thirsty, your throat parched from the salty sea air. Hygiene was another significant issue. With limited space and no proper facilities, keeping clean was nearly impossible. The stench of unwashed bodies, coupled with the odor of fish and seawater, would have been overwhelming. Lice and other parasites were common companions on these voyages. Weather was a constant threat. Storms could appear suddenly, tossing the longships about like toys in a bathtub. Many Vikings met their end not in glorious battle, but by drowning in the unforgiving sea. The fear of capsizing or being swept overboard must have weighed heavily on their minds. Upon reaching their destination, the real dangers began. Contrary to popular belief, not all Viking raids were successful. Many coastal communities had developed defenses against these Norse invaders. Raids could be met with fierce resistance, leading to bloody battles and significant casualties. The Vikings' reputation for brutality was often a double-edged sword. While it struck fear into the hearts of their victims, it also meant that captured Vikings could expect little mercy. Being taken prisoner often resulted in slavery or a painful death. Even successful raids came with their own set of problems. The spoils of war had to be transported back across the treacherous seas. Overloading the ships with plunder could make them dangerously unstable, increasing the risk of sinking. The journey home was fraught with its own perils. Other Viking groups or opportunistic pirates might attempt to seize the hard-won treasures. Imagine the stress of constantly watching the horizon, wondering if the next ship you spot will be friend or foe. Upon returning home, Vikings faced the challenge of reintegrating into their communities. Long absences could strain relationships with family and friends. Some struggled with the psychological toll of the violence they had both inflicted and witnessed. It's worth noting that not all Vikings participated in raids. Many were farmers, craftsmen, and traders who never set foot on a longship. However, for those who did engage in raiding, the lifestyle was far from the glorified version often portrayed in modern media. The physical toll of the Viking lifestyle was significant. Constant exposure to the elements, poor nutrition, and the rigors of combat left many with chronic health issues. Injuries sustained during raids could lead to lifelong disabilities or early death. Dental health was particularly problematic. The Viking diet, high in abrasive foods and low in dental hygiene, often resulted in severe tooth wear and decay. Imagine enduring the constant pain of toothaches with no modern dentistry to provide relief. Disease was another ever-present threat. Close quarters on the ships provided ideal conditions for the spread of illnesses. A simple cut or scrape could become infected, potentially leading to life-threatening complications in an era before antibiotics. The economic realities of raiding were also less glamorous than often portrayed. While some Vikings did amass significant wealth, many barely broke even after accounting for the costs of ships, weapons, and provisions. The risks often outweighed the potential rewards. Social pressures played a role in perpetuating the raiding culture. Young men, in particular, felt compelled to prove their worth through these dangerous expeditions. The fear of being seen as cowardly or unmanly could drive individuals to participate in raids against their better judgment. The harsh climate of Scandinavia contributed to the hardships of Viking life. Long, dark winters could be psychologically taxing, especially for those who had witnessed the relative abundance of lands to the south during their raids. Legal troubles could also arise from raiding. As Norse societies became more organized, laws began to govern the conduct of raids. Vikings who broke these rules could face severe penalties, including outlawry, essentially a death sentence in medieval Scandinavian society. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on how the reality of Viking life was far more complex and challenging than the romanticized versions we often encounter. The hardships they faced remind us of the difficult choices people make in pursuit of survival and societal expectations. As the harsh winter winds howled outside the longhouses, Viking life transformed into a grueling test of survival. Let's delve into the monotonous and challenging aspects of Viking winter life that are sure to lull you into a peaceful slumber. During the long, dark months of winter, Vikings faced numerous hardships that made their daily existence a constant struggle. One of the most pressing concerns was food preservation and rationing. Without modern refrigeration, Vikings had to rely on traditional methods to keep their food supplies from spoiling. Meat was often salted, smoked, or dried to extend its shelf life. Fish, a staple of the Viking diet, was similarly preserved through drying and salting. These preservation methods, while effective, resulted in meals that were far from appetizing. Day after day, Vikings would consume the same bland, salty foods with little variety to break the monotony. The process of food preservation itself was a tedious and time-consuming task. Imagine spending countless hours hanging fish to dry or rubbing salt into slabs of meat, knowing that these monotonous actions were crucial for your survival. The repetitive nature of these tasks would surely make your eyelids heavy with boredom. Another challenge Vikings faced during winter was maintaining warmth in their dwellings. The typical Viking longhouse, while designed to withstand harsh weather, was far from cozy by modern standards. These structures were often drafty, with smoke from the central hearth permeating the air and irritating the eyes and lungs of the inhabitants. To combat the cold, Vikings would crowd together in the longhouse, sharing body heat and huddling around the fire. This close proximity, combined with the lack of proper sanitation, led to less than pleasant living conditions. The air would have been thick with the smell of smoke, unwashed bodies, and preserved foods, creating an atmosphere that was far from conducive to comfort. Clothing during the winter months was functional but far from comfortable. Vikings would layer themselves in wool and animal furs, which, while warm, were often itchy and cumbersome. The process of making and maintaining these garments was another tedious task that occupied much of their time during the winter months. Picture yourself sitting for hours on end, painstakingly weaving wool or repairing worn clothing, your fingers numb from the cold and your back aching from the repetitive motions. The monotony of this task would surely have you nodding off in no time. The lack of sunlight during the long winter months posed another challenge for Vikings. In the northernmost Viking settlements, the sun would barely rise above the horizon for weeks or even months at a time. This perpetual darkness not only made daily tasks more difficult, but also had a significant impact on mood and mental well-being. Vikings would have to rely on the dim light of oil lamps and the glow of the hearth fire to illuminate their long winter days. The constant struggle against darkness would have been mentally and physically exhausting, with each day blending into the next in a haze of twilight. To pass the time during these long, dark winters, Vikings would engage in various indoor activities. One common pastime was storytelling, with skilled storytellers recounting tales of legendary heroes and mythical beings. While these stories were no doubt entertaining, imagine listening to the same tales night after night, the familiar words washing over you like a soothing lullaby. Another winter activity was the playing of board games such as Nefatafel, a strategic game similar to chess. However, with limited opponents and the same game pieces used repeatedly, even this form of entertainment would eventually become repetitive and predictable. The winter months also brought an increased risk of illness and injury. With people living in close quarters and limited access to fresh food, diseases could spread quickly through Viking communities. The lack of modern medical knowledge meant that even minor ailments could become serious threats. Imagine the tedium of tending to the sick day after day, preparing the same herbal remedies and changing dressings on wounds that seemed to heal at an agonizingly slow pace. The constant worry about health and survival would have weighed heavily on the minds of Vikings throughout the winter. As the winter dragged on, Vikings would have to carefully monitor their food supplies, rationing out portions to ensure they had enough to last until spring. This constant state of scarcity would have led to meals that were not only monotonous in taste, but also in portion size. The gnawing sensation of never feeling quite satisfied after a meal would have been a constant companion throughout the winter months. For those Vikings who ventured outside during the winter, the landscape would have been a bleak and forbidding sight. Snow-covered fields and frozen forests stretched as far as the eye could see, with little variation to break up the monotony of white. The crunch of snow underfoot and the whistle of wind through bare branches would have been the only sounds to break the eerie silence. Even simple tasks like gathering firewood or checking on livestock became arduous ordeals in the winter. Trudging through deep snow, battling against icy winds, and struggling to maintain one's footing on slippery surfaces would have turned even the most basic chores into exhausting endeavors. As the winter wore on, the anticipation of spring would have grown stronger with each passing day. Vikings would eagerly watch for signs of the changing seasons, such as the gradual lengthening of daylight hours or the first appearance of migratory birds. However, this waiting game would have been a test of patience, with progress often seeming frustratingly slow. In conclusion, the winter survival of Vikings was a monotonous and challenging experience that required great endurance and resourcefulness. From the repetitive tasks of food preservation and clothing maintenance to the constant struggle against cold and darkness, every aspect of daily life was a test of willpower and resilience. As you drift off to sleep, imagine yourself in the shoes of these ancient Norsemen, surrounded by the quiet tedium of a long Viking winter, and let the monotony of their daily struggles lull you into a peaceful slumber. As we continue our journey through the monotonous aspects of history, let's turn our attention to the Vikings and their less than thrilling dietary habits. While popular culture often portrays Vikings as fierce warriors feasting on grand banquets, the reality of their daily nutrition was far more mundane. Vikings, like most people in medieval Scandinavia, relied heavily on a diet that was both simple and repetitive. The staple of their nutrition was a grain called barley. Now, before you start imagining delicious barley soups or hearty breads, let me assure you that the Viking preparation of barley was about as exciting as watching paint dry. Barley was typically boiled into a thick, bland porridge called bag. This porridge was consumed daily, sometimes multiple times a day, with very little variation in taste or texture. Imagine eating the same bowl of tasteless oatmeal for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, day after day, year after year. That's essentially what Viking life was like from a culinary perspective. To complement their thrilling barley porridge, Vikings also consumed various types of vegetables. However, don't picture a colorful array of produce. The most common vegetables in their diet were turnips, onions, and cabbage. These were often boiled or added to stews, creating meals that were filling but far from flavorful. In coastal areas, fish played a significant role in the Viking diet. While this might sound more appealing, remember that without modern refrigeration, most fish was preserved through drying, salting, or fermenting. The result was often a pungent, salty fish product that bore little resemblance to the fresh seafood we enjoy today. One particularly unappetizing Viking delicacy was lutefisk, a dish made from dried whitefish treated with lye. The fish would be soaked in a lye solution for days, resulting in a gelatinous texture that's been described as similar to eating fish-flavored jello. If that doesn't put you to sleep, I don't know what will. Meat was consumed by Vikings, but it wasn't as common as you might think. Livestock was valuable, and most animals were kept for their milk, wool, or labor rather than their meat. When meat was eaten, it was often from older animals that were no longer useful for other purposes. This meant the meat was tough and required long cooking times to become edible. Pork was somewhat more common, as pigs were easier to raise and provided a good return on investment. However, the pork consumed by Vikings was a far cry from the tender, juicy cuts we're accustomed to today. It was often preserved through smoking or salting, resulting in a tough, salty meat that required significant effort to chew. Dairy products were a crucial part of the Viking diet, particularly in the form of skyr, a type of yogurt-like cheese. While skyr has gained popularity in recent years as a high-protein health food, the Viking version was likely much more sour and less palatable than its modern counterpart. It was often consumed with that ever-present barley porridge, adding a tangy flavor to an otherwise bland meal. The Viking approach to food preservation was particularly uninspiring. Without refrigeration, they relied heavily on techniques like salting, smoking, and fermentation to keep food edible through long winters. This led to a diet that was high in sodium and often characterized by strong, sometimes unpleasant flavors. One preservation method involved burying meat or fish in the ground and allowing it to ferment. The resulting product, known as gravlax for fish or graved for meat, was essentially partially decomposed food that was considered a delicacy. The smell alone would probably be enough to put most modern diners off their appetite. Fruits were a rare treat in the Viking diet, limited mostly to wild berries and occasionally apples. The concept of dessert as we know it today was non-existent. The closest thing to a sweet treat might have been honey, which was sometimes used to ferment drinks but was generally too valuable to be used regularly in cooking. Speaking of drinks, the Vikings did consume alcohol, but it wasn't the mead-filled feasts often depicted in movies. The most common alcoholic beverage was likely a weak beer made from barley. This beer was often safer to drink than water, which could be contaminated, but it was far from the robust, flavorful craft beers we enjoy today. The process of making this beer was time-consuming and resulted in a drink that was low in alcohol content and probably quite sour. It was often flavored with herbs or berries to make it more palatable, but it was still a far cry from what we would consider enjoyable today. Mead, while it did exist, was a luxury item reserved for special occasions or the wealthy. The average Viking would have rarely, if ever, tasted mead. Instead, they would have to content themselves with their weak, sour beer or, more commonly, water or milk. The monotony of the Viking diet was broken only by the changing seasons, which brought slight variations in available foods. Spring might bring fresh greens and eggs, while autumn could provide some variety in the form of nuts and late-season berries. However, these changes were subtle and did little to alleviate the overall dullness of their daily meals. It's worth noting that the Viking diet, while boring, was relatively nutritious for its time. The combination of grains, vegetables, fish, and dairy provided a reasonably balanced diet that allowed Vikings to maintain the physical strength needed for their lifestyle. However, nutritious doesn't necessarily mean enjoyable or varied. In fact, the monotony of the Viking diet likely contributed to their desire for exploration and raiding. The prospect of discovering new foods and flavors in distant lands might have been a significant motivator for their seafaring expeditions. Imagine risking life and limb on a dangerous ocean voyage, partly driven by the hope of tasting something other than barley porridge and salted fish. As we conclude this segment on Viking nutrition, let's reflect on how fortunate we are to have access to such a wide variety of foods and flavors in our modern diets. The next time you're enjoying a diverse, flavorful meal, take a moment to appreciate that you're not limited to barley porridge and fermented fish. Now, let that appreciation lull you into a peaceful, historically informed sleep. As we continue our journey through the less glamorous aspects of history, let's turn our attention to the Vikings. While often romanticized in modern media, the reality of Viking life was far from idyllic, especially when it came to injuries and medical care. Imagine you're a Viking warrior returning from a raid with a nasty gash on your arm. In the modern world, you'd head to the emergency room for stitches and antibiotics. But in Viking Age Scandinavia, your options were far more limited and, frankly, quite unpleasant. First and foremost, it's important to understand that the Vikings didn't have a sophisticated understanding of germ theory or the causes of infection. Their medical practices were a mix of practical knowledge passed down through generations, superstition, and religious beliefs. One of the most common treatments for wounds was cauterization. This involved heating a metal implement until it was red hot and then pressing it against the wound to seal it. While this method did stop bleeding, it also caused excruciating pain and left significant scarring. Moreover, it didn't do much to prevent infection, which was a constant threat in the pre-antibiotic era. Speaking of infection, the Vikings did have some rudimentary understanding of its dangers. They used honey as a topical treatment for wounds, which we now know has some antibacterial properties. They also used moss as a type of bandage, which could help absorb blood and keep the wound clean. However, these methods were far from foolproof, and many Vikings succumbed to infections from even minor injuries. Broken bones were another common injury in Viking society. Whether from battle, accidents during farming or shipbuilding, or the harsh living conditions, fractures were a frequent occurrence. The Vikings did have some skill in setting bones, using wooden splints to keep the broken limb in place while it healed. However, without proper X-ray technology or surgical techniques, many bones healed improperly, leading to chronic pain and disability. One particularly gruesome aspect of Viking medical care was trepanation. This involved drilling or scraping a hole in the skull, supposedly to relieve pressure on the brain or to let out evil spirits. Surprisingly, archaeological evidence suggests that some individuals survived this procedure, but it's safe to say that the success rate was far from encouraging. For internal ailments, the Vikings relied heavily on herbal remedies. Some of these, like using willow bark, which contains salicylic acid, the active ingredient in aspirin for pain relief, had genuine medicinal value. Others, like drinking sheep's urine to cure stomach ailments, were less scientifically sound. The role of the healer in Viking society was often intertwined with that of the religious leader or shaman. Many treatments involved a combination of practical care and spiritual rituals. For example, a healing ceremony might involve the application of herbal poultices along with the chanting of runes or prayers to the Norse gods. One particularly interesting aspect of Viking medical care was their approach to mental health. While they didn't have a modern understanding of psychological disorders, they did recognize conditions like depression and anxiety. These were often attributed to supernatural causes, such as curses or the influence of malevolent spirits. Treatments could range from the relatively benign, like meditation and spending time in nature, to the more extreme, such as exorcism rituals. Childbirth was another significant medical challenge in Viking society. While midwives were skilled and respected, the process of giving birth was incredibly dangerous for both mother and child. Complications that would be easily managed in a modern hospital often proved fatal. This high mortality rate contributed to the Viking practice of not naming children until they had survived for a few days, as a way of emotionally protecting the parents. Dental care in Viking society was unsurprisingly quite primitive. While they did use twigs as a form of toothbrush and understood the importance of dental hygiene to some extent, cavities and tooth loss were common. Some Vikings attempted to file their teeth into points, either for aesthetic reasons or to appear more fearsome in battle. This practice, however, often led to increased tooth decay and pain. One area where the Vikings did show some medical innovation was in the field of prosthetics. Archaeological evidence has revealed surprisingly sophisticated artificial limbs, including a prosthetic foot made of wood and iron. While these devices were far from perfect, they demonstrate the Vikings' ingenuity in adapting to injuries and disabilities. It's worth noting that not all Viking medical practices were ineffective. They were skilled at treating frostbite, a common ailment in the cold Scandinavian climate. Their techniques for gradually warming affected areas and preventing further tissue damage were quite advanced for their time. The Vikings also had a good understanding of the importance of hygiene, at least by the standards of their era. Regular bathing was more common among Vikings than many of their European contemporaries, which likely helped prevent some diseases. They also used combs to remove lice and other parasites, a constant battle in medieval times. However, despite these pockets of effectiveness, the overall state of Viking medical care was grim by modern standards. Many injuries and illnesses that we consider minor today were life-threatening in Viking-age Scandinavia. Chronic pain from improperly healed injuries was a fact of life for many, and the average lifespan was significantly shorter than it is today. In conclusion, while the Vikings were known for their strength and resilience, their medical practices reveal the harsh realities of life in medieval Scandinavia. From cauterization and trepanation to herbal remedies and spiritual healing, Viking medical care was a mix of practical knowledge and superstition. It serves as a stark reminder of how far medical science has come in the intervening centuries, and how fortunate we are to live in an age of modern healthcare. As we conclude our exploration of Viking raiders, it's clear that their impact on medieval Europe was far-reaching and complex. These Norse seafarers weren't just mindless marauders, they were skilled navigators, traders, and settlers who reshaped the political and cultural landscape of the continent. The Vikings' legacy extends far beyond their reputation for violence. Their longships, technological marvels of their time, allowed them to explore and colonize distant lands, including Iceland, Greenland, and even parts of North America. This expansive reach facilitated cultural exchange and the spread of new ideas across vast distances. In many areas they settled, Vikings integrated with local populations, leading to a blending of cultures. The Normandy region in France, for instance, derives its name from the Northmen who settled there. These Norse settlers eventually became the Normans, who would later conquer England in 1066 under William the Conqueror. The Viking Age also had profound effects on the development of European nations. Their raids and settlements contributed to the consolidation of power in England, France, and Ireland, as local rulers banded together to defend against the Norse threat. This period of conflict and interaction played a crucial role in shaping the political boundaries and national identities of medieval Europe. Moreover, the Vikings left an indelible mark on language and literature. Old Norse words enriched the English language, and Norse mythology continues to captivate imaginations to this day. The sagas and poems composed by Norse skalds provide invaluable insights into Viking culture and history. As we drift off to sleep, let's remember that history is rarely black and white. The Viking raiders, often portrayed as simple barbarians, were in fact complex figures who played a pivotal role in shaping the medieval world. Their era of exploration, trade, and conquest left an enduring legacy that continues to fascinate historians and the general public alike. As we leave behind the world of medieval monks, let's drift further into history's quiet corners. Our next stop takes us to another group of individuals who lived lives of dedication and sacrifice, though in a very different setting. Prepare to journey from the stone walls of monasteries to the vast expanse of the desert, where we'll explore the lives of ancient Egyptian priests. Now let's shift our focus to the Tudor court, where life as a servant was far from glamorous. Imagine the constant pressure of serving royalty, where a single misstep could lead to severe consequences. The Tudor era's strict hierarchy meant that servants. As we delve deeper into the annals of history, let's explore the life of a Tudor servant, a position fraught with strict hierarchy and complex social dynamics. The Tudor period, spanning from 1485 to 1603, was a time of significant change in England, but for those at the bottom of the social ladder, life remained a constant struggle for survival and status. In a Tudor household, whether it was a grand manor or a modest townhouse, servants were an essential part of daily life. However, not all servants were created equal. There was a strict hierarchy that governed their roles, responsibilities, and even their living conditions. At the top of this servant pyramid were the steward and the housekeeper, who oversaw the entire household staff. The steward, typically a man, was responsible for managing the household accounts, supervising male servants, and ensuring the smooth running of the estate. He often had his own private chamber and enjoyed a level of respect that set him apart from other servants. The housekeeper, usually a woman, was in charge of the female servants and the domestic affairs of the house. She, too, had her own room and a degree of authority that other servants could only dream of. Below these top-tier servants were various specialized roles. The chef or cook, for instance, held a position of importance due to the significance of food in Tudor society. They were responsible for preparing elaborate meals for the household and guests, often working long hours in hot, smoky kitchens. Despite the demanding nature of their work, skilled cooks were highly valued and could command better wages than many other servants. Next in line were personal servants to the master and mistress of the house. This included roles such as the lady's maid, who helped her mistress dress and manage her wardrobe, and the valet, who performed similar duties for the master. These positions were coveted as they offered closer proximity to the family and potential opportunities for advancement. Further down the hierarchy were the general household servants. This included chambermaids, responsible for cleaning and maintaining bedrooms, and footmen, who performed a variety of tasks from serving at table to running errands. These roles were often filled by younger individuals, some starting their service as young as 10 or 12 years old. At the very bottom of the servant hierarchy were the scullery maids and stable boys. Scullery maids had perhaps the most physically demanding and least respected job in the household. They were responsible for the dirtiest and most menial tasks, such as cleaning pots and pans, scrubbing floors, and disposing of waste. Their work was endless, starting before dawn and often continuing late into the night. Stable boys, while working outside the main house, also faced challenging conditions. They were responsible for caring for the horses, cleaning stables, and assisting with transportation needs. Their work was physically demanding and often involved long hours in all weather conditions. The status of a servant was reflected not only in their duties, but also in their living conditions and even the clothes they wore. Higher-ranking servants might have their own small rooms, while lower servants often shared cramped, unheated quarters in the attics or basements. Some households provided livery, a uniform of sorts, for their servants, with the quality and style of the livery indicating the wearer's position in the household hierarchy. Meals were another area where the servant hierarchy was evident. While higher-ranking servants might eat leftovers from the family's table, those at the bottom of the ladder subsisted on much simpler fare. A typical meal for a lower servant might consist of bread, cheese, and small beer, a weak, low-alcohol beverage that was safer to drink than water in many areas. The life of a Tudor servant was not just about work and status within the household. Their position also affected their prospects in the wider world. For instance, marriage opportunities were often limited by one's status as a servant. Many households had strict rules about servants marrying, with some requiring permission from their masters, or even prohibiting marriage altogether for certain positions. Despite the hardships, becoming a servant in a wealthy household was seen as a potential path to betterment for many. It provided food, shelter, and a small wage, which was more than many could hope for in Tudor England. Some servants, through hard work and loyalty, managed to rise through the ranks, improving their status and living conditions. However, the reality for most servants was a life of long hours, hard work, and little recognition. Their days began before dawn and often ended long after their masters had retired for the night. They had little to no personal time and were expected to be available at all hours to attend to the needs of the household. The relationship between servants and their masters was complex. While some households treated their servants with a degree of care and respect, others viewed them as little more than living tools. Punishments for perceived failures or disobedience could be harsh, ranging from docked wages to physical punishment or dismissal without reference, a devastating prospect in a society where reputation was everything. As we drift off to sleep, imagine the life of a Tudor servant. The constant work, the strict hierarchy, the small comforts and big challenges. It's a reminder of how far we've come in terms of labor rights and social equality, even as it highlights the enduring human desire for status and recognition. In the quiet of the night, we can be grateful for the comforts we enjoy, comforts that would have been unimaginable luxuries to even the highest-ranking Tudor servant. As we continue our journey through the less glamorous aspects of history, let's turn our attention to the daily life of a Tudor servant. The Tudor period, spanning from 1485 to 1603, was a time of great change in England, but for the average servant, life remained a constant struggle of hard work and long hours. Our Tudor servant's day would begin well before dawn, usually around 4 or 5 in the morning. The first task of the day was to light the fires throughout the house. This was no small feat, as Tudor homes often had multiple fireplaces that needed tending. Once the fires were lit, the servant would begin preparing breakfast for the household. This typically consisted of bread, ale, and perhaps some cold meat left over from the previous night's dinner. The servant would need to ensure that the table was set properly, with each place setting arranged according to the strict social hierarchy of the Tudor household. After serving breakfast, the real work of the day would begin. For a female servant, this often meant tackling the endless task of laundry. Tudor clothing was elaborate and required careful cleaning. Linens and undergarments would be soaked in lye soap and hot water, then beaten with wooden paddles to remove dirt and stains. The process of doing laundry was physically demanding and time-consuming. Servants would have to carry heavy buckets of water from wells or nearby streams, heat the water over fires, and then spend hours scrubbing and wringing out the clothes. After washing, the clothes would be hung out to dry, weather permitting. While the laundry was drying, the servant would move on to cleaning the house. This involved sweeping floors with brooms made from twigs or rushes, dusting furniture, and emptying chamber pots. The latter task was particularly unpleasant, as Tudor homes lacked indoor plumbing. Chamber pots would need to be emptied into cesspits or nearby rivers. In between these tasks, the servant would need to tend to the fires throughout the day, ensuring they remained lit and adding fuel as needed. This was crucial not only for warmth but also for cooking, as all meals were prepared over open flames. Speaking of meals, the servant would be responsible for assisting in the preparation of dinner, the main meal of the day. This typically took place around midday. The servant might be tasked with plucking and cleaning poultry, peeling vegetables, or turning spits to roast meat evenly. After the midday meal, the cleaning process would begin anew. Dishes needed to be washed, tables cleared, and the kitchen put back in order. This was no small task, as Tudor meals often involved multiple courses and a variety of dishes. In the afternoon, a female servant might be expected to assist with needlework or mending clothes. Fabric was expensive in Tudor times, so clothing was repaired and altered rather than replaced. This required skill and patience, as the work was often intricate and time-consuming. Male servants, on the other hand, might be tasked with outdoor work such as tending to gardens, caring for livestock, or assisting with repairs around the property. They might also be required to run errands in town or accompany their masters on journeys. As evening approached, the servant would need to prepare for the evening meal, which was typically a lighter affair than dinner. This might involve reheating leftovers from the midday meal or preparing a simple supper of bread and cheese. After the evening meal, the servant's day was far from over. There were still fires to tend, rooms to tidy, and preparations to make for the following day. Candles and rushlights needed to be prepared for the household's evening activities. One of the final tasks of the day would be to assist the family members in preparing for bed. This might involve helping them change into night clothes, warming bed linens with heated pans, and ensuring that chamber pots were emptied and ready for use during the night. It wasn't until late in the evening, often around 10 or 11 at night, that the servant could finally retire to their own quarters. These were typically small, cramped spaces in the attic or basement of the house, often shared with other servants. Sleep, however, was a luxury that servants couldn't always count on. They needed to be ready to respond to the needs of their masters at any hour of the night. A bell or a shout could summon them from their beds to tend to a sick child, stoke a dying fire, or fetch a late-night snack for a peckish master. The life of a Tudor servant was one of constant work and little rest. Their days were long, typically lasting 16 to 18 hours, and they had very little time to themselves. Days off were rare, usually limited to major religious holidays, and even then there were still basic tasks that needed to be performed. Compensation for this grueling work was minimal. Servants were typically provided with room and board, but their wages were low. Many worked primarily for the security of a roof over their heads and regular meals, which were not guaranteed for the lower classes in Tudor society. Despite the hardships, being a servant in a wealthy household was often seen as a step up from the alternatives available to the lower classes. It provided a degree of stability and the possibility, however slim, of advancement. Some servants were able to learn skills that could lead to better positions, either within the household or elsewhere. However, the reality for most servants was a life of endless toil with little recognition or reward. Their contributions to the smooth running of Tudor households were invaluable, yet they remained largely invisible in the grand narratives of history. As we drift off to sleep, let's take a moment to appreciate the countless unnamed servants whose labor formed the foundation of Tudor society. Their stories, though often overlooked, are an essential part of understanding the full tapestry of life in this fascinating period of history. As we continue our journey through the less than glamorous aspects of history, let's turn our attention to the living quarters of Tudor servants. These hardworking individuals, who kept the grand houses and palaces of 16th century England running smoothly, often found themselves in living conditions that were far from comfortable. Tudor servants typically resided in the attics or basements of the grand houses they served. These spaces were not designed with comfort in mind, but rather to maximize the number of servants that could be housed within the estate. The rooms were often cramped, dark, and poorly ventilated, creating an environment that was less than ideal for rest and relaxation after a long day's work. In the attics, servants would have to contend with the extremes of temperature. During the summer months, these spaces would become unbearably hot as the sun beat down on the roof. The heat would accumulate throughout the day, turning the attic into a veritable oven by nightfall. Conversely, in the winter, these rooms would be bitterly cold, as they lacked proper insulation and were far from any sources of heat in the house. Basement accommodations weren't much better. These spaces were often damp and musty, with little natural light filtering through the small windows at ground level. The constant moisture in the air could lead to mold growth, which not only created an unpleasant odor, but also posed health risks to the servants who lived there. Privacy was a luxury that most Tudor servants could only dream of. Sleeping arrangements were communal, with multiple servants sharing a single room. Beds were often shared as well, with 2 or more servants sleeping in the same bed to conserve space. This lack of personal space meant that servants had little opportunity for solitude or quiet reflection after their long workdays. The furniture in these living quarters was sparse and utilitarian. A typical servant's room might contain a few simple beds, a chest for storing personal belongings, and perhaps a small table or stool. Comfort was not a priority, and many servants slept on straw-filled mattresses that were lumpy and prone to harboring insects. Lighting in these quarters was minimal. Candles were expensive and considered a luxury, so servants often had to make do with the dim light provided by rushlights, simple lamps made from rushes dipped in animal fat. These lights provided weak illumination and often produced a strong, unpleasant odor as they burned. Sanitation was another significant issue in Tudor servant quarters. Chamber pots were commonly used for nighttime relief, and it was the responsibility of the lower-ranking servants to empty these each morning. The smell in these cramped living spaces could become quite overwhelming, especially during hot summer nights when ventilation was poor. Water for washing was not readily available in most servant quarters. Servants would have to fetch water from wells or pumps, often located some distance from their living areas. This meant that personal hygiene was a challenge, and servants had to make do with infrequent opportunities to wash themselves properly. The lack of proper sanitation and close living conditions made servant quarters breeding grounds for disease. Illnesses could spread rapidly through these cramped spaces, and servants had little recourse when they fell ill. Medical care was rudimentary at best, and many servants were expected to continue working even when unwell. Despite these challenging living conditions, servants were expected to maintain a neat and tidy appearance when in the presence of their employers or guests of the house. This often meant rising well before dawn to prepare themselves for the day ahead, despite the discomfort of their sleeping arrangements. The hierarchy among servants was reflected in their living quarters as well. Higher-ranking servants, such as the housekeeper or butler, might have slightly better accommodations. They might enjoy the luxury of a small private room, though it would still be far from comfortable by modern standards. For female servants, there was the added concern of personal safety. With so many people living in close quarters and little privacy, women were vulnerable to unwanted advances or assaults. Some households attempted to address this by segregating male and female servants' quarters, but this was not always possible or enforced. The long working hours of Tudor servants meant that they spent relatively little time in their living quarters. Most of their waking hours were devoted to their duties within the house, leaving little opportunity for personal time or relaxation in their own spaces. During their rare moments of free time, servants might gather in common areas to socialize, share stories, or engage in simple games. However, these moments were few and far between, as the demands of their positions often left them too exhausted for much leisure activity. It's worth noting that the living conditions of servants varied somewhat depending on the wealth and status of the household they served. Servants in royal palaces or the homes of wealthy nobles might have slightly better accommodations than those in less affluent households. However, even in the grandest of estates, servant quarters were far from luxurious. The contrast between the opulent living spaces of their employers and their own cramped quarters must have been stark for many servants. They would spend their days tending to lavish rooms filled with expensive furnishings and artwork, only to retire to their own sparse and uncomfortable living spaces at night. Despite the hardships of their living conditions, many Tudor servants considered themselves fortunate to have employment that provided food and shelter, however basic. The alternative for many would have been a life of poverty and uncertainty in the wider world. As we reflect on the living quarters of Tudor servants, it's important to remember that these conditions were not unique to England. Servants in other parts of Europe, and indeed around the world, often faced similar challenges in their living arrangements during this period of history. The lives of Tudor servants, including their living conditions, provide us with valuable insights into the social structures and inequalities of the time. They remind us of how far we've come in terms of workers' rights and living standards, while also prompting us to consider the inequalities that still exist in our modern world. As we continue our journey through the monotonous lives of historical figures, let's turn our attention to the Tudor servants and their culinary experiences. The food and meals of these individuals were far from the lavish feasts we might imagine when thinking of Tudor England. Tudor servants typically ate a diet that was as bland and uninspiring as their daily routines. Their meals were designed for sustenance rather than enjoyment, with little regard for flavor or variety. The majority of their diet consisted of bread, which was often of poor quality and made from coarse grains. Breakfast, if it was eaten at all, was a simple affair. Servants might have a small piece of bread with ale, which was considered safer to drink than water in many cases. This meager start to the day was hardly enough to fuel the long hours of work that lay ahead. The main meal of the day, dinner, was typically served around midday. For servants, this might include pottage, a thick soup made from whatever vegetables were available, often overcooked to the point of being mushy. Meat was a rare luxury, reserved for special occasions or when leftovers from the master's table were available. Pottage was a staple in the servants' diet, and its monotony was only occasionally broken by the addition of dried peas or beans. The consistency was often so thick that it could be eaten with a trencher, a piece of stale bread used as a plate. This bread would soak up the liquid and could be eaten at the end of the meal, providing an extra source of sustenance. Servants were often given the less desirable parts of animals when meat was available. This might include offal, such as liver, kidneys, or intestines. These organ meats were considered inferior and were therefore relegated to the lower classes. The preparation of these meats was often basic, with little seasoning to enhance their flavor. Fish was more common in the servants' diet, particularly on days when meat was prohibited for religious reasons. However, this was usually preserved fish, such as salted herring or stockfish, which had a strong, often unpleasant taste and required lengthy preparation to make it palatable. Vegetables played a significant role in the Tudor servants' diet, but not in the way we might appreciate today. Root vegetables like turnips, parsnips, and carrots were common, but they were often overcooked and served in uninspiring ways. Green vegetables were less common and were typically boiled until they lost all color and texture. Fruit was a rare treat for servants. While the wealthy might enjoy imported fruits or those grown in carefully tended orchards, servants had to make do with whatever grew wild or was considered too imperfect for their masters' tables. Apples and pears might occasionally find their way into a servant's meal, but more exotic fruits were unheard of. The evening meal supper was even simpler than dinner. It might consist of leftover pottage or a piece of cheese with bread. This meal was often eaten quickly before the servants retired for the night, exhausted from their day's labor. Drink was an important part of the Tudor diet for both practical and social reasons. Ale was the most common beverage, consumed by servants and nobles alike. However, the quality of ale available to servants was often poor, with a weak, watery consistency and a sour taste. Water was generally avoided due to concerns about contamination, making ale a safer, if not particularly enjoyable, option. The preparation of meals for servants was a far cry from the elaborate cooking techniques used for their masters. Cooking was done over open fires, with large cauldrons used for making pottage and other simple dishes. The lack of precise temperature control meant that food was often overcooked or burnt, adding to the already unappetizing nature of the meals. Servants had little control over their diet, eating what was provided by their employers. The quantity of food was often barely sufficient, with servants expected to work long hours on what we would consider inadequate nutrition. During times of poor harvests or economic hardship, servants might face real hunger, with their already meager rations further reduced. The monotony of the Tudor servants' diet was occasionally broken by festivals and celebrations. During these times, they might be allowed to partake in some of the better quality food and drink. However, these occasions were rare, and the return to their regular diet must have been all the more disappointing after such brief glimpses of culinary variety. Interestingly, the lack of variety and reliance on simple, often preserved foods had some unintended health benefits. The absence of sugar and refined foods in the servants' diet meant that dental problems were less common among the lower classes than the wealthy, who could afford sweet treats and suffered the consequences. However, the overall nutritional quality of the servants' diet was poor by modern standards. The lack of fresh fruits and vegetables, combined with the overcooking of what vegetables were available, meant that many servants likely suffered from various vitamin deficiencies. This could lead to health problems such as scurvy, rickets, and a generally weakened immune system. The serving and consumption of meals was a strictly regulated affair in Tudor households. Servants ate separately from their masters, often in the kitchen or other service areas. They were expected to eat quickly and return to their duties, with meal times seen as a necessary interruption to the day's work rather than a time for relaxation or socializing. In larger households, there was a hierarchy even among the servants when it came to meals. Higher-ranking servants, such as stewards or personal attendants, might enjoy slightly better quality food or larger portions. However, for the majority of servants, the experience of eating was uniformly dull and unsatisfying. The monotony of the Tudor servants' diet extended beyond just the food itself. The rituals and routines surrounding meals were equally repetitive. Each day followed the same pattern: the simple breakfast, the midday dinner, and the meager supper. This lack of variety in both food and dining experience added to the overall tedium of servant life. As we reflect on the culinary experiences of Tudor servants, we can appreciate how far we've come in terms of food variety and quality. The bland, repetitive meals of these historical figures serve as a stark contrast to the diverse and flavorful options available to most people today. It's a reminder of how something as basic as food can greatly impact the quality of daily life. And so, as we conclude this segment on the uninspiring diet of Tudor servants, let the monotony of their meals lull you further into a state of relaxation. Let the thought of day after day of pottage and stale bread ease your mind into a peaceful state, ready for sleep. As we journey further into the annals of history, let's turn our attention to the Tudor era, a time of intrigue, danger, and political maneuvering. Imagine yourself as a servant in the royal court, where every whisper could be your last and every corner held potential peril. The life of a Tudor servant was far from the glamorous depictions we often see in period dramas. While you might have been closer to power than most commoners, this proximity came with its own set of risks and challenges. Let's delve into the treacherous world of court politics and the dangers faced by those who served the Tudor monarchs. First and foremost, as a servant in the Tudor court, you would have been constantly aware of the volatile nature of royal favor. The whims of the monarch could elevate you to a position of relative comfort or condemn you to a life of hardship, or worse, a swift and brutal end. Take, for instance, the reign of Henry VIII, perhaps the most infamous of the Tudor monarchs. His court was a hotbed of political intrigue, where alliances shifted as quickly as the tides. As a servant, you would have been expected to navigate these treacherous waters with utmost caution. One of the primary dangers you faced was the risk of being caught up in factional disputes. The court was divided into various factions, each vying for the king's favor and influence. These factions were often led by powerful nobles or courtiers, and as a servant, you might have found yourself unwittingly aligned with one group or another. Imagine the constant stress of knowing that your association with the wrong person could lead to your downfall. A casual conversation overheard by the wrong ears, or a seemingly innocent gesture misinterpreted as disloyalty, could spell disaster for you and your family. The fate of Anne Boleyn, Henry VII's second wife, serves as a stark reminder of how quickly fortunes could change in the Tudor court. Once the object of the king's affection and elevated to the status of queen, she fell from grace and was executed on charges of treason, incest, and adultery. Her downfall affected not only her immediate family, but also those who had served her. As a servant, you would have lived in constant fear of being implicated in such scandals. The Tudor era was rife with accusations of treason, and the punishment for such crimes was severe. Execution methods like beheading, hanging, drawing, and quartering were not uncommon, and the threat of such gruesome ends loomed large over everyone at court. Another significant danger you faced as a Tudor servant was the risk of becoming embroiled in religious conflicts. The Tudor period saw immense religious upheaval, particularly during the reigns of Henry VIII and his children. The shift from Catholicism to Protestantism and back again created a climate of suspicion and persecution. Under Henry VIII, you might have found yourself caught between the old Catholic faith and the new Church of England. Express the wrong religious sentiment or be seen attending the wrong type of service, and you could be branded a heretic or a traitor. This religious turmoil intensified during the reigns of Edward VI and Mary I. Edward's Protestant reforms, and Mary's subsequent Catholic restoration led to periods of intense persecution. As a servant, you would have had to be extremely careful about your religious practices and beliefs, constantly adapting to the changing religious landscape to avoid suspicion. The danger didn't end with religion and politics. As a servant in the Tudor court, you also faced more mundane yet equally perilous risks. The sanitary conditions of the time were far from ideal, even in royal residences. Diseases spread quickly in the crowded confines of the court, and outbreaks of sweating sickness or plague could decimate the population. Imagine the constant anxiety of living in such close quarters, knowing that a simple cough or fever could be the harbinger of a deadly illness. The lack of effective medical treatments meant that even minor ailments could prove fatal. Your position as a servant also exposed you to other health hazards. The preparation and tasting of food for the royal family was a dangerous task. The threat of poisoning was ever present, and food tasters often paid the ultimate price for ensuring the safety of their master's meals. Even if you weren't directly involved in food preparation, the risk of accidental poisoning was high. Lead was commonly used in cookware and for sweetening wine, slowly poisoning those who consumed it. The wealthy, including the royals and their servants, were often more affected due to their access to these luxuries. Another aspect of Tudor life that posed a constant threat was the lack of fire safety. Castles and manor houses of the period were largely constructed of wood, with rushes covering the floors and tapestries adorning the walls. Candles and open fires were the primary sources of light and heat, creating a perfect environment for devastating fires. As a servant, you would have been responsible for maintaining these fire sources, living with the constant fear that a moment's inattention could lead to a catastrophic blaze. The Great Fire of Hampton Court in 1514 serves as a grim reminder of how quickly flames could engulf a Tudor building. Your duties as a servant might also have exposed you to other physical dangers. Carrying heavy loads, working with primitive tools, and performing tasks in poorly lit conditions could all lead to injuries. In an era without proper medical care or worker protections, even a minor accident could have severe consequences. The hierarchical nature of Tudor society meant that as a servant, you had little recourse if you were mistreated by your superiors. Physical abuse, verbal harassment, and sexual exploitation were not uncommon, and the power imbalance made it nearly impossible for servants to seek justice. Despite these dangers, many people sought positions in the royal household. The potential for advancement and the prestige associated with serving the monarch often outweighed the risks in the minds of ambitious individuals. Some servants did manage to rise through the ranks, acquiring wealth and influence of their own. However, such success stories were rare, and for most Tudor servants, life remained a precarious balancing act. The constant vigilance required to navigate court politics, religious conflicts, and daily dangers must have been exhausting. Every day brought new challenges and potential pitfalls, with the threat of disgrace, imprisonment, or execution always looming. As we reflect on the life of a Tudor servant, it's clear that the glittering facade of court life concealed a world of danger and uncertainty. The next time you find yourself romanticizing the Tudor era, remember the countless unnamed servants who lived and died in the shadows of history, their stories largely untold, but no less significant in shaping the world we know today. As we conclude our exploration of the Tudor court servant's life, it's clear that their existence was far from the glamorous portrayal often seen in historical dramas. The constant demands, lack of privacy, and rigid social expectations created a challenging environment that would test even the most dedicated individual. While servants in the Tudor court had access to better food and living conditions than many of their contemporaries, the price they paid in personal freedom and autonomy was significant. The ever-present threat of punishment for even minor infractions meant that court servants lived in a state of constant vigilance and stress. Moreover, the political intrigues and power struggles that characterized the Tudor court often placed servants in precarious positions. They could find themselves caught between warring factions or used as pawns in larger political games, with potentially dire consequences for their careers and even their lives. It's worth noting that despite these challenges, many individuals still sought positions within the royal household. The potential for advancement, the prestige associated with serving the monarchy, and the opportunity to witness history unfold firsthand were powerful motivators. However, the reality of daily life as a Tudor court servant was often far less romantic than these aspirations might suggest. In the end, the life of a Tudor court servant serves as a reminder of the complex social structures and power dynamics that shaped medieval and early modern European society. Their experiences offer us valuable insights into the nature of service, hierarchy, and the human cost of maintaining the elaborate pageantry of royal courts. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on how fortunate we are to live in an age where our personal freedoms and rights are generally more respected and protected than those of our historical counterparts. The struggles and sacrifices of Tudor court servants, like many others throughout history, have contributed to the evolution of labor rights and social structures that we often take for granted today. As we leave behind the world of medieval monks, let's drift further into history's less exciting corners. Our next stop takes us to a place where time seemed to stand still, and daily life was as predictable as the tides. Prepare to yawn as we explore the monotonous existence of 18th century lighthouse keepers, W. Moving on from the life of a medieval monk, let's explore another fascinating aspect of medieval society, the merchant class. These enterprising individuals played a crucial role in the economy, but their lives were far from easy. As we delve into their world, prepare for tales of long journeys, dangerous roads, and complex trade networks. As we continue our journey through the mundane aspects of medieval life, let's turn our attention to the world of merchants and trade. While you might imagine this as an exciting profession filled with adventure and exotic goods, the reality was far more tedious and perilous than you'd expect. Merchant life in the Middle Ages was a constant struggle against the elements, bureaucracy, and the ever-present threat of bandits. Let's begin with the trade routes themselves. These weren't the well-paved highways we're accustomed to today. Instead, imagine narrow, muddy paths barely wide enough for a cart to pass through. During the rainy seasons, these routes would often become impassable, turning into treacherous mud pits that could swallow entire wagons. Merchants would frequently find themselves stuck for days, waiting for the ground to dry enough to continue their journey. This not only led to spoiled goods, but also meant missing crucial market days in distant towns. Speaking of market days, the medieval calendar was dictated by a complex system of fairs and markets. Merchants had to plan their travels meticulously to arrive at the right place at the right time. Missing a fair could mean financial ruin, as these events only occurred a few times a year in many locations. Now let's talk about the actual act of traveling. Merchants typically moved in caravans for safety, but this came with its own set of problems. Imagine being part of a slow-moving procession of creaking carts, each laden with goods. The pace was agonizingly slow, often covering no more than 15 to 20 miles in a day under the best conditions. Accommodations along the way were far from luxurious. Inns, where they existed, were often overcrowded, dirty, and riddled with vermin. Many merchants opted to sleep in their carts or pitch tents alongside the road, leaving them vulnerable to the elements and potential thieves. Let's not forget the constant threat of robbery. Bandits were a persistent problem on medieval trade routes. Merchants had to hire guards or arm themselves, adding to the cost and complexity of their journeys. Some areas were so notorious for highway robbery that merchants would go to great lengths to avoid them, even if it meant taking longer, more circuitous routes. Now you might be thinking that at least the merchants got to see new places and experience different cultures. While this was true to some extent, the reality was far less glamorous. Many towns had strict regulations about where and when merchants could conduct their business. Foreign merchants were often viewed with suspicion and subjected to additional taxes and restrictions. Language barriers presented another significant challenge. Unlike today, where English serves as a lingua franca in many parts of the world, medieval Europe was a patchwork of local dialects and languages. Merchants either had to learn multiple languages or rely on interpreters, adding another layer of complexity to their transactions. The goods themselves were another source of constant worry. Perishable items like food and textiles were particularly problematic. Without modern preservation methods, merchants had to race against time to sell their wares before they spoiled or became damaged by moisture or pests. Even luxury goods came with their own set of headaches. Spices, for instance, were highly valuable but also incredibly vulnerable to theft. Merchants dealing in such commodities had to be constantly vigilant, often resorting to elaborate schemes to conceal their most precious cargo. Let's talk about the tedious process of actually selling goods. In many towns, merchants were required to display their wares in designated areas, often open-air markets exposed to the elements. Imagine spending hours trying to attract customers while standing in the pouring rain or baking sun, all while keeping a watchful eye out for pickpockets and thieves. The actual transactions were no less complicated. In an era before standardized currency, merchants had to be experts in various forms of money. They needed to know the value of different coins from various regions and be able to spot counterfeits. Many resorted to carrying scales to weigh coins, as the actual metal content determined their worth. Bartering was also a common practice, which meant merchants had to be skilled negotiators and have an encyclopedic knowledge of the value of various goods. A simple transaction could turn into a lengthy haggling session, eating up precious time and energy. Now let's consider the bureaucratic nightmare that was medieval customs. Each town, city, or feudal territory had its own set of tolls and taxes. Merchants had to navigate a complex web of local regulations, often paying multiple fees just to pass through a single region. Some areas even required merchants to use specific roads or bridges, each with its own associated costs. Record keeping was another tedious aspect of merchant life. In an age before computers or even standardized bookkeeping practices, merchants had to meticulously track their inventory, expenses, and profits. This often meant long hours of writing by candlelight after a full day of travel or trading. The financial risks were enormous. A single bad deal, a shipment lost to pirates or bandits, or an unexpected change in market conditions could wipe out years of hard work. Many merchants operated on credit, taking out loans to finance their ventures. The pressure to repay these debts added another layer of stress to an already demanding profession. Weather was a constant concern, not just for travel but for the goods themselves. A sudden rainstorm could ruin textiles, while excessive heat could spoil foodstuffs. Merchants had to be amateur meteorologists, constantly watching the skies and making decisions based on weather patterns. Even successful merchants faced social challenges. Despite their often considerable wealth, they occupied an ambiguous position in medieval society. The nobility often looked down on them as vulgar money grubbers, while the common people might resent their relative prosperity. This social tension could manifest in various ways, from exclusion from certain events to outright hostility in some towns. In conclusion, while the life of a medieval merchant might seem exciting from our modern perspective, the day-to-day reality was filled with mundane challenges, constant stress, and mind-numbing tedium. From the slow, perilous journeys to the complex web of regulations and social tensions, being a merchant in the Middle Ages was far from the romantic adventure we might imagine. It was, in many ways, just another form of grueling labor in a world that offered few comforts and even fewer certainties. Continuing our journey through the less than glamorous aspects of medieval life, let's turn our attention to the world of merchants and the suffocating restrictions imposed by guilds. While we might imagine medieval merchants as freewheeling entrepreneurs, the reality was far more constrained and bureaucratic. Guilds were powerful organizations that controlled various trades and crafts in medieval towns and cities. These associations of artisans and merchants held a tight grip on their respective industries, regulating everything from production standards to pricing. While they did serve some positive functions, such as maintaining quality control and providing social support for their members, guilds also created a rigid system that stifled innovation and limited economic mobility. Let's start with the process of becoming a merchant. It wasn't as simple as hanging up a shingle and starting to sell goods. Aspiring merchants typically had to go through a lengthy apprenticeship, often lasting 7 years or more. During this time, apprentices lived with their masters, working long hours for little to no pay, all in the hope of one day joining the guild themselves. Once an apprentice completed their training, they became a journeyman, but even then they weren't free to set up their own business. Journeymen had to work for established masters for several more years, honing their skills and saving money. Only after proving their worth and accumulating enough capital could they hope to become masters themselves and open their own shops. The process of becoming a master was far from straightforward. Guilds often required journeymen to produce a masterpiece, a high-quality example of their craft, to be judged by the guild leaders. This masterpiece had to meet exacting standards, and many journeymen failed multiple times before succeeding. Some never managed to become masters at all, remaining journeymen for life. But let's say our hypothetical merchant has finally become a master and opened their own shop. Their troubles were far from over. Guilds enforced strict rules on production methods, materials, and even the number of apprentices a master could employ. These regulations were ostensibly to maintain quality, but they also served to limit competition and preserve the status quo. For example, a master weaver might be restricted to using only certain types of looms or specific kinds of thread. They might be forbidden from introducing new techniques or patterns without guild approval. This stifled innovation and made it difficult for merchants to adapt to changing market demands or improve their products. Pricing was another area tightly controlled by guilds. In many cases, guild members were required to sell their goods at fixed prices, regardless of market conditions or individual circumstances. This meant that even if a merchant found a way to produce goods more efficiently, they couldn't lower their prices to attract more customers. Conversely, during times of scarcity, they couldn't raise prices to reflect the increased value of their goods. Guild restrictions also extended to marketing and sales practices. Merchants were often prohibited from advertising their wares or actively seeking customers. Instead, they had to rely on their reputation and word-of-mouth recommendations. Some guilds even dictated the specific days and hours when shops could be open, further limiting merchants' ability to conduct business on their own terms. The guild system also created geographical restrictions. Many guilds had monopolies within their town or city, meaning that merchants from other areas were barred from selling their goods. This limited trade and prevented merchants from expanding their businesses beyond their local markets. For those who did manage to engage in long-distance trade, the challenges were numerous. Merchants had to navigate a complex web of tolls, taxes, and regulations that varied from one jurisdiction to another. They might have to pay fees to cross bridges, enter cities, or use certain roads. These costs could quickly eat into profits and make long-distance trade a risky proposition. The guild system also perpetuated social inequality. Many guilds were hereditary, meaning that the children of guild members had a much easier time gaining entry than outsiders. This created a sort of medieval old boys network, where family connections often mattered more than skill or innovation. Women faced particular challenges in the guild system. While some guilds did admit women, especially widows of guild members, many excluded them entirely or limited their participation. This meant that women often had to work in less regulated, lower-paying occupations or rely on male relatives for economic support. It's worth noting that not all merchants were members of guilds. Some operated outside the system, particularly in rural areas or smaller towns. However, these unlicensed merchants often faced hostility from guild members and local authorities. They might be fined, have their goods confiscated, or even face physical violence for daring to compete with guild-sanctioned businesses. The rigidity of the guild system had far-reaching consequences for medieval economies. By limiting competition and innovation, guilds often kept prices artificially high and quality stagnant. This made many goods unaffordable for common people and slowed overall economic growth. However, it would be unfair to paint guilds as entirely negative. They did provide some benefits to their members, such as mutual aid in times of hardship, support for widows and orphans of guild members, and a sense of community and shared identity. Guilds also played important roles in civic life, often funding public works and participating in local governance. As we drift off to sleep, imagine yourself as a medieval merchant trapped in this web of regulations and restrictions. Picture the frustration of having a brilliant idea for a new product or technique, only to be told by guild officials that it's not allowed. Think of the years spent as an apprentice and journeyman, working towards a goal that might always remain just out of reach. It's a reminder that even in periods we might romanticize, life was often far more constrained and challenging than we might imagine. Leaving behind the quiet solitude of monastic life, let's venture into the bustling world of medieval merchants and urban dwellers. The contrast couldn't be more stark as we transition from the structured routines of monasteries to the chaotic energy of medieval cities. Urban living in the Middle Ages was a far cry from the romanticized images we often see in movies. Cities were crowded, noisy, and often unsanitary. The streets were narrow and winding, barely wide enough for a cart to pass through. Houses were built close together, sometimes even overhanging the streets, creating dark, claustrophobic alleyways. Merchants played a crucial role in these urban centers. They were the lifeblood of the medieval economy, facilitating trade and bringing goods from far-flung corners of the known world. However, their lives were far from easy. Let's explore the daily challenges and experiences of these urban dwellers. First and foremost, the living conditions in medieval cities were less than ideal. Most houses were made of wood, making them susceptible to fire. In fact, citywide fires were a common occurrence, often devastating entire neighborhoods. The lack of proper sanitation systems meant that waste was simply thrown into the streets, creating a breeding ground for diseases. The smell in these cities was overwhelming. Imagine a potent mixture of human and animal waste, rotting food, and the various odors from tanneries and other industries. The stench was so pervasive that it was often remarked upon by visitors from rural areas. Despite these conditions, cities were centers of opportunity. Merchants could make their fortunes here, but it required hard work, cunning, and a bit of luck. A typical day for a merchant would start early, often before dawn. They would head to their shop or stall in the marketplace, ready to begin a day of haggling and deal-making. The marketplace was the heart of the medieval city. It was a cacophony of sounds, with vendors shouting to attract customers, animals braying, and the constant chatter of hagglers. Merchants had to be quick-witted and sharp-tongued to succeed in this environment. They needed to know the value of their goods, be able to spot counterfeit coins, and negotiate in multiple languages. One of the biggest challenges for merchants was transportation. Roads were often in poor condition, making travel slow and dangerous. Bandits were a constant threat, and merchants often had to hire armed guards to protect their goods. Sea travel was faster but came with its own risks, including storms and pirates. Merchants also had to navigate a complex web of laws and regulations. Each city had its own set of rules governing trade, and these could change depending on the whims of local authorities. Guilds, associations of craftsmen and merchants, held significant power and could make or break a merchant's career. The life of a merchant was one of constant calculation and risk assessment. They had to decide which goods to stock, how much to buy, and at what price to sell. A single bad decision could lead to financial ruin. On the other hand, a shrewd merchant could amass considerable wealth and influence. However, the pursuit of wealth came with its own set of moral dilemmas. The Catholic Church frowned upon the practice of usury, or lending money at interest. This put many merchants in a difficult position, as loans were often necessary for large-scale trade operations. Some found creative ways to circumvent these restrictions, while others grappled with the conflict between their faith and their business practices. Despite the challenges, urban living did offer some advantages. Cities were centers of learning and culture. Merchants had access to the latest news and ideas from around the world. They could send their children to schools and universities, opening up opportunities for social advancement that were rare in rural areas. The diversity of city life was also remarkable for the time. Merchants from different countries and cultures mingled in the marketplaces, exchanging not just goods, but also ideas and customs. This cultural exchange contributed to the gradual broadening of medieval worldviews. However, life in the city was not without its dangers. Crime was rampant, and the narrow, dark streets were perfect for ambushes and robberies. City watches existed, but they were often understaffed and ineffective. Wealthy merchants had to hire their own guards or risk becoming targets for thieves. Disease was another ever-present threat. The close living quarters and poor sanitation made cities perfect breeding grounds for epidemics. The Black Death, which ravaged Europe in the 14th century, hit urban areas particularly hard. In some cities, up to 60% of the population perished during these outbreaks. Despite these hardships, many saw urban living as a path to a better life. Serfs who managed to live in a city for a year and a day could claim freedom from their feudal obligations. This led to the saying, "City air makes you free," although in reality, life in the city was often just a different kind of servitude. As we draw this segment to a close, it's clear that the life of a medieval merchant was one of constant challenges and opportunities. The hustle and bustle of urban living was a far cry from the quiet contemplation of monastic life we explored earlier, yet both were integral parts of the complex tapestry of medieval society. In our next segment, we'll shift our focus to another aspect of medieval life, continuing our journey through the less glamorous side of history. But for now, let the echoes of the medieval marketplace fade away as you drift deeper into relaxation. As we journey through the annals of medieval history, let's turn our attention to the life of merchants, those intrepid souls who braved treacherous roads and unpredictable seas to keep the wheels of commerce turning. But their lives were far from glamorous, especially when it came to the burdensome world of taxation and tolls. Imagine, if you will, being a merchant in the 13th century. You've just loaded your cart with a precious cargo of spices from the east, ready to make the long trek to a bustling market town. But before you can even leave your own city, you're confronted with your first obstacle, the city gate toll. These tolls were a common feature of medieval life, designed to generate revenue for the local lord or town. As you approach the gate, a surly guard demands payment. You grudgingly hand over a few coins, knowing this is just the first of many such payments you'll make on your journey. As you finally set out on the open road, you might think you're in the clear. But no, my drowsy friends, the medieval world had other plans. Every few miles, you encounter a toll bridge or a checkpoint. Each time you're forced to stop, unpack your goods for inspection, and pay yet another fee. These tolls weren't standardized, mind you. Each lord or town could set their own rates, and some were notoriously greedy. You might find yourself paying more in tolls than the value of your goods if you weren't careful in planning your route. But wait, there's more. As you approach a new territory, you're hit with an import tax. Yes, even moving between different regions within the same country could incur additional fees. The concept of a unified national economy was still centuries away, and each local ruler wanted their cut of the trade passing through their lands. Now you might be thinking, surely there must have been some merchants who tried to avoid these tolls. And you'd be right, smuggling was a common practice, with merchants attempting to use lesser-known routes to bypass checkpoints. But the penalties for getting caught were severe, often including confiscation of all goods and hefty fines. Some clever merchants would try to disguise their valuable goods as less expensive items to pay lower tolls. But toll collectors weren't easily fooled, and many had the right to open and inspect every package, adding further delays to an already arduous journey. Deep breath. As if local tolls weren't enough, sea merchants had their own set of financial hurdles to overcome. Ports charged docking fees, and ships were often required to pay a percentage of their cargo's value just for the privilege of unloading their goods. In some cases, merchants were forced to sell their goods at specific markets, where local authorities could more easily monitor and tax transactions. This practice, known as staple trading, further limited the freedom of merchants and often resulted in lower profits. But perhaps the most frustrating aspect of all these taxes and tolls was their inconsistency. A merchant might make a journey one month and pay a certain amount in fees, only to find the rates had inexplicably doubled on their next trip. This unpredictability made it incredibly difficult for merchants to plan and budget effectively. Some resourceful merchants formed guilds or trading companies to pool their resources and negotiate better rates with local authorities. These organizations also provided a measure of protection and support for their members, helping to mitigate some of the risks associated with long-distance trade. As trade routes became more established and cities grew in importance, some rulers began to see the value in streamlining the toll system. They realized that excessive taxation could actually harm trade and, by extension, their own revenues. This led to the gradual development of more standardized toll systems, though this process would take centuries to fully evolve. In England, for example, the Magna Carta of 1215 included provisions to protect merchants from excessive tolls and to ensure freedom of movement for trade. While these protections were often ignored in practice, they represented an important step towards a more regulated system of commerce. Deep breath. Despite all these obstacles, medieval merchants persevered. Their determination to seek out new markets and bring exotic goods to eager customers helped to slowly but surely break down the barriers between regions and cultures. The taxes and tolls faced by merchants also played a crucial role in funding the infrastructure that made their journeys possible. Roads were maintained, bridges were built, and harbors were dredged using the money collected from these fees. So, in a roundabout way, merchants were investing in the very networks they relied upon. As we drift closer to sleep, let's consider how the struggles of these medieval merchants laid the groundwork for our modern global economy. Their persistence in the face of countless tolls and taxes helped to establish the trade routes that would eventually connect the entire world. The next time you order a product online and it arrives at your doorstep within days, spare a thought for those medieval merchants who spent months traversing dangerous roads, paying toll after toll, just to bring a handful of exotic spices to market. And so, as we close this chapter on the taxing life of medieval merchants, let the monotony of tolls and checkpoints lull you further into relaxation. Let the weight of countless coins paid in fees press gently upon your eyelids, encouraging them to close. In our next segment, we'll explore another equally tedious aspect of medieval life, but for now, allow the droning voice of history to guide you closer to the peaceful realm of sleep. As we continue our journey through the less than glamorous aspects of medieval life, let's turn our attention to the world of merchants. While often portrayed as wealthy and influential figures, the reality for many medieval merchants was far from comfortable or secure. Let's explore the risks and dangers that made merchant life in the Middle Ages a constant challenge. First and foremost, travel was an inherent part of a merchant's life, and it was fraught with peril. Roads were poorly maintained, often little more than dirt tracks that turned into muddy quagmires during rainy seasons. Merchants had to navigate these treacherous paths with heavy carts or pack animals, risking injury to themselves and damage to their valuable goods. But the poor road conditions were just the beginning. Forests and remote areas were havens for bandits and highwaymen who preyed on traveling merchants. These criminals would often lie in wait along known trade routes, ready to ambush unsuspecting travelers. Merchants had to be constantly vigilant and often traveled in groups for safety, but this was no guarantee of protection. Even if a merchant managed to avoid bandits, they still faced the threat of wild animals. Wolves, bears, and other predators roamed the European wilderness, posing a significant danger to travelers. Merchants had to be prepared to defend themselves and their goods against both human and animal threats, often carrying weapons for protection. The dangers weren't limited to land travel. Many merchants also engaged in sea trade, which came with its own set of risks. Storms at sea could easily capsize ships, leading to the loss of both cargo and lives. Pirates were another constant threat, lurking in coastal waters and targeting merchant vessels for their valuable goods. Beyond the physical dangers, merchants also faced significant financial risks. The medieval economy was far from stable, and market fluctuations could wipe out a merchant's profits or even bankrupt them entirely. A merchant might invest heavily in a particular commodity, only to find that demand had shifted by the time they reached their destination, leaving them with unsellable goods and mounting debts. Speaking of debts, the medieval financial system was a complex and often unforgiving world. Merchants frequently had to borrow money to finance their ventures, and interest rates could be exorbitant. Failure to repay these debts could result in severe consequences, including imprisonment or the seizure of all assets. Merchants also had to navigate the complex web of medieval laws and customs, which could vary dramatically from one region to another. Each town or city might have its own set of regulations governing trade, and ignorance of these rules could lead to hefty fines or even confiscation of goods. Merchants had to be not just business people, but also diplomats and legal experts to successfully navigate these varied jurisdictions. Another significant challenge for merchants was the lack of standardized currency. Different regions used different coins, and the value of these coins could fluctuate wildly. Merchants had to be skilled in assessing the value of various currencies, and often had to deal with the complexities of currency exchange, which could eat into their profits. The threat of fraud was also ever present in the medieval marketplace. Unscrupulous traders might try to pass off inferior goods as high-quality merchandise, or use false weights and measures to cheat their customers. Merchants had to be constantly on guard against such practices, both to protect their own interests and to maintain their reputation in a world where trust was currency. Natural disasters posed another significant risk to merchant ventures. A drought could decimate crops, leaving merchants with no agricultural goods to trade. Floods could wash away roads and bridges, making travel impossible. Fires, which were a constant danger in medieval towns with their wooden buildings, could destroy a merchant's entire inventory in a matter of hours. Health risks were also a major concern for traveling merchants. The medieval period was marked by frequent outbreaks of disease, including the infamous Black Death. Merchants, with their constant travel and interaction with people from different regions, were particularly vulnerable to contracting and spreading illnesses. A single bout of serious illness could derail a merchant's plans and potentially ruin their business. Moreover, merchants often found themselves caught in the crossfire of political conflicts. Wars between rival kingdoms or city-states could disrupt trade routes, close markets, and even lead to the confiscation of goods. Merchants might arrive at their destination only to find that a change in political leadership had rendered their trading agreements null and void. The religious landscape of medieval Europe added another layer of complexity to merchant life. The church's stance on usury, lending money at interest, often conflicted with the financial realities of trade, forcing merchants to find creative ways to finance their ventures without running afoul of religious authorities. Additionally, merchants trading between Christian and Muslim territories had to navigate the complex relationships between these two religious worlds. Despite these myriad challenges, many merchants persevered, driven by the potential for profit and the allure of exotic goods from distant lands. Their efforts played a crucial role in the economic development of medieval Europe, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultures across vast distances. As we drift off to sleep, imagine the life of a medieval merchant. The creaking of wagon wheels on a muddy road, the constant vigilance against bandits and wild beasts, the careful calculations of profits and losses, and the ever-present uncertainty of what the next town, the next market, or the next voyage might bring. It was a life of risk and adventure, where fortunes could be made or lost in the blink of an eye, and where every journey was a gamble against the unpredictable forces of nature, politics, and human nature itself. As we conclude our exploration of the medieval merchant's life, it's clear that their existence was far from the romanticized tales we often hear. While they played a crucial role in the economy of the Middle Ages, their daily lives were filled with challenges and uncertainties that we can scarcely imagine today. The constant threat of robbery on poorly maintained roads, the risk of shipwrecks at sea, and the ever-present danger of pirates made every journey a potential life-or-death situation. Add to this the complex web of local laws, tariffs, and customs that varied from town to town, and you begin to understand the intricate dance merchants had to perform just to conduct their business. Let's not forget the physical toll of their profession. Long days of travel on horseback or in bumpy carts, sleeping in less than comfortable inns or camps, and the strain of loading and unloading heavy goods all contributed to a life of physical hardship. The medieval merchant's body likely bore the scars and aches of their profession long before old age set in. Moreover, the ethical dilemmas they faced were numerous. The church's stance on usury and profit-making often conflicted with the realities of commerce, leaving merchants in a moral quandary. They had to balance their desire for financial success with the religious and social expectations of their time, a tightrope walk that could easily lead to social ostracism or worse. Despite these hardships, it was the medieval merchant who laid the groundwork for modern global trade. Their persistence in the face of adversity, their willingness to take risks, and their ability to navigate complex social and economic landscapes paved the way for the interconnected world we live in today. So the next time you effortlessly order something from halfway across the world or enjoy the fruits of international trade, spare a thought for those medieval merchants. Their lives may have been far from glamorous, but their legacy continues to shape our world in ways they could never have imagined. As we conclude our exploration of medieval monastic life, we find ourselves at the crossroads of history, where one era's end marks the beginning of another. Let's transition our thoughts to a different time and place, where new challenges and societal norms awaited those who lived through them. Our next topic will shed light on another fascinating aspect of history that might just lull you into a peaceful slumber. Colonial American settlers faced countless hardships. From harsh winters and unfamiliar terrain to conflicts with indigenous peoples and scarce resources, life in the New World was far from easy. Let's explore why being a colonial settler was often a grueling experience. As we continue our journey through the annals of boring history, let's turn our attention to the challenging lives of early settlers in North America. Specifically, we'll explore the harsh realities of their first year of survival in the New World. This period was marked by extreme hardship, uncertainty, and a constant struggle against the elements. The journey for these settlers began long before they set foot on American soil. Many spent weeks or even months at sea, enduring cramped conditions, limited food supplies, and the constant threat of disease. By the time they arrived at their destination, they were often weakened, malnourished, and ill-prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. Upon landing, the settlers faced their first major hurdle, finding a suitable location to establish their settlement. This decision was crucial, as it would determine their access to fresh water, arable land, and natural resources. Often, they had to clear dense forests or navigate treacherous terrain to find an appropriate site. Once a location was chosen, the settlers' next priority was shelter. With winter approaching rapidly for many early colonies, constructing rudimentary homes became a race against time. These first dwellings were far from comfortable. Most were simple log cabins or wattle and daub structures, offering minimal protection from the elements. The settlers worked tirelessly, felling trees and fashioning crude building materials. Many families lived in temporary shelters like tents or even caves while they labored to construct more permanent homes. The work was backbreaking, and the threat of injury or illness loomed large. As if the challenge of building shelter wasn't enough, the settlers also had to contend with the pressing need for food. Many arrived too late in the growing season to plant crops, leaving them reliant on whatever provisions they had brought with them or could obtain through trade with local Native American tribes. Hunting and foraging became essential skills for survival. However, many settlers were ill-equipped for these tasks, having come from urban areas in Europe where such skills were unnecessary. They had to learn quickly, often through trial and error, which plants were edible and how to track and kill game animals. The first winter was invariably the most difficult period for new settlements. Food supplies dwindled rapidly, and the harsh weather took a severe toll on the unprepared colonists. Many succumbed to malnutrition, exposure, and disease. It was not uncommon for settlements to lose half or more of their population during that first winter. Those who survived the winter faced new challenges as spring arrived. With food stores depleted, the pressure to establish successful crops was immense. Settlers had to clear land, prepare soil, and plant seeds, all while continuing to forage and hunt to sustain themselves in the short term. Agricultural practices that had worked in Europe often proved ineffective in the New World. Settlers had to adapt to unfamiliar soil conditions, climate patterns, and native crops. Many learned valuable techniques from Native Americans, such as planting corn, beans, and squash together in a method known as the Three Sisters. Water management was another critical concern. Digging wells, creating irrigation systems, and ensuring a clean water supply were essential tasks that consumed much of the settlers' time and energy. Contaminated water sources could lead to outbreaks of dysentery and other waterborne illnesses, further weakening the fragile communities. As spring turned to summer, the settlers faced new challenges. Insect infestations threatened crops and brought discomfort and disease. The hot, humid weather of many regions bred mosquitoes, which not only made life miserable but also spread malaria and other illnesses. Maintaining law and order within the settlement was crucial for survival. Many early colonies established basic governance structures to manage disputes, allocate resources, and organize communal labor. These rudimentary systems often faced strain as hunger, fear, and desperation took their toll on the settlers' morale. The relationship with local Native American tribes was complex and varied greatly from one settlement to another. Some colonies benefited from trade and knowledge exchange with indigenous peoples, while others found themselves in conflict. Misunderstandings and cultural clashes were common, adding another layer of difficulty to the settlers' already precarious situation. As autumn approached, the settlers faced the daunting task of preparing for another winter. This time, however, they had the advantage of experience and, if they were fortunate, a modest harvest to sustain them. Preserving food became a critical activity, with settlers smoking meat, drying fruits and vegetables, and storing grains to last through the cold months ahead. The cycle of seasons brought a rhythm to settler life, but it also underscored the constant nature of their struggle. Each year brought new challenges: crop failures, natural disasters, conflicts with indigenous peoples or rival European powers, and the ever-present specter of disease. Yet despite these hardships, many settlements persevered. Those that survived that crucial first year often went on to establish thriving communities. The experiences of these early settlers laid the foundation for the development of colonial America and shaped the character of the nations that would eventually emerge. As we reflect on the lives of these early settlers, we're reminded of the immense challenges faced by those who venture into the unknown. Their stories of perseverance, adaptation, and survival in the face of overwhelming odds continue to captivate our imagination, even as they lull us gently towards sleep. As we continue our journey through the mundane aspects of history, let's turn our attention to the tedious task of housing construction for early settlers. This process was far from the convenience of modern prefabricated homes or the efficiency of today's construction methods. Instead, it was a laborious and time-consuming endeavor that could take weeks or even months to complete. In the early days of settlement, particularly in North America during the 17th and 18th centuries, settlers had to rely on the materials available in their immediate surroundings. The most common type of dwelling was the log cabin, a structure that has become synonymous with frontier life. However, the reality of building these homes was far less romantic than popular culture might have us believe. The first step in constructing a log cabin was, unsurprisingly, gathering logs. This meant felling trees, which was no small feat in itself. Settlers would use axes to chop down trees, a process that could take hours for a single large tree. Once felled, the trees had to be stripped of their branches and bark, a tedious task that left hands blistered and arms aching. After preparing the logs, the next step was to shape them for construction. This involved using an adze, a tool similar to an axe but with the blade turned perpendicular to the handle. Settlers would spend countless hours hewing the logs to create flat sides, ensuring they would fit together more tightly when stacked. This process was not only time-consuming but also physically demanding, requiring precision and strength. With the logs prepared, the actual construction could begin. The foundation was typically made of large stones gathered from the surrounding area. These stones were arranged to create a level base for the cabin, a process that required careful selection and placement to ensure stability. The logs were then stacked horizontally, with notches cut into the ends to allow them to interlock at the corners. This method, known as corner timbering, was crucial for the structural integrity of the cabin. However, cutting these notches accurately was a skill that took time to master, and many early settlers struggled with this aspect of construction. As the walls rose, gaps between the logs became apparent. These had to be filled with a material called chinking, typically a mixture of clay, moss, and grass. The process of applying chinking was slow and meticulous, requiring the settler to stuff the mixture into every crevice to ensure proper insulation and protection from the elements. The roof was another challenging aspect of construction. Settlers would often use smaller logs or split wooden planks to create a framework. This would then be covered with bark, thatch, or wooden shingles, depending on the available materials. Creating a watertight roof was crucial but often difficult to achieve, leading to many damp and uncomfortable nights for the cabin's inhabitants. Windows were a luxury in early settler homes. If included at all, they were small openings covered with oiled paper or animal hides, as glass was rare and expensive. These crude windows let in minimal light and did little to keep out the cold, making the interior of the cabin often dark and drafty. The floor of the cabin was typically bare earth, at least initially. Over time, settlers might lay down wooden planks if they had the means and materials to do so. However, for many, a dirt floor remained a reality for years, requiring constant maintenance to keep it level and as clean as possible. Chimneys and fireplaces were essential features of settler homes, providing heat and a means for cooking. These were often constructed from stone or clay bricks, a process that required significant skill and labor. A poorly constructed chimney could easily lead to fires, a constant danger in these wooden structures. The interior of the cabin was usually a single room, serving as living area, kitchen, and sleeping quarters all in one. Furniture was minimal and often homemade, consisting of rough-hewn benches, tables, and beds. Privacy was a luxury that most settlers simply couldn't afford in their living arrangements. It's worth noting that the construction process didn't end once the basic structure was complete. Maintenance was a constant necessity. The wood would shrink and expand with changes in temperature and humidity, requiring regular rechinking. Roofs needed frequent repairs to prevent leaks, and the constant threat of pest infestations meant ongoing vigilance and treatment. For many settlers, the first cabin they built was considered temporary, a shelter to live in while they established their farm or business. As they became more prosperous, they might build a larger, more comfortable home. However, this often meant going through the entire laborious process again, albeit with more experience and potentially better tools. The time required to build a basic log cabin could vary greatly depending on the skill of the builder, the availability of materials, and the size of the structure. On average, it might take anywhere from a few weeks to several months to complete a livable dwelling. This timeline could be extended significantly if the settler was working alone or if bad weather interfered with the construction process. It's important to remember that while the settlers were engaged in this time-consuming task of building their homes, they also had to contend with other pressing needs. Clearing land for agriculture, hunting or growing food, and defending against potential threats all competed for their time and energy. The process of home construction was just one part of the challenging and often monotonous daily life of early settlers. In conclusion, the construction of housing for early settlers was a far cry from the convenient and efficient methods we enjoy today. It was a slow, labor-intensive process that required significant skill, patience, and endurance. The resulting structures, while providing basic shelter, were often drafty, dark, and in constant need of repair. This aspect of settler life serves as a reminder of the hardships endured by those who sought to establish new lives in unfamiliar and often unforgiving territories. As we continue our journey through the mundane aspects of history, let's turn our attention to the settlers of early America and their daily struggle for sustenance. The process of acquiring food was a constant and often tedious task that consumed much of their time and energy. In the early days of settlement, colonists had to rely heavily on hunting and gathering to supplement their limited agricultural output. This was not the romantic notion of rugged frontiersmen stalking majestic prey, but rather a grueling and often disappointing endeavor. Hunting expeditions could last for days, with settlers trudging through dense forests and marshy terrain. They would often return empty-handed or with only small game like squirrels or rabbits. The larger animals, such as deer or wild turkeys, were prized but increasingly difficult to find as settlements expanded and wildlife retreated further into the wilderness. Gathering wild plants and berries was another time-consuming activity. Settlers had to learn which native plants were edible and when they were in season. This knowledge was often acquired through trial and error, sometimes with unpleasant or even dangerous consequences. Foraging expeditions could take hours, yielding only a handful of berries or a few edible roots. As settlements became more established, agriculture became the primary means of food production. However, this was far from the efficient, mechanized farming we know today. Early American settlers practiced subsistence farming, which meant growing just enough to feed their families with little surplus. The process of preparing fields for planting was backbreaking work. Settlers had to clear land by hand, using axes to fell trees and remove stumps. This could take weeks or even months of constant labor. Once cleared, the soil had to be tilled using rudimentary plows pulled by oxen or horses, if the settler was fortunate enough to own them. Otherwise, it was done by hand with hoes and shovels. Planting was equally labor-intensive. Seeds were sown by hand, with farmers walking up and down rows, carefully distributing seeds from bags tied around their waists. This method was slow and inefficient, often resulting in uneven crop distribution. Throughout the growing season, settlers had to constantly tend to their crops. Weeding was a never-ending task, performed by hand or with simple tools. Pests and diseases were common problems, and without modern pesticides or fungicides, crops could be decimated overnight. Drought or excessive rain could also spell disaster for a year's harvest. When harvest time finally arrived, it was a race against time and weather. Crops had to be gathered quickly before they overripened or were damaged by early frosts. Harvesting was done entirely by hand, with settlers using scythes and sickles to cut grains, and then bundling and stacking them for thrashing. The thrashing process itself was monotonous and time-consuming. Grain had to be separated from its stalks by beating it with flails or by having animals walk over it. This was followed by winnowing, where the grain was tossed into the air to let the wind blow away the chaff. Once harvested, food preservation became the next critical task. Without refrigeration, settlers had to rely on methods like salting, smoking, and drying to preserve meat and fish. Fruits and vegetables were often preserved through pickling or by being stored in root cellars. The monotony of food preparation was a daily reality. Meals had to be made from scratch, using ingredients that required significant preparation. Corn, a staple crop, had to be ground into meal using hand-operated mills. This process could take hours and was typically done every few days to ensure a fresh supply. Bread making was another time-consuming task. Yeast had to be carefully cultivated and maintained. The dough required kneading by hand, a physically demanding process that could take up to an hour for a single batch. Baking was done in wood-fired ovens that required constant attention to maintain the right temperature. The limited variety in the settler diet added to the tedium of food acquisition and preparation. Meals often consisted of the same ingredients prepared in similar ways day after day. The monotony was broken only by seasonal changes in available produce or successful hunting expeditions. Water, essential for survival, was another resource that required constant effort to acquire. Wells had to be dug by hand, often to great depths. In areas where groundwater was not easily accessible, settlers had to rely on streams or rivers, necessitating long walks carrying heavy buckets of water multiple times a day. The challenges of food acquisition extended beyond just the physical labor. Settlers had to constantly plan and strategize to ensure they had enough food to last through the winter months when fresh produce was scarce and hunting was more difficult. This required careful rationing and preservation of summer and fall harvests. Failed crops or poor hunting seasons could lead to periods of near starvation. Settlers often had to subsist on minimal rations during the hungry months of late winter and early spring when food stores ran low. These times of scarcity were physically and emotionally taxing, adding to the overall stress of settler life. The constant focus on food acquisition and preparation left little time for leisure or personal pursuits. From dawn to dusk, settlers were engaged in some aspect of food production, whether it was tending crops, hunting, preserving food, or preparing meals. This relentless cycle contributed to the often monotonous and grueling nature of early American settler life. As we reflect on the day-to-day struggles of these early settlers, we can appreciate the stark contrast to our modern convenience-filled lives. The simple act of acquiring and preparing food, which we often take for granted, was a central and all-consuming aspect of settler existence. Their perseverance in the face of these constant challenges laid the foundation for the agricultural development that would follow in subsequent centuries. Settler life in early America was fraught with challenges, and one of the most formidable adversaries faced by these pioneers was disease. The lack of modern medical knowledge and primitive living conditions created a perfect storm for illness to thrive. Let's explore the grim reality of disease and medicine in settler communities. In the 17th and 18th centuries, settlers arriving in the New World encountered a host of unfamiliar pathogens. The journey across the Atlantic was often the first hurdle, with ships becoming breeding grounds for diseases like typhus and dysentery. Many settlers didn't even make it to their new homes, succumbing to these illnesses during the long voyage. Upon arrival, the settlers faced new challenges. The unfamiliar climate and environment exposed them to diseases they had never encountered before. Malaria, for instance, was particularly devastating in the southern colonies. The mosquito-borne illness caused high fevers, chills, and often death. Settlers had no understanding of its transmission, attributing it to bad air from swamps and marshes. Yellow fever was another deadly disease that plagued coastal settlements. Outbreaks would occur sporadically, causing panic and high mortality rates. In 1793, a yellow fever epidemic in Philadelphia killed nearly 10% of the city's population in just a few months. The disease was so feared that it could bring entire cities to a standstill. Smallpox was perhaps the most dreaded disease of all. Highly contagious and often fatal, it left survivors scarred for life. The disease was particularly devastating to Native American populations who had no immunity to this old-world illness. Entire tribes were wiped out, forever altering the demographic landscape of the Americas. In the face of these threats, settler medicine was woefully inadequate. The prevailing medical theories of the time were based on ancient Greek concepts of the four humors: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. Physicians believed that illness was caused by an imbalance in these humors, and their treatments often did more harm than good. Bloodletting was a common practice, used to treat everything from fevers to headaches. Doctors would cut open a vein and drain blood from the patient, believing this would restore balance to the body. In reality, this weakened patients who were already fighting off infections, often hastening their demise. Another popular treatment was purging. Doctors would administer strong laxatives or induce vomiting to expel the bad humors from the body. These treatments were extremely harsh and could lead to severe dehydration, especially dangerous for those already weakened by disease. Mercury was widely used as a cure-all, despite its toxic nature. It was prescribed for everything from depression to syphilis. Patients would ingest or apply mercury-based treatments, leading to severe side effects including kidney failure, mouth ulcers, and neurological damage. In the absence of effective medical treatments, many settlers turned to folk remedies and superstitions. Herbal concoctions were common, some of which had genuine medicinal properties, while others were purely placebo. Carrying a potato in one's pocket was believed to ward off rheumatism, while wearing a string of dried elderberries around the neck was thought to prevent colds. The lack of understanding about germ theory meant that hygiene practices were often inadequate. Settlers didn't comprehend the importance of hand washing or proper waste disposal. This led to the rapid spread of waterborne diseases like cholera and typhoid fever, especially in more densely populated areas. Childbirth was particularly dangerous for settler women. Many died from complications during labor or from postpartum infections. Midwives were often the only assistants available, and while some were skilled, they lacked the tools and knowledge to handle serious complications. Infant mortality rates were staggeringly high. It wasn't uncommon for families to lose multiple children before they reached adulthood. This harsh reality is reflected in the nomming practices of the time, with many families reusing the names of deceased children for subsequent offspring. Dental health was another significant issue. With no understanding of the importance of oral hygiene and a diet high in sugar and refined flour, tooth decay was rampant. Toothaches were treated with everything from clove oil to whiskey, and extractions were performed without anesthesia, often leading to infections. As settlements grew and became more established, some improvements in medical care did occur. The first medical school in the colonies was founded in Philadelphia in 1765, marking the beginning of more formalized medical education in America. However, it would take many more decades before significant advancements in medical knowledge and practice would be made. Despite the challenges, settlers showed remarkable resilience in the face of disease and limited medical knowledge. They developed community support systems, with neighbors often stepping in to care for the sick when entire families fell ill. This spirit of mutual aid was crucial for the survival of many early settlements. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on how far we've come in our understanding and treatment of diseases. The struggles of these early settlers serve as a stark reminder of the progress we've made in medicine and public health. Their perseverance in the face of such daunting health challenges played a crucial role in the establishment and growth of early American settlements, laying the foundation for the nation we know today. As we continue our journey through the less than glamorous aspects of history, let's turn our attention to the life of settlers on the frontier. While often romanticized in popular culture, the reality of settler life was far from idyllic. In fact, it was filled with constant dangers and hardships that would make even the bravest among us think twice about venturing into the unknown wilderness. First and foremost, let's consider the sheer isolation that settlers faced. Imagine being hundreds of miles away from the nearest town or any semblance of civilization. The vast, untamed wilderness stretched out before you, with no guarantee of what lay beyond the next hill or forest. This isolation meant that settlers had to be entirely self-reliant. There were no grocery stores, no hospitals, and certainly no emergency services to call upon in times of need. Every day was a test of survival skills and resourcefulness. One of the most immediate dangers faced by settlers was the threat of hostile encounters with indigenous populations. While not all interactions were violent, misunderstandings, cultural differences, and territorial disputes often led to conflicts. Settlers lived in constant fear of raids on their homesteads, which could result in the loss of life, property, or even being taken captive. To protect themselves, many settlers built rudimentary fortifications around their homes or banded together in small communities for mutual defense. However, these measures were often inadequate against organized attacks, leaving settlers vulnerable and constantly on edge. Another significant danger was the unpredictable and often harsh weather conditions. Depending on the region, settlers might face scorching heat, freezing cold, tornadoes, or devastating floods. Without modern weather forecasting or sturdy housing, these natural phenomena could be life-threatening. Imagine trying to survive a harsh winter in a hastily constructed log cabin, with only the supplies you managed to stockpile during the warmer months. Blizzards could trap families indoors for days or even weeks, and if food ran low, there was little hope of resupply. The frontier was also home to a variety of dangerous wildlife. Depending on the location, settlers might encounter bears, wolves, mountain lions, or venomous snakes. These animals posed a threat not only to human life but also to livestock, which was crucial for a settler's survival. Encounters with predators were particularly dangerous for children, who might be tasked with tending to animals or gathering resources from the surrounding wilderness. Many settler accounts tell harrowing tales of narrow escapes or tragic losses due to animal attacks. Disease was another ever-present danger on the frontier. Without access to modern medicine or sanitation, even minor illnesses could quickly become life-threatening. Common ailments like influenza, dysentery, and pneumonia claimed countless lives. The lack of medical knowledge and resources meant that injuries, which today would be considered treatable, could easily lead to death. A broken bone, an infected wound, or complications during childbirth could spell disaster for a settler family. Speaking of childbirth, it was an especially perilous time for women on the frontier. Without proper medical care, many women died during or shortly after giving birth. Infant mortality rates were also extremely high, adding to the emotional toll of settler life. The constant threat of famine loomed large in the minds of settlers. Crop failures due to drought, pests, or disease could mean the difference between survival and starvation. Many settlers arrived on the frontier with limited agricultural experience, making their first few years particularly challenging. Even when crops were successful, storing and preserving food for the long winter months was a constant concern. Techniques like salting, smoking, and drying were essential, but far from foolproof. A poorly preserved food supply could lead to malnutrition or food poisoning. The psychological toll of frontier life cannot be overstated. The constant stress of survival, coupled with the isolation and lack of social support, led many settlers to experience depression, anxiety, and what we might now recognize as post-traumatic stress disorder. Alcohol abuse was common among settlers, as many turned to drink to cope with the hardships of their daily lives. This, in turn, often led to increased violence, accidents, and further health problems. For children growing up on the frontier, education was often a luxury that took a backseat to survival. Many children were required to work alongside their parents from a young age, leaving little time for formal schooling. This lack of education limited their future prospects and perpetuated the cycle of hardship. The gender roles on the frontier were strictly defined and often unforgiving. Men were expected to handle the backbreaking labor of clearing land, building structures, and defending the homestead. Women, in addition to helping with these tasks, were responsible for maintaining the household, caring for children, and often acting as impromptu doctors and midwives. The constant physical labor took a severe toll on settlers' bodies. Many suffered from chronic pain, injuries, and premature aging due to the harsh conditions and lack of proper medical care. Fire was another ever-present danger on the frontier. With most structures built from wood and lit by open flames, a single spark could lead to disaster. In the dry seasons, wildfires could sweep through vast areas, destroying homesteads and crops in their wake. The lack of law enforcement on the frontier meant that settlers often had to deal with crime and disputes themselves. This led to a culture of vigilante justice, where accusations could quickly escalate into violence. Transportation was slow, dangerous, and unreliable. Traveling to the nearest town for supplies or to seek help could take days or even weeks, depending on the distance and condition. Rivers, which were often used as transportation routes, posed their own set of dangers, including rapids, hidden rocks, and the risk of drowning. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on the resilience of these frontier settlers. Despite the countless dangers and hardships they faced, many persevered, laying the groundwork for future generations. Their struggles remind us of the relative comfort and safety we enjoy in modern times, and perhaps help us appreciate the simple luxuries we often take for granted. As we conclude our journey through the life of colonial American settlers, we're left with a profound appreciation for the hardships they endured. These brave individuals faced a constant struggle against nature, disease, and the unknown, all in pursuit of a better life. The settlers' daily routines were filled with backbreaking labor from dawn till dusk. They cleared dense forests, tilled unforgiving soil, and constructed rudimentary shelters with limited tools and resources. Every meal was a result of their own hard work, whether through farming, hunting, or foraging. Disease was a constant threat, with limited medical knowledge and even fewer remedies available. Simple infections or illnesses that we easily treat today could be fatal for these early Americans. The harsh winters and unpredictable weather patterns added another layer of difficulty to their already challenging lives. Despite these obstacles, the settlers persevered. They formed tight-knit communities, relying on each other for support and survival. They developed new skills and adapted to their environment, learning from Native American tribes and fellow settlers alike. Their resilience in the face of adversity laid the foundation for the nation we know today. However, it's important to remember that this period of history also brought great hardship and displacement for the indigenous peoples of North America, a complex legacy that continues to shape our understanding of early American history. As we drift off to sleep, let's reflect on the stark contrast between our modern comforts and the daily challenges faced by these early settlers. Their stories serve as a reminder of human endurance and the long journey that brought us to where we are today. In our next segment, we'll explore another fascinating yet soporific chapter of history, continuing our peaceful journey through time as we seek restful slumber. As we leave behind the world of medieval monks, let's transition to another equally fascinating, yet often overlooked aspect of history. Our next topic delves into the peculiar and sometimes bizarre practices of ancient medicine. From questionable remedies to unusual diagnoses, you'll soon discover why being a patient in the past was no walk in the park. Now let's journey to feudal Japan, where the legendary samurai warriors lived lives of both honor and hardship. These skilled swordsmen were bound by a strict code of conduct known as Bushido, which governed every aspect of their existence. As we continue our journey through history's most sleep-inducing topics, let's turn our attention to the rigorous and monotonous life of a samurai in feudal Japan. While often romanticized in popular culture, the daily reality for these warriors was far from glamorous. Samurai training began at a young age, often as early as 5 years old. Young boys from samurai families were expected to start their education in the ways of the warrior almost as soon as they could walk. This meant long, tedious hours of repetitive exercises and strict discipline. The cornerstone of samurai training was the practice of martial arts, particularly swordsmanship. Day in and day out, young samurai would spend countless hours perfecting their stance, grip, and sword techniques. They would repeat the same basic movements thousands of times until they became second nature. One particularly monotonous aspect of this training was subari, or sword-swinging practice. Imagine standing in the same spot for hours, swinging a wooden sword up and down, over and over again. The goal was to develop muscle memory in perfect form, but the process was mind-numbingly repetitive. In addition to physical training, samurai were expected to cultivate their minds through equally tedious pursuits. They spent long hours studying classical Chinese texts, memorizing Confucian philosophy, and practicing calligraphy. These intellectual pursuits were considered just as important as martial skills in the development of a well-rounded warrior. The study of strategy was another crucial component of samurai education. This involved poring over ancient texts on military tactics and engaging in endless discussions about hypothetical battle scenarios. While this might sound exciting in reality, it often involved rote memorization of historical battles and dry theoretical concepts. Meditation was also a significant part of samurai training. While meditation can be beneficial, the type practiced by samurai was often grueling and monotonous. They would sit for hours in the seiza position, a formal way of sitting on one's knees that quickly becomes uncomfortable. The goal was to develop mental fortitude and concentration, but the process was often mind-numbingly dull. The concept of Bushido, or the way of the warrior, governed every aspect of a samurai's life. This ethical code emphasized loyalty, duty, and self-discipline above all else. While noble in theory, in practice, it meant adhering to a strict set of rules and behaviors that left little room for individual expression or enjoyment. One particularly tedious aspect of samurai life was the emphasis on proper etiquette. Samurai were expected to master intricate codes of behavior for every social situation. This meant spending countless hours learning the correct way to bow, the proper phrases to use in conversation, and the appropriate way to serve tea. Any deviation from these strict protocols could result in severe consequences. The monotony of samurai life extended to their diet as well. While we might imagine lavish feasts, the reality was often quite bland. Many samurai adhered to a simple diet of rice, miso soup, and pickled vegetables. This diet, while nutritious, was far from exciting and added another layer of tedium to their daily lives. Even the weapons and armor that we often associate with the excitement of samurai life were sources of monotony. Samurai were responsible for the maintenance of their own equipment, which meant hours of polishing swords, oiling armor, and repairing damaged gear. This constant upkeep was crucial but incredibly dull. The concept of on, or obligation, was central to samurai life. This meant that samurai were constantly aware of their duties and responsibilities, leaving little time for leisure or personal pursuits. Every action was weighed against its potential impact on one's honor and the honor of one's lord. For many samurai, life in peacetime was particularly boring. With no battles to fight, they were often relegated to administrative duties or serving as bodyguards. These roles, while important, lacked the excitement that many had been trained to expect from a warrior's life. The tedium of samurai life was further compounded by the rigid social hierarchy of feudal Japan. Samurai were expected to show absolute deference to their superiors and could face severe punishment for even minor infractions. This constant state of vigilance and self-control added another layer of stress to their already monotonous lives. Even in their personal lives, samurai faced restrictions and expectations that limited their freedom. Marriages were often arranged for political or strategic reasons, with little regard for personal feelings. Family life was governed by strict protocols, with formality often taking precedence over affection. The emphasis on stoicism in samurai culture meant that expressing emotions or complaining about one's lot in life was seen as a sign of weakness. This led to a culture of repression, where samurai were expected to endure hardships and boredom without complaint. As we drift off to sleep, imagine the life of a samurai. Endless repetition of sword techniques, hours of uncomfortable meditation, dry philosophical debates, and the constant pressure to maintain perfect etiquette. While Hollywood might portray samurai life as a non-stop adventure, the reality was often far more mundane and sleep-inducing. As we continue our journey through history's less glamorous aspects, let's turn our attention to the life of a samurai in feudal Japan. While often romanticized in modern media, the reality of samurai life was far more complex and in many ways quite restrictive. Central to the samurai existence was the code of Bushido, a set of principles that governed their every action and decision. The word Bushido literally translates to the way of the warrior, and it was a moral code that emphasized loyalty, duty, and honor above all else. This code wasn't just a set of guidelines, it was a way of life that permeated every aspect of a samurai's existence from childhood to death. One of the most demanding aspects of Bushido was the expectation of unwavering loyalty to one's lord or daimyo. This loyalty was absolute and often superseded personal desires, family obligations, and even self-preservation. Samurai were expected to be willing to sacrifice their lives for their lord at any moment, a concept known as junshi, or following one's master in death. This extreme loyalty often led to situations where samurai were forced to carry out actions that went against their personal beliefs or moral judgments. Imagine being ordered to attack a village or execute a prisoner, knowing that refusal would bring shame not only to yourself but to your entire family. The weight of such decisions must have been enormously stressful. Another core tenet of Bushido was the concept of honor. A samurai's honor was considered more valuable than his life, and any perceived slight or insult could lead to deadly consequences. This hypersensitivity to honor meant that samurai lived in a constant state of alertness, always aware that a wrong word or gesture could result in a life-or-death confrontation. The practice of seppuku, or ritual suicide, was closely tied to this concept of honor. If a samurai failed in his duties, brought shame upon himself or his lord, or was captured by the enemy, he was expected to take his own life in a gruesome and painful manner. This involved disemboweling oneself with a short sword, a process that could take agonizing minutes to complete. Education and training for samurai began at a very young age. Children as young as 5 or 6 would start learning martial arts, strategy, and the principles of Bushido. This rigorous training left little time for a normal childhood, with young samurai in training expected to behave with the dignity and restraint of adults long before they reached maturity. The samurai's life was also heavily regulated by etiquette and ceremony. Every interaction, from how one sat to how tea was served, was governed by strict rules. Violating these rules of etiquette could be seen as a sign of disrespect, potentially leading to severe consequences. This constant need to maintain perfect form and behavior must have been exhausting and anxiety-inducing. Contrary to popular belief, samurai weren't constantly engaged in battle. During times of peace, which were more common than periods of war, samurai had to find other ways to occupy their time and maintain their skills. Many turned to arts such as calligraphy, poetry, and tea ceremony. While these pursuits might seem relaxing, for samurai they were taken just as seriously as martial training, with the same level of discipline and perfectionism applied. The economic reality for many samurai was far from glamorous. While high-ranking samurai could live lives of relative luxury, lower-ranking samurai often struggled financially. They were prohibited from engaging in trade or manual labor, as these were considered beneath their station. This meant that many samurai lived in a state of genteel poverty, unable to improve their economic situation due to the rigid class structure of feudal Japan. The stress of maintaining one's honor and fulfilling one's duties often led to substance abuse problems among samurai. Alcohol consumption was common, and some turned to opium to cope with the pressures of their lifestyle. However, showing the effects of such indulgences in public was considered deeply shameful, adding another layer of stress to their lives. For samurai women, life was even more restricted. They were expected to embody the ideal of the good wife and wise mother, supporting their husbands and raising children to follow the samurai code. Many received martial arts training and were expected to defend the household in their husband's absence. Some even practiced a form of ritual suicide called jigai, which involved cutting the jugular vein with a knife should they face capture or dishonor. As Japan began to modernize in the 19th century, the role of the samurai became increasingly obsolete. The Meiji Restoration in 1868 led to the abolition of the samurai class, stripping them of their privileged status and the right to carry swords. many former samurai struggled to adapt to this new reality, finding themselves suddenly without a clear purpose or means of support. Some samurai resisted these changes, leading to rebellions such as the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877. These uprisings were ultimately crushed by the new imperial army, equipped with modern Western weapons. The image of samurai charging into battle with swords against soldiers armed with rifles and cannon serves as a poignant illustration of the end of an era. While the samurai class no longer exists, the principles of Bushido continue to influence Japanese culture to this day. Concepts such as loyalty, duty, and honor remain important values in Japanese society, though thankfully without the extreme manifestations seen in the feudal era. As we reflect on the life of a samurai, it's clear that while their existence may seem romantic or exciting from a distance, the reality was often one of constant pressure, strict regulation, and the ever-present specter of violent death. The code of Bushido, while admirable in some respects, created a lifestyle that was psychologically and emotionally demanding, leaving little room for personal freedom or self-expression. In our next segment, we'll explore another aspect of history that might make you grateful for modern life. But for now, let the echoes of samurai swords and the whispers of ancient codes of honor lull you into a peaceful sleep, far removed from the pressures of feudal Japan. As we continue our journey through the less glamorous aspects of history, let's turn our attention to the samurai of feudal Japan. While often romanticized in popular culture, the reality of samurai life was far from comfortable, especially when it came to their iconic armor. Samurai armor, known as yor, was a complex and heavy ensemble that could weigh up to 65 pounds. Imagine carrying around a large dog on your body all day. This weight wasn't just a minor inconvenience, it was a constant burden that affected every aspect of a samurai's life. The armor consisted of multiple layers, starting with a kimono-like garment called the hidetere. Over this, they wore a chest protector called the do, made of iron plates or leather. The shoulders were protected by large, wing-like pieces called sode, which could be particularly cumbersome when trying to move freely. The helmet or kabuto was another heavy component. Often adorned with intricate designs and fearsome face masks, these helmets could weigh up to 10 pounds on their own. While they provided crucial protection, they also limited visibility and could become unbearably hot in the summer months. Speaking of heat, imagine wearing all this armor during Japan's notoriously humid summers. Samurai would often suffer from heat exhaustion and dehydration, especially during long campaigns or extended periods of guard duty. The multiple layers of fabric, leather, and metal created a personal sauna that was far from pleasant. The weight and bulk of the armor also made simple tasks incredibly difficult. Something as basic as mounting a horse became a complex operation, often requiring assistance from attendants. Once on horseback, the samurai's movement was restricted, making it challenging to wield weapons effectively or respond quickly to threats. Maintenance of this armor was another time-consuming and tedious aspect of samurai life. After each use, the armor had to be meticulously cleaned and oiled to prevent rust and decay. Any damage had to be repaired promptly, as a weak spot in the armor could mean the difference between life and death on the battlefield. The cost of samurai armor was astronomical, often equivalent to the price of several houses. This meant that many lower-ranking samurai couldn't afford a full set of high-quality armor, leaving them more vulnerable in battle. Some would inherit armor from their fathers or lords, but this hand-me-down equipment was often ill-fitting and outdated. Sleep, which we often take for granted, was another area where the armor caused issues. Samurai were expected to be ready for battle at a moment's notice, which meant sometimes sleeping in partial armor. Imagine trying to get a good night's rest with metal plates digging into your sides and a heavy helmet restricting your head movement. The weight of the armor also took a long-term toll on the samurai's bodies. Chronic back pain, joint issues, and muscle strain were common ailments among veteran warriors. The constant pressure on their shoulders and hips could lead to debilitating conditions in later life, assuming they survived their military service. Despite these drawbacks, samurai took great pride in their armor. Each set was a work of art, often featuring intricate designs and family crests. The armor was not just protection, it was a symbol of their status and heritage. This pride, however, came at a great physical cost. The process of putting on the armor, known as yorg-kyumi, was a complex ritual that could take up to an hour with the help of an attendant. Each piece had to be tied and secured in a specific order. This time-consuming process meant that samurai had to plan far in advance for any military engagement, limiting their ability to respond quickly to surprise attacks. In battle, the weight of the armor significantly reduced a samurai's stamina. While the initial charge might be impressive, prolonged combat quickly became exhausting. This fatigue could be deadly, as tired warriors were more likely to make mistakes or react too slowly to incoming threats. The armor's design also limited the samurai's peripheral vision. The helmet's face mask and the high collar of the chest piece created significant blind spots. In the chaos of battle, this reduced visibility could be fatal, leaving the samurai vulnerable to attacks from the sides or rear. Another often overlooked aspect of samurai armor was its smell. The combination of sweat, oil, and leather created a pungent odor that was difficult to eliminate. This smell could be so strong that it sometimes gave away a samurai's position during stealth operations. The armor's weight also affected the samurai's diet and hydration needs. Warriors had to consume significantly more calories and water to compensate for the energy expended in simply moving around in their heavy gear. This increased demand for resources could be problematic during long campaigns or sieges where supplies were limited. As firearms became more prevalent in Japan, the traditional samurai armor became increasingly obsolete. However, cultural inertia and pride meant that many samurai continued to wear their heavy, ornate armor long after it had ceased to be effective against modern weapons. This adherence to tradition often came at the cost of their lives. In peacetime, samurai were still expected to wear their armor for ceremonial occasions and official duties. This meant that even during periods of relative calm, they couldn't escape the burden of their heavy attire. Formal events that might be enjoyable for others became tests of endurance for the armor-clad samurai. The psychological weight of the armor was just as significant as its physical weight. The samurai's armor was a constant reminder of their duty, status, and the ever-present possibility of death. This mental burden, combined with the physical discomfort, contributed to the stoic and often fatalistic outlook many samurai developed. As we reflect on the challenges faced by samurai due to their armor, we can appreciate the dedication and sacrifice required by their way of life. While their armor may have looked impressive, the reality of wearing it day in and day out was far from glamorous. It was a constant test of endurance, both physical and mental, that shaped the samurai culture and left an indelible mark on Japanese history. As we delve deeper into the intricacies of historical monotony, let's turn our attention to the complex and often tedious world of samurai court politics in feudal Japan. While popular culture often portrays samurai as fierce warriors constantly engaged in battle, the reality for many was far less exciting and much more politically oriented. In the Edo period, which lasted from 1603 to 1868, many samurai found themselves in a peculiar position. With the country largely at peace, their traditional role as warriors became less relevant. Instead, they were increasingly expected to serve as bureaucrats and administrators within the shogunate system. This shift from battlefield to boardroom was not always a welcome one for these martial artists turned pencil pushers. The daily life of a court samurai often revolved around mind-numbing administrative tasks. They would spend countless hours poring over land records, tax documents, and official correspondence. Imagine the monotony of meticulously copying and filing reports on rice harvests or cataloging the possessions of various noble families. The once-proud warriors now found themselves battling against the relentless tide of paperwork rather than enemy armies. One particularly tedious aspect of samurai court life was the rigid system of etiquette and protocol that governed every interaction. Samurai were expected to master an intricate set of rules dictating everything from how to bow and where to sit in relation to others to the proper way to exchange gifts or pour tea. These rules were not just social niceties, but could have serious political implications. A misstep in etiquette could lead to loss of favor, demotion, or even forced seppuku in extreme cases. Consider the mind-numbing boredom of spending hours practicing the correct angle at which to bow to superiors of various ranks. Samurai would rehearse these movements repeatedly, ensuring that their posture and timing were impeccable. The slightest error could be seen as a sign of disrespect or incompetence, potentially jeopardizing their position and status within the court. Another sleep-inducing aspect of samurai court life was the endless waiting. Lower-ranking samurai would often spend long hours simply waiting for an audience with their superiors or for their turn to present reports. This waiting could stretch on for days or even weeks, with no guarantee that they would actually be received. Imagine the tedium of sitting in an antechamber day after day, unable to leave lest you miss your chance, with nothing to do but contemplate the intricate patterns on the tatami mats. The political maneuvering within the samurai courts was a slow, plodding affair that could make watching paint dry seem exciting by comparison. Alliances and rivalries between different factions within the court would play out over years or even decades. Samurai had to carefully navigate these political waters, always mindful of who was in favor and who had fallen out of grace with the shogun or daimyo. This constant need for vigilance and calculation in every interaction would have been mentally exhausting. Samurai had to weigh each word and action, considering how it might be perceived and what potential consequences it could have. The stress of this perpetual political chess game, combined with the tedium of administrative duties, must have been a potent recipe for insomnia among many court samurai. Let's not forget the monotonous nature of the court's daily schedule. Each day would follow a strict routine, with specific times allocated for various duties and ceremonies. Wake up at dawn, attend morning briefings, process paperwork, participate in midday ceremonies, more paperwork, evening reports, and finally retire to bed, only to wake up and do it all over again the next day. The predictability and lack of variation in this schedule would have been mind-numbingly dull for many samurai who might have yearned for the excitement of their warrior past. Another sleep-inducing aspect of samurai court life was the emphasis on self-control and stoicism. Samurai were expected to maintain a calm and composed demeanor at all times, regardless of their inner turmoil or boredom. This constant suppression of emotion and the need to present an impassive face to the world would have been mentally draining. Imagine having to sit through hours of dry, technical discussions about rice taxation policies without betraying even a hint of the mind-numbing boredom you were experiencing. The court samurai's diet was also regulated and often quite bland, contributing to the overall sense of monotony. Many adhered to a simple diet of rice, miso soup, and pickled vegetables, with meat being rare. The lack of variety and flavor in their daily meals would have been yet another aspect of court life that lacked excitement or stimulation. Even the leisure activities available to court samurai were often slow-paced and cerebral. Many engaged in pursuits such as calligraphy, poetry composition, or the game of Go. While these activities can be intellectually stimulating, they are hardly adrenaline-pumping experiences. Picture spending your free time meticulously practicing brush strokes or agonizing over the placement of a single stone on a Go board, not exactly the thrilling life one might expect of a samurai. The architectural design of many samurai residences and court buildings also contributed to the overall sense of monotony. With their uniform wooden structures, sliding shoji screens, and tatami mat floors, these spaces offered little visual stimulation. The deliberate simplicity and lack of ornamentation, while aesthetically pleasing, could become visually tiresome day after day. As we draw this segment to a close, reflect on the stark contrast between the popular image of the samurai and the reality of court life for many. Far from the excitement of battle and adventure, these warriors-turned-bureaucrats found themselves mired in a world of paperwork, politics, and mind-numbing routine. The tedium of their daily lives serves as a potent reminder that even those we might consider to have led exciting historical lives often faced their own unique forms of boredom and monotony. Let's delve into the diet and health of samurai, a topic that might seem exciting, but trust me, will make it as sleep-inducing as possible. The samurai, those legendary warriors of feudal Japan, didn't just swing swords all day. They had to eat and maintain their health, often in ways that were far from glamorous. First, let's talk about their diet. Contrary to popular belief, samurai didn't feast on exotic delicacies or rare meats. Their staple food was actually quite simple: rice. Yes, plain, ordinary rice. They consumed it in vast quantities, often eating it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. How's that for monotony? The samurai diet, known as Accusations, typically consisted of one soup and 3 side dishes to accompany their rice. These side dishes were usually pickled vegetables, which were not only bland but also helped preserve food in an era without refrigeration. Imagine eating pickles day in and day out. Exciting, isn't it? Miso soup was another common element in their diet. Made from fermented soybeans, it provided protein and other nutrients. But let's be honest, it's not exactly a culinary adventure. The samurai would sip this soup day after day, year after year. The consistency of their diet was as unwavering as their loyalty to their lords. Now you might be wondering about meat. Surprisingly, for much of Japanese history, meat was not a significant part of the samurai diet. In fact, for several centuries, there was a ban on eating meat from 4-legged animals. This was partly due to Buddhist influences and partly due to the need to preserve draft animals for agriculture. Instead of meat, samurai relied heavily on fish for their protein. They would eat it fresh when possible, but more often than not, it was preserved through salting or drying. Picture eating dried, salted fish every day. It's a far cry from the varied diets we're accustomed to today. The samurai did occasionally indulge in wild game, such as boar or deer, which they hunted themselves. However, this was more of a rare treat than a regular occurrence. Most of the time, their meals were predictable and, dare I say, quite boring. Let's move on to their health practices. The samurai were known for their discipline, and this extended to their approach to health and wellness. They practiced something called hara hachibu, which means eating until you're 80% full. This practice of moderate eating was believed to promote longevity and maintain a fit physique. However, the reality of samurai health wasn't always as ideal as their principles suggested. Many samurai suffered from various health issues due to their lifestyle. For instance, the heavy armor they wore and the hours spent sitting in formal postures led to back problems and poor circulation. The samurai also faced dental issues. Their diet, high in rice and low in calcium, often resulted in tooth decay and gum disease. Imagine being a fearsome warrior with a toothache. Not quite the glamorous image we often associate with samurai, is it? Another health concern for samurai was parasitic infections. The consumption of raw fish, a common practice, exposed them to various parasites. These infections could lead to a range of symptoms from mild discomfort to severe illness. It's hardly the stuff of legends, but it was a real part of samurai life. The samurai did have some health practices that we might consider more positive. They placed great importance on personal hygiene, regularly visiting public baths and hot springs. This helped prevent skin diseases and promoted overall cleanliness. However, the communal nature of these baths also meant that they could sometimes spread infections. Exercise was, of course, a crucial part of samurai health. They engaged in various forms of physical training, including martial arts, archery, and horseback riding. While this kept them fit, it also led to a host of injuries. Sprains, fractures, and chronic pain from overuse were common ailments among the samurai ranks. The samurai also practiced meditation, which they believed improved both their mental and physical health. They would sit for long periods in silence, focusing on their breath. While beneficial, it's not exactly the most thrilling activity to describe. Imagine sitting still for hours, doing absolutely nothing, feeling sleepy yet. When it came to treating illnesses and injuries, the samurai relied on a combination of traditional Japanese medicine and Chinese healing practices. Herbal remedies were common, as were acupuncture and moxibustion, a technique involving burning herbs on or near the skin. These treatments, while sometimes effective, were often accompanied by discomfort and long recovery periods. One particularly unpleasant health practice among the samurai was bloodletting. They believed that removing bad blood could cure various ailments. This practice, now known to be harmful, was a regular part of samurai health care. It's a reminder that even the mightiest warriors were subject to the medical misconceptions of their time. The samurai also had to contend with the psychological toll of their profession. The constant threat of violence and the strict code of honor they lived by could lead to significant stress and mental health issues. However, these were often ignored or suppressed due to the stoic nature of samurai culture. As for life expectancy, despite their disciplined lifestyle, samurai didn't necessarily live longer than the average person of their time. The constant risk of death in battle, combined with the health issues we've discussed, meant that many samurai didn't reach old age. It's a sobering thought that these legendary warriors were, in many ways, as vulnerable as anyone else. In their later years, samurai who survived the perils of their profession often faced chronic health issues. Arthritis was common, exacerbated by years of physical training and battle injuries. Many also developed respiratory problems, possibly due to the dust and smoke they were exposed to in combat and from sitting around indoor fires. To wrap up this riveting discussion on samurai diet and health, let's remember that while we often romanticize the life of these warriors, the reality was far less glamorous. Their diet was repetitive and often lacking in nutrients. Their health practices, while sometimes beneficial, were also fraught with misconceptions and risks. The life of a samurai from a health perspective was one of discipline, discomfort, and constant physical challenges. It's a far cry from the idealized image we often have of these historical figures. Now, as you drift off to sleep, picture yourself eating plain rice and pickles day after day, sitting in uncomfortable positions for hours, and dealing with various aches and pains. Not so exciting after all, is it? As we conclude our exploration of Japanese samurai, it's clear that their lives were far from the romanticized versions we often see in popular culture. While they were indeed skilled warriors, their daily existence was filled with hardships and strict regulations that would make most of us grateful for our modern comforts. The samurai's unwavering loyalty to their lords came at a great personal cost. They were expected to be ready to lay down their lives at a moment's notice, a constant pressure that undoubtedly took a toll on their mental well-being. The rigid social hierarchy meant that even the most accomplished samurai had little hope of advancing beyond their station, trapping them in a predetermined life path. Their strict code of conduct, known as Bushido, while admirable in some aspects, also imposed severe limitations on their personal freedoms. The expectation to maintain a stoic demeanor and suppress emotions could lead to psychological strain, especially in times of personal loss or conflict. Let's not forget the physical demands of their profession. Daily training in martial arts and weapons handling was grueling, often resulting in injuries and chronic pain. The heavy armor they wore in battle, while protective, was cumbersome and uncomfortable, especially in Japan's humid climate. Moreover, the samurai's dependence on their lords for financial support meant that economic downturns or political shifts could leave them destitute. Many samurai struggled with debt, forced to live frugally despite their elevated social status. In times of peace, some samurai found themselves without a clear purpose, leading to feelings of restlessness and dissatisfaction. The transition from warrior to bureaucrat was not always smooth, and many struggled to find meaning in their new roles. As we drift off to sleep, let's appreciate the comforts and freedoms of our modern lives, free from the burdens of feudal obligations and the constant threat of warfare. The samurai's legacy, while fascinating, reminds us that even seemingly glamorous historical roles often came with significant drawbacks and challenges. As we drift further into the realm of historical slumber, let's shift our focus to another intriguing aspect of medieval life. While monks had their challenges, ordinary peasants faced a different set of hardships. Prepare to doze off as we explore the mundane details of peasant existence in the Middle Ages. Ahoy matey, ever wondered what it'd be like to sail the high seas as a pirate crew member? Well, it wasn't all treasure and adventure. Life aboard a pirate ship was tough, dangerous, and often short-lived. Let's dive into the gritty reality of pirate life. As we continue our journey through boring history, let's set sail on the high seas and explore the less than glamorous reality of pirate life, specifically focusing on the ship conditions. While popular culture often romanticizes the life of a pirate, the truth is far less appealing and might just help you drift off to sleep. Pirate ships, contrary to the grand vessels we see in movies, were often cramped, unsanitary, and downright miserable places to live. Let's start with the living quarters, or rather, the lack thereof. Most pirates didn't have private cabins or comfortable beds. Instead, they slept in hammocks strung up in the gun deck, packed tightly together like sardines in a can. These hammocks weren't the cozy, gently swaying beds you might imagine. They were often made from rough canvas or old sails, providing little comfort. Pirates would sleep fully clothed, partly because of the cold and damp conditions, and partly because they needed to be ready for action at a moment's notice. The gun deck, where most pirates slept, was a dark and stuffy place. With no windows and poor ventilation, the air was thick with the smell of unwashed bodies, gunpowder, and the ever-present stench of the sea. On larger ships, this deck could house up to 200 men, all crammed together in a space no larger than a modern living room. Hygiene on pirate ships was, to put it mildly, abysmal. Fresh water was a precious commodity, reserved primarily for drinking and cooking. Bathing was a luxury few pirates could afford, and even then, it usually meant a quick dip in the salty sea water, which did little to actually clean anyone. The lack of proper hygiene led to a host of problems. Lice and fleas were constant companions, making sleep an itchy, uncomfortable affair. Skin diseases were rampant, with many pirates suffering from fungal infections, boils, and other unpleasant conditions. Let's not forget about the rats. These unwelcome passengers were a common sight on pirate ships, scurrying about in the dark, stealing food and spreading disease. Some ships had so many rats that cats were brought aboard to control the population, adding yet another layer of smell and chaos to the already crowded vessel. Speaking of smell, the odor on a pirate ship was truly something to behold, or rather, something to avoid at all costs. The combination of unwashed bodies, rotting food, sea water, and the contents of the ship's bilge created a stench so powerful it could be smelled from miles away. In fact, naval ships often relied on this smell to track pirate vessels. The bilge, by the way, was the lowest part of the ship where water collected. This stagnant water quickly became a breeding ground for bacteria and fungi, creating a foul-smelling sludge that permeated the entire ship. Cleaning the bilge was one of the most dreaded tasks on board, often assigned as punishment. Food on pirate ships was another source of misery. Fresh provisions didn't last long at sea, so pirates had to rely on preserved foods. Hardtack, a type of rock-hard biscuit, was a staple. These biscuits were often infested with weevils, small beetles that burrowed into the bread. Pirates would eat them in the dark to avoid seeing the insects. Salted meat was another common food item, but it was so heavily preserved that it was barely recognizable as meat. It was tough, salty, and often rancid. Pirates would soak it in seawater before eating to make it somewhat palatable and to reduce the salt content. Scurvy, a disease caused by vitamin C deficiency, was a constant threat. Without access to fresh fruits and vegetables, many pirates suffered from bleeding gums, loose teeth, and weakened bones. Some captains tried to combat this by bringing limes or lemons on board, but these didn't last long in the hot, humid conditions. The ship's galley or kitchen was a far cry from the modern kitchens we're used to. It was usually just a small area with a brick hearth for cooking. The ship's cook had to prepare meals for the entire crew using limited ingredients and even more limited equipment. Cooking during rough seas was particularly challenging and dangerous, with the risk of fire always present. Fire was, in fact, one of the greatest fears on a wooden ship. A single spark could spell doom for the entire vessel and crew. As a result, cooking was often limited or even prohibited during storms or battles. This meant that pirates sometimes had to subsist on cold, unappetizing rations for days on end. The constant dampness on board led to other problems as well. Clothes never fully dried, leading to chafing and skin irritations. Leather items like boots and belts would often grow mold. The wood of the ship itself would start to rot, requiring constant maintenance to keep the vessel seaworthy. Speaking of maintenance, life on a pirate ship was not all about looting and plundering. Much of the time was spent on the mundane tasks of keeping the ship running. This included endless scrubbing of the decks, repairing sails and ropes, and pumping water out of the bilge to prevent the ship from becoming waterlogged. The work was hard and dangerous. Falls from the rigging were common, as were injuries from the ship's equipment. Medical care was primitive at best, with the ship's surgeon often being little more than a barber with a saw and some rum for anesthesia. Privacy was non-existent on a pirate ship. Every aspect of life was conducted in full view of the crew. This lack of personal space and constant proximity to others led to frequent conflicts and fights among the crew. Despite the harsh conditions, or perhaps because of them, pirate crews developed their own unique culture and code of conduct. The shared misery created a sense of camaraderie, and the promise of riches kept many motivated through the hardships. As we drift off to sleep, let's be thankful for our comfortable beds, clean clothes, and readily available fresh water. The life of a pirate, while adventurous in stories, was in reality a smelly, uncomfortable, and often short-lived affair. Sweet dreams, and may your sleep be free of weevils, rats, and the endless rocking of the sea. Ahoy, sleepy mateys! As we continue our voyage through the boring depths of history, let's set sail for a topic that's sure to make your eyelids heavy. The not-so-appetizing world of pirate nutrition and the scourge known as scurvy. Picture yourself aboard a creaky pirate ship, surrounded by salty sea air and the constant rocking of waves. Now, imagine the culinary delights that awaited these seafaring rogues. Spoiler alert, it wasn't exactly a gourmet experience. The typical pirate diet was about as exciting as watching paint dry on a ship's hull. Their main staple, a delightful concoction called hardtack. This rock-hard biscuit was made from flour, water, and sometimes salt. It was baked until it resembled a brick in both texture and flavor. Hardtack was so notoriously tough that pirates often had to soak it in water or rum just to make it edible. Some even resorted to breaking it with a hammer. Imagine trying to enjoy your dinner while wielding a tool more suited for ship repairs. How's that for a relaxing mealtime? But wait, there's more. To complement their tooth-breaking biscuits, pirates also enjoyed salted meat. And by enjoyed, I mean they tolerated it because they had no other choice. This meat was preserved by packing it in barrels of salt, which made it last longer but also turned it into something resembling leather in both taste and texture. The process of preparing this meat was equally thrilling. Pirates would have to soak the salt-encrusted chunks in seawater to make them somewhat palatable. Nothing says fine dining quite like meat that's been marinating in the same water you've been sailing through for months. Now you might be wondering, where are the fruits and vegetables in this exciting pirate menu? Well, dear listener, fresh produce was about as rare on a pirate ship as a quiet night's sleep in your current state of insomnia. Occasionally, when stopping at ports or raiding other ships, pirates might get their hands on some apples, limes, or other fruits. But these were luxury items that didn't last long at sea. Most of the time, their vitamin C intake was as low as the chances of finding buried treasure on every island. This lack of fresh foods led to a rather unpleasant condition that was all too common among pirates and sailors alike: scurvy. Now, if you're having trouble falling asleep, just wait until you hear about the delightful symptoms of this vitamin C deficiency. Scurvy would start with fatigue and weakness, which doesn't sound too bad, right? But then it would progress to the fun part: swollen, bleeding gums. Imagine trying to enjoy your hardtack when your teeth are falling out faster than you can say, yo ho ho. As if that wasn't exciting enough, scurvy would also cause old wounds to reopen. So those battle scars pirates were so proud of, they'd start bleeding again for no apparent reason. It was like their bodies were trying to reenact every fight they'd ever been in, all at once. But wait, there's more. Scurvy could also lead to personality changes, making pirates even more irritable than usual. Picture a ship full of cranky, toothless men with reopened wounds, all trying to navigate the high seas. It's a wonder they managed to plunder anything at all. The solution to scurvy was actually quite simple: consume foods rich in vitamin C, but this knowledge wasn't widespread during the golden age of piracy. Some clever captains figured out that citrus fruits could prevent the disease, leading to the British Navy's practice of giving sailors a daily ration of lime juice. This is where the term limey for British sailors originated. However, most pirates weren't lucky enough to have a steady supply of citrus. Instead, they had to rely on whatever they could find or steal. Sometimes this meant raiding ships specifically for their fruit cargo. Imagine risking life and limb in a naval battle, only to make off with a bunch of oranges instead of gold. When fresh fruits weren't available, pirates had to get creative with their vitamin C sources. Some would eat raw meat or fish, which contained small amounts of the vitamin. Others would munch on ship's rats, which, believe it or not, was sometimes considered a delicacy compared to the usual fare. Speaking of unusual food sources, let's talk about the exciting world of ship's biscuit weevils. These tiny insects would often infest the hardtack, turning the already unappetizing food into a protein-rich snack. Some sailors would eat the biscuits in the dark to avoid seeing the extra ingredients. Others would pick out the weevils and eat them separately, claiming they tasted like nuts. Delicious, right? Now you might be wondering how pirates washed down all this mouth-watering food. The answer is equally thrilling, with warm, stale water or grog. Grog was a mixture of water and rum, sometimes with a splash of lemon or lime juice if they were feeling fancy. The water stored on ships would quickly become stagnant and full of algae. To make it somewhat drinkable, pirates would add rum, which acted as a disinfectant. This had the added benefit of making the terrible taste slightly more bearable and providing a bit of liquid courage for those long days at sea. Some particularly resourceful pirates would try to supplement their diets by fishing. However, this wasn't always as successful as you might think. Imagine spending hours dangling a line over the side of the ship, only to catch a fish so small it wouldn't even qualify as bait in modern times. When pirates did manage to catch larger fish, they faced another exciting challenge: how to cook it without setting their wooden ship on fire. This often resulted in barely cooked or smoked fish that was about as appetizing as the hardtack it was served with. Now let's take a moment to appreciate the culinary skills of the ship's cook. This poor soul had the unenviable task of trying to create somewhat edible meals from the limited ingredients available. Armed with nothing but a small stove, a few pots, and ingredients that were often past their prime, the cook had to feed a crew of hungry, scurvy-ridden pirates. Imagine trying to prepare a meal while the ship is tossing about in rough seas. One minute you're stirring a pot of mysterious stew, the next you're sliding across the galley floor, leaving a trail of unidentifiable foodstuffs in your wake. It's no wonder that many ship's cooks were also the ship's carpenter. They needed those skills to keep their makeshift kitchen from falling apart. As we drift gently towards the end of this riveting segment on pirate nutrition, let's recap the exciting menu options available to these seafaring rogues. For breakfast, lunch, and dinner, they could choose from hardtack with a side of weevils, salted meat that could double as shoe leather, the occasional fish that might or might not give them food poisoning, and if they were really lucky, a slice of citrus fruit to keep their teeth from falling out. All of this was washed down with water that was more alive than dead, or grog that made them forget how terrible everything tasted. It's a wonder that anyone romanticized the pirate lifestyle, given that their daily meals were about as appealing as walking the plank. So the next time you find yourself tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, just remember, at least you're not a pirate trying to choke down a meal of hardtack and salted meat while battling scurvy. Sweet dreams, me hearties, and may your midnight snacks be free of weevils and scurvy. Ahoy matey, let's sail into the treacherous waters of pirate discipline and punishment. While the life of a pirate might seem exciting and full of adventure, the reality was far less glamorous, especially when it came to maintaining order on a ship full of rowdy buccaneers. Pirate ships operated under a strict code of conduct, known as the Articles of Agreement. These rules were necessary to keep the crew in line and ensure the success of their illicit ventures. Every pirate was required to sign these articles before joining a crew, agreeing to abide by the ship's laws or face the consequences. One of the most common forms of punishment aboard a pirate ship was flogging. For minor infractions, such as laziness or disobedience, a pirate might receive a certain number of lashes with a whip or a cat o' nine tails. This multi-tailed whip could inflict severe pain and leave lasting scars on the unfortunate recipient's back. The number of lashes varied depending on the severity of the offense and the captain's discretion. Some pirates might receive a dozen lashes for a minor infraction, while more serious offenses could result in several dozen lashes. The punishment was usually carried out in front of the entire crew as a deterrent to others. Another popular form of discipline was keel hauling, a particularly brutal punishment that could often result in death. The offending pirate would be tied to a rope and dragged underneath the ship from one side to the other. As the ship's hull was often covered in barnacles and other sharp marine growth, this punishment would result in severe lacerations and potential drowning. Keel hauling was reserved for more serious offenses, such as mutiny or severe insubordination. The mere threat of this punishment was often enough to keep most pirates in line, as few survived the ordeal without significant injury or death. For those who committed the most grievous offenses, such as murder or theft from the crew, marooning was a common punishment. The offending pirate would be abandoned on a deserted island or a remote stretch of coastline with limited supplies. They were often given a pistol with a single shot, ostensibly to allow them to end their own suffering if rescue seemed unlikely. While some famous pirates, like Alexander Selkirk, managed to survive being marooned, most were not so fortunate. The isolation, lack of food and water, and exposure to the elements usually resulted in a slow and agonizing death. Pirates also employed a variety of other creative punishments to maintain discipline. One such method was known as kissing the gunner's daughter. This involved tying the offender to a ship's cannon and administering a flogging. The name came from the fact that the pirate's posterior would be pressed against the cannon during the punishment. Another unique form of discipline was called sweating. This involved forcing the offender to run around the ship's mast while being prodded with sharp objects like cutlasses or boarding pikes. This punishment could last for hours, leaving the pirate exhausted and covered in small wounds. For those who were caught stealing or hoarding more than their fair share of plunder, a common punishment was cutting off the offender's ears. This not only served as a painful reminder of their transgression, but also marked them as a thief for the rest of their life. In some cases, particularly unruly pirates might be confined to the ship's brig or hold. These dark, damp spaces were often filled with bilge water and rats, making for a miserable experience. Extended confinement in these conditions could lead to illness and even death. It's worth noting that not all pirate captains were equally harsh in their punishments. Some, like Bartholomew Roberts, also known as Black Bart, were known for maintaining strict discipline, but also for being fair in their treatment of the crew. Others, like Edward Lowe, were notorious for their cruelty and sadistic punishments. The harshness of pirate discipline was not just about maintaining order, it was also a matter of survival. A disorderly crew could jeopardize the success of raids and put the entire ship at risk. In the dangerous world of piracy, where every day brought the threat of capture or death, strict discipline was seen as necessary for survival. Despite the severity of these punishments, it's important to remember that life aboard a pirate ship was often still preferable to the alternatives for many sailors. The harsh discipline of naval vessels and merchant ships, combined with poor pay and dangerous conditions, made piracy an attractive option for some, despite the risks. The pirates' code and system of punishment also offered a degree of democracy that was rare in the 17th and 18th centuries. Captains were often elected by the crew and could be deposed if they were seen as too cruel or ineffective. This system of checks and balances helped to prevent the worst excesses of power. As we drift off to sleep, imagine the creaking of a pirate ship's timbers and the sound of waves lapping against the hull. While the life of a pirate was far from easy, with the constant threat of punishment looming over every action, it was a life that many chose, seeking fortune and freedom on the high seas. Ahoy matey, as we sail through the choppy waters of history, let's take a moment to explore the grim reality of pirate life, particularly when it comes to injuries and medical care. Prepare yourself for a tale that might make your stomach churn, but hopefully will lull you into a peaceful slumber. Life on the high seas was fraught with danger, and pirates were no strangers to injuries. From sword fights to cannon blasts, the risks were constant. But what happened when a pirate got hurt? Well, let's just say their options were limited and often quite gruesome. First, let's talk about the ship's surgeon. Now, you might think having a dedicated medical professional on board would be a good thing, but here's the catch. Most pirate ship surgeons were far from qualified. In fact, they were often just regular crew members who happened to have a steady hand and a strong stomach. These makeshift doctors had a very limited understanding of medicine, and their tools were rudimentary at best. The typical surgeon's kit might include a saw for amputations, a caulking iron for cauterizing wounds, and some basic herbs and spirits for pain relief. Doesn't sound too comforting, does it? One of the most common injuries pirates faced was, unsurprisingly, cuts and gashes from sword fights. Treatment for these wounds was far from pleasant. The surgeon would often pour boiling tar or vinegar into the wound to clean it. Yes, you heard that right, boiling tar. Can you imagine the pain? It's enough to make you grateful for modern antiseptics. If a pirate was lucky enough to survive the initial injury and the treatment, they still had to worry about infection. With no understanding of germ theory and limited hygiene practices, infections were rampant. Many pirates died not from their initial wounds, but from the subsequent infections that set in. Amputations were another common procedure on pirate ships. Whether it was a limb mangled by cannon fire or a foot ravaged by gangrene, sometimes cutting off the affected body part was the only option. And remember, this was long before anesthesia was invented. The best a pirate could hope for was a slug of rum and a piece of leather to bite down on while the surgeon sawed away. Speaking of rum, it played a significant role in pirate medicine. It was used as a painkiller, an antiseptic, and sometimes even as a preservative for severed limbs. Pirates believed that if they kept their severed limb preserved in rum, it would be waiting for them in the afterlife. A curious belief, but one that shows how deeply superstition was intertwined with their medical practices. Now let's talk about a particularly unpleasant aspect of pirate injuries, eye patches. While popular culture has romanticized the pirate eye patch, the reality was far less glamorous. Eye injuries were common due to flying splinters during naval battles or accidents with rigging. An eye patch wasn't a fashion statement, but a necessity to cover a lost or damaged eye. Dental care was another area where pirates suffered greatly. The combination of poor nutrition, lack of hygiene, and the habit of using teeth to hold onto things like gold coins led to severe dental problems. Toothaches were common, and the treatment was often as simple as it was brutal. Extraction with a pair of pliers. No wonder so many pirate depictions show them with missing teeth. Scurvy was another major health concern for pirates. This disease, caused by a lack of vitamin C, led to weakness, bleeding gums, and eventually death. While citrus fruits were known to prevent scurvy, they were often in short supply on long voyages. Some pirates resorted to eating rats, believing their raw meat contained enough vitamin C to ward off the disease. Spoiler alert, it didn't. Burns were another common injury on pirate ships. Whether from cannon fire, cooking accidents, or punishment, burns could be severe and life-threatening. The treatment, often it involved applying a mixture of egg whites and hair from a dog. Yes, you heard that correctly. While this might sound completely bizarre to us now, pirates believed it would help heal the burn and prevent scarring. Let's not forget about the dangers of everyday life on a ship. Falling from the rigging, being struck by a swinging boom, or simply slipping on a wet deck could result in broken bones or worse. Setting a broken bone was a painful process, often involving pulling the limb to realign it, then securing it with makeshift splints. Recovery, if it happened at all, was slow and painful. Tropical diseases were another constant threat. As pirates traveled to exotic locations, they encountered illnesses their bodies had no defense against. Malaria, yellow fever, and dysentery were common and often fatal. The treatments were based more on superstition than science, ranging from bloodletting to consuming mercury. Needless to say, these cures often did more harm than good. Even something as simple as a small cut could be life-threatening. In the warm, humid environment of a ship, even minor wounds could quickly become infected. Without proper medical knowledge or supplies, these infections could spread rapidly, leading to sepsis and death. It's a sobering reminder of how vulnerable pirates were to what we now consider minor health issues. Now let's talk about a particularly gruesome aspect of pirate medical care, trepanning. This ancient practice involved drilling a hole in the skull to relieve pressure or treat head injuries. While it sounds horrifying to us now, it was sometimes used as a last resort treatment for severe head trauma. The survival rate, as you might imagine, was not high. Another common ailment among pirates was what they called the flux, which we now know as dysentery. This severe intestinal infection caused extreme dehydration and was often fatal. The treatment, a concoction of blackberry leaves, red wine, and cinnamon. While this might have provided some comfort, it did little to address the underlying cause of the illness. Let's not forget about the mental toll of pirate life. The constant danger, violence, and harsh living conditions could lead to what we might now recognize as post-traumatic stress disorder or depression. However, mental health was not understood or acknowledged in those times. Pirates suffering from these conditions were often viewed as weak or cursed, leading to further isolation and suffering. In the face of all these medical challenges, it's a wonder that any pirates survived long enough to build the fearsome reputations we know from history. Their resilience in the face of such primitive medical care is truly remarkable, but it also serves as a stark reminder of how far we've come in terms of healthcare and medical knowledge. As we drift off to sleep, let's take a moment to appreciate the medical care we have access to today. The next time you visit a doctor or need a minor procedure, remember the pirates of old and their makeshift surgeons. Suddenly, that flu shot doesn't seem so bad, does it? While the life of a pirate might seem exciting and adventurous, it was fraught with legal dangers that could lead to severe consequences. Pirates were considered enemies of all nations, and the punishments for piracy were notoriously harsh. One of the most significant legal risks pirates faced was the constant threat of capture and execution. Piracy was considered a capital offense, meaning that if caught and convicted, pirates could face the death penalty. This wasn't just an idle threat. Many captured pirates met their end at the gallows. The process of dealing with captured pirates was often swift and merciless. When naval ships or privateers apprehended a pirate vessel, the crew would be taken into custody and brought to the nearest port for trial. These trials were often little more than formalities, with the outcome predetermined. In many cases, pirates were denied the right to legal representation or a proper defense. The authorities viewed them as criminals of the worst kind, and there was little sympathy for their plight. This meant that even if a person had been forced into piracy against their will, they might still face the same punishment as the most hardened buccaneers. The most common form of execution for pirates was hanging. This method was chosen not just for its efficiency, but also for its public nature. Executions of pirates were often turned into spectacles, with large crowds gathering to witness the event. The authorities used these public displays as a deterrent, hoping to discourage others from taking up the pirate life. In some cases, the bodies of executed pirates would be left hanging in prominent locations, such as at the entrance to harbors. This grim practice, known as hanging in chains or gibbeting, served as a stark warning to sailors and potential pirates alike. Another legal danger pirates faced was the risk of being declared hostis humani generis, which translates to enemy of mankind. This designation meant that pirates could be pursued and punished by any nation, regardless of where they were from or where their crimes were committed. It effectively made them international outlaws with nowhere to hide. The concept of hostis humani generis had significant implications for pirates. It meant that they could be tried and executed in any country, not just the one where they committed their crimes or the one they originated from. This global condemnation made it extremely difficult for pirates to find safe harbor or escape justice. Even if pirates managed to evade capture at sea, they faced legal risks on land as well. Many countries had laws that made it illegal to assist or harbor pirates. This meant that even if a pirate crew made it to shore, they might find themselves unwelcome and in danger of being turned over to the authorities. Some pirates attempted to legitimize their activities by obtaining letters of marque, which were government-issued documents authorizing them to attack and capture enemy vessels during wartime. However, these letters were often specific to certain nations and time periods. If a pirate with a letter of marque attacked the wrong ship or continued their activities after the war ended, they could still face severe legal consequences. The legal dangers extended beyond just the pirates themselves. Ship owners and merchants who dealt with pirates, knowingly or unknowingly, could also face punishment. This created a climate of suspicion and made it even more difficult for pirates to operate or find allies on land. In some cases, entire communities suspected of supporting piracy could face repercussions. Naval forces might blockade or attack ports known to be pirate havens, causing hardship for both the pirates and innocent civilians living in these areas. The legal risks associated with piracy were so severe that some pirates attempted to negotiate pardons or amnesties. Governments occasionally offered these deals to encourage pirates to give up their illegal activities. However, these offers were often limited in scope and time, and many pirates found themselves unable to trust the authorities enough to take advantage of them. Even for those pirates who managed to survive their careers and accumulate wealth, the legal dangers didn't necessarily end. Many found it difficult to reintegrate into society or enjoy their ill-gotten gains due to the constant threat of exposure and punishment. The severe legal consequences for piracy reflect the serious nature of the crime and its impact on international trade and relations. While modern perceptions of pirates might be romanticized, the reality was that they lived under constant threat of capture, trial, and execution. As we drift off to sleep, consider how the legal dangers faced by pirates shaped their lives and decisions. The constant risk of severe punishment added an element of desperation to their already perilous existence, influencing every aspect of their lives at sea and on land.